Dian spoke righteously without even a tinge of red on his face. While Amphory was baffled, little Aluna could hardly hold in her giggles. You're injured. Amphory looked toward Dian, the worry that had been for her father immediately transferring over to her husband. Sardra's face darkened, but his words were caught in his throat. It's a small injury. Dian waved his hand. Help him. Amphory ignored Dian's nonsense and looked toward Sargeras. Tell him to help himself, humph. Sargeras looked away, not willing to meet his daughter's gaze. If you don't help him right now, I won't talk to you for a month. Amphory glared, not budging an inch. Sargeras sighed in defeat. I have no ability to help him. His injuries have become similar to a reverse phantom pain is the best way I can describe. Instead of feeling pain where there is none, he's actually reached a state where he feels nothing despite the fact he should probably be knocked out in a bed somewhere. That latter state is far more dangerous than the former. One might think that not feeling pain ever would be a great thing. However, any medical professional worth their salt could tell you that such an ailment is one of the most dangerous in existence. Pain evolved to be a part of life for a reason. It's a warning that allows one to know when not to go too far and a light that signals death is ahead. If you suddenly lose that signal, your life will immediately be in danger. This condition had actually appeared in Dian's mortal world and was studied by many doctors. Imagine for a moment that you could feel no pain and placed your hand on a burning hot stove. Maybe you simply forgot to turn the stove off previously, but now you're going about your business as though your skin isn't burning. If things went too far or you didn't manage to smell your own burning flesh, you could very well end up with terrible burns. Since even third-degree burns have the potential to take a mortal's life, one can imagine how dangerous such a situation would be. Now scale this upward several times over. A cultivator's sensitivity to pain is incredibly important. Meridian pathways are incredibly complex and interwinding. If one isn't triggered by pain the moment they circulate their qi along the wrong paths, wouldn't you die to cultivation deviation without even understanding what happened? Of course, someone on Dian's level would never make such a mistake, but this illustrated the dangers well. He's out running about, flashing here and there, when in reality each move he makes only makes things worse. He's lucky he has holy type qi, or else his body would have already collapsed on him. Amphory turned her glare toward Dian, allowing Sargeras to breathe a sigh of relief. Dian could only put his hands up in mock defeat. He couldn't claim he wasn't aware, because his immortal sense was too potent. That said, Sargeras' understanding of the human body still surpassed his own, so although Dian's vision was clearer than the old man's, the demon sage's ability to deduce the severity of the problem was still far better. Still, Dian wasn't worried. He didn't have to use much effort even to kill a higher Dao expert. If he ignored the injuries on his body, even peak Dao experts would fall. Plus, he already had two solutions to this problem. First were his wings of blessings, and second was the ancient battlefield. His clone had been conquering lands for quite some now, and there were finally some clues toward where he might fight some Dao grade type qis. He was already confident that he could cure his injuries as long as he cast the angel's ultimate healing spell with the support of celestial grade holy type qi, but if he found Dao grade holy type qi, it wouldn't even be necessary to learn the magic at all. Just what did you do exactly? The demon sage's brows furrowed. He had long since given up the idea of beating Dian into submission. He would much rather wait for Dian to be at full strength. After all, he was a prideful man, but he was still greatly confused. Dian clearly hadn't been injured in battle. His injuries weren't consistent with that kind of strain. Rather, it seemed to be along his blood vessels and meridians pathways, as though he was testing his comprehension of some technique continuously, as though he couldn't sense his own qi had become akin to razor blades within his own body. Many looked toward Dian curiously. There really shouldn't be many environments on the mortal plane capable of doing this to him. His body was simply too powerful. Dian could see the keen anticipation in his father-in-law's eyes. For a man who was constantly looking for places to temper his body, Dian's injuries weren't a sad realization, but rather the happiest of occasions. Dian smiled knowingly. I took a trip to the immortal plane. Sargeras' eyes widened. At first he thought Dian was joking around, But the deeper he looked into Diane's eyes, the more certain he was that this son-in-law of his wasn't telling a single lie. With a flash, he disappeared, passing by Amphrey and Aliuna to grip Diane's shoulders. He stared at him as though he was some sort of ravenous starved dog finally finding a piece of meat. "How did you do it?" The demon generals who had ventured to the garden behind Soul Palace were stunned. They thought that Diane was messing around too, but this reaction was far beyond their expectations. Diane winced, shifting slightly. Were these really the hands of a human man? They felt like steel pliers. With just a thought, Sargeras could probably rip him apart in two. For Diane, who was born with Titan Diamond body, this was a weird experience. He felt that the heavens screwed up not giving this man a body-related constitution. "Is it a big deal?" Diane said with a raised eyebrow. It wasn't that he was looking down on the immortal plane, it was rather that this reaction, even taking that into consideration, was still too over the top. Sargeras was still a man that rivaled higher existences at the end of the day. It took Diane mentioning how he lost his virginity for Lilith's father to show even a hint of emotion, and even that was very reserved all considered. He just felt it was below Sargeras to react like this. "What do you know, you snot-nosed brat?" Sargeras slapped Diane's forehead with a palm. "Father!" Amphrey snatched the dizzy Diane from Sargeras' hands. "He's really too insufferable. He knows nothing yet he insists on mouthing off. If he hadn't swindled you, I'd put his head on a stake." "Who swindled who?" Sargeras shrunk back, avoiding his daughter's glance once more. Amphrey wasn't one to show much emotion at all, but she didn't seem capable of stopping it when her father was around. Sargeras knew well that this had little to do with how comfortable she was around him, and that the real reason was likely the exact opposite. In the end, he really had left her all alone with no protection to fend for herself. Even though he eventually came back and protected, it was an odd relationship they had. After all, Sargeras had countless wives and even more children. Before he left, he hadn't been particularly close with any of them. In the end, he only treasured Amphrey now because she was all he had left. At least, that was the reason initially. It was only later he came to understand the joys of raising a child. Unfortunately, Amphrey was already a grown woman when he found her. This was probably why he latched onto little Aliuna and doted on her so much. It was like he finally got a redo. "Bah!" Sargeras waved his arm at Diane's amused expression. "This kid is still clueless. Do you even know that one must shed their mortal body before transcending?" "Yes," Diane answered. "Are you even aware of why?" "They're imperfect. Stop giving me superficial answers. You clearly don't have a solid answer." Sargeras frowned with disdain. It may not be a big deal for a normal cultivator to give up their mortal body. In fact, it's an upgrade for many of them. However, for a cultivator with a constitution, it's a terrible loss. You don't get to keep your constitution after you shed your mortal body? This was the first time Diane had heard this. Of course not. The reason I can be reborn with a new body here that contains my constitution is because the mortal plane allows imperfections to exist. But if I tried the same thing on the immortal plane, my constitution would be rejected and I would end up with a normal immortal body. You're implying that? Diane's gaze sharpened. If you don't perfect your constitution before you transcend, you lose all the effort you've ever put into it. This is why I've still yet to call down my heavenly steps and is why I won't call it down unless I'm about to leave my prime. Taking that step will only bring me another closer to losing all of my efforts. Even all the blood, sweat, and tears I've put into refining my body will be gone. My trip to the timeless library could be considered tragic, but at the very least, I learned this one piece of useful information. The only way to keep your mortal body when you transcend is to make it immortal. And the only path toward doing that is reaching the perfection stage of your constitution, or else you're destined to be mediocre on the immortal plane. Cultivation is simply too slow on that plane. Even the lowest immortal realm could take hundreds of thousands of years to take one step in, let alone reaching the highest. Sargeras shook his head. Things are still too abstract for you to understand, so I'll spell it out for you. The immortal essence realm, the immortal saint realm, the immortal celestial realm, the immortal law realm, and finally the immortal god realm. There's no mistake. Diane's eyes narrowed. The immortal cultivation realms perfectly mirror the mortal cultivation realms. It's no wonder those puppets of the Sage Tower still function with inferior chi. 30% of the babies of the immortal plane are born with mortal bodies. Closer to 60% are born directly with essence-grade immortal bodies and immediately have immortal essence realm cultivation. 9% are born with saint-grade immortal bodies the moment they leave their mother's womb. Less than 1% are born with celestial-grade immortal bodies. There are even a staggeringly small minority who aren't even fit to be placed within percentage totals that are born with law-grade immortal bodies. Do you understand the disadvantage we of the mortal plane are at now? Do you see the disparity? When we transcend, we are gifted the lowest level essence-grade immortal body. Cultivating even a single step forward is impossible for the vast majority of us. Do you understand? So yes, it is a big deal, you ungrateful boy. Do you want to be below the feet of others the moment you finish acting like a king here? While the demon sage ranted and Diane hid behind Amphory, his mind was actually elsewhere. Could it be that the entity is within the immortal god realm? How the hell am I supposed to defeat it? What could you do if I did have a method of entering the immortal plane? Diane stopped messing around and spoke seriously. Sargeras snorted. Nothing for you. Consider it your respect to me as your father-in-law. Oh, Diane sneered. Is this the same father-in-law who's yet to hand me a dowry? Are you trying to say that my Amphory isn't worth much? Sargeras suddenly felt a cold sweat mat his back. He didn't dare to look toward Amphory right now. What nonsense are you spouting? I gave you an entire mystical world and a treasure from the immortal plane. Are you saying this was not enough? You mean the mystical world that just crumbled because you absorbed its most valuable resource? Or do you mean that sage tower that I snatched from you after you tried to kill me when we first met? What did you try to do? Amphory's gaze turned cold. Even the demon generals couldn't help but take several steps back. Many forgot how powerful this wife of their leaders was because she was often sleeping or completely emotionless to the point of being invisible. However, this savage, blood-thirsty aura forced them to suffer a bout of dry mouth. Sargeras scratched the back of his head. About this, I didn't know he was your beloved back then. I really didn't. Amphory's gaze grew colder. Maybe if it wasn't for little Aluna taking her hand, the whole matter would have been blown out of proportion. Diane hadn't initially wanted to stir up something too deep, but it seemed the relationship between Sargeras and Amphory wasn't so simple as it seemed. In all likelihood, Amphory ignored these matters previously because Sargeras was technically dead. She wouldn't hold a grudge against a dead man, least of all her own dead father. However, now things were different. Sargeras was back, alive and well, and the things of the past suddenly became far more difficult to brush over and forget. Diane sighed. Everyone go back and prepare. We'll be leaving for the Sprite Alliance tomorrow. This trip is meaningless on its surface, but it has large implications nonetheless. They all knew what Diane meant. Gathering faith wasn't just about conquering more universes and quadrants, it was also about cultivating a reputation. This was precisely the reason why there were some universes that were strong in faith, and others that weren't. This was the difference in quality of owner. Even during the years Diane hadn't spent conquering lands, the Sacharo clan's faith was swelling because of his reputation as true god Sacharo. However, in the grand scheme, this improvement was still far too minor. Unless he made splashes on a stage so large no one could ignore it, it would remain meaningless. The demon generals left one after another once they finished paying their respects to Sargeras. Soon, only Diane, Aluna, Amphory, and the demon sage were left behind. Unfortunately, judging by the dodgy eyes of Sargeras, he wasn't very eager to be in this situation. Diane shook his head. Don't you have something of mine? Sargeras glared at Diane, but reluctantly handed over the soul tome anyway. He didn't want his daughter to get any angrier with him than she already was. Remember this well, Sargeras. You are the demon sage to everyone else, but to her you are a father. If you make my wife cry, it'll be me who won't forgive you. I don't care if you have the strength to rival a higher existence. I'll find a way to make you pay. Bah, what do you know? I know enough to know that your thoughts are only filled with two things right now: revenge and perfecting your mortal body. The former is the very thing that led your kingdom to ruin. You believe that your empire fell because your enemies were shameless, when the reality is that you were far from ruin when you finally returned. You only sealed your fate after you allowed yourself to lose your mind to the demonic path. The short of it is that when Sargeras came back from the Timeless Library, he found his kingdom in shambles, but it wasn't entirely over yet. Unfortunately, he lost his mind to rage and wanted quick revenge, which led him down the wrong path. The worst of it was that Amphrey was already born at the time and had to experience this. As for the latter, your own daughter asked you to give up the idea of opening your Danteon and perfecting your martial Saint Constitution. Yet I can clearly see you haven't given up on the idea. Diane was keenly aware of just how excited Sargeras was hearing about his access to an immortal plane. He had thought that the excitement had been too much back then, but now he was able to put two and two together. If you care for Amphrey even the tiniest bit, learn how to think about someone other than yourself for once. Diane left with Aluna and Amphrey, leaving the demon sage to his own thoughts. However, Diane himself was lamenting when he'd finally have a normal relationship with his parents-in-law. A day later, the Mortal Alliance's geniuses began to make their way to the Federation. Diane was actually quite content with their progress. Even the weakest of the demon generals had entered the pseudo-Dao realm. In addition, every single vice commander had taken the final step to enter the lofty Dao realm. If it wasn't for the difficulty of cultivating inner world sanctuary, geniuses on their level would have long since crossed this barrier. To put matters into perspective, even the Star and Blade clans might only have a few dozen Dao formation realm geniuses below 1,000 years old who carried the right to enter the ancient battlefield in just 80 years. Yet, the Sacharo clan was bringing along almost 3,000 who would hit this mark in just a few more years. Diane vaguely listened as Emperor Star bored him with the details of how this exchange would go. He was sure that he was speaking nonsense about how it was best not to offend anyone, but Diane hardly cared. The mother of his child was one of the 5 most powerful individuals of the Sprite Alliance. Even if he decided to take a piss in the middle of their capital, nothing would happen to him. Diane had also forgotten about something else that was very important. The fact he forgot about it in the first place was only more of a testament to him losing his sharpness. Those bastards who dared to try and kidnap his daughter, they were likely living quite the high life right now, weren't they? If he didn't cause trouble for them, his name wouldn't be Diane Sacharo. What are you sneering about? Clara looked at Diane with an exasperated expression. Whenever he made that face, there would always be trouble. There went her plans of having a nice, leisurely vacation. Diane and his wives currently sat at the very top of the Sage Tower as they had during the first mission gathering. Others might be deferential to the Sprite Alliance, but Diane felt no need to be. "Oh, nothing," Diane said with a smile. "I hear old bones crack pretty easily." "Take it easy, old man," Clara said. Diane looked over, but his expression didn't seem annoyed. In fact, his gaze was quite soft. Clara blinked. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh my! Is that our resident tomboy blushing?" Re-teased before ducking quickly to avoid a pillow Clara threw her way. A light and cheery laughter filled the penthouse suite, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere below them. "I wish you all luck. I only want you to remember that anything you endure today and be paid back 10 times over in the future. Do not lose sight of what's important due to short-term relief of something as fleeting as anger." With that, Emperor Star concluded his long-winded speech and moved to reveal a grand teleportation array. For those who hadn't seen such an amazing display in their lives, this planet-grade array was likely the greatest spectacle they had ever witnessed. "You'll all be led by True God Star and Yesho. They will make the process much easier on you all." Diane could only laugh as he caught these last words. How convenient to leave this important detail to the very final moment before they all disappeared. There was simply no time to protest as a group of several thousand geniuses disappeared in a flash. Diane and his wives exited the tower to find a grand city. Well, Diane found a grand city thanks to his wanton use of his immortal sense, but those around him were surrounded by tall, looming gray walls. It was all reminiscent of a castle's inner walls, but possessed none of the beauty. The space spread outward about a kilometer in every direction, perfectly circular. The ground below their feet was a bit coarse and dry. In addition, there were several hundred one-story huts sprinkled around in a surprisingly orderly fashion. It was as though they built this village just for them. To those geniuses who had been expecting something fantastical, their expressions turned a variety of pale and dark. Those who were bolder felt rage, but those who were more timid felt worry. They had long since left the umbrella of protection their clans and sects provided. They knew well that they couldn't lash out just because they wanted to. The words of Emperor Star suddenly made sense. How much effort had he put into reminding them to control their tempers and turn the other cheek? Still, now that they had effectively teleported into a concentration camp, it was difficult for many to continue holding on to these ideals. Those that were here were ranked among the top 100 youths of their generation. Those that made up the rest were very specially chosen retainers of these geniuses. Even if the geniuses themselves decided to swallow this insult, those youths who were the followers found it even more difficult to. They felt indignant for their young masters. The only one who didn't seem to care about this matter was Dian, who was still chatting with his wives, as though he hadn't noticed a thing. In fact, the sound of his words and their laughter was practically the only sound at all within these walls. Sensing something, Dian quieted down for a moment. He found these matters to be amusing and really wanted to know how far the Sprite Alliance would take it. Judging by the stiff expressions of True God Dyusho and Star, it seemed that they hadn't planned for this at all. Just as Dian expected, 5 sprite geniuses suddenly appeared from thin air. The 5 geniuses coldly swept their gaze over the several thousand tower quadrant youths. They each had the almost ethereal presence only sprites could, and were all either handsome or beautiful beyond what words could describe. It was easy to see why one might confuse the sprites as the pinnacle race of this modern era. They hardly batted an eye to the looks of displeasure they received. At that moment, one of the 5 stepped forward. She had sharp brows and a piercing aura. It was very likely that she was a weapon sprite of some sort, carrying her overbearingness wherever she went. Your rage means nothing to use, so I believe it's in all your best interests to place it down. This exchange is taking place because the elders of our Sprite Alliance have decided that the coming war needs every hand our mortal plane has available to participate. However, this does not mean we will just hand you our resources. There are many more deserving of the Sprite Alliance's full support. If you want anything from us, you'll have to earn it. The only things we will hand out for free are these accommodations and an opportunity. Our Sprite Alliance is separated into 5 powers. The Armament Sprites, the Earthen Sprites, the Spiritual Sprites, the Oracle Sprites, and the Heavenly Sprites. Each subrace is headed by a higher existence. Simply put, you all are not worthy of our kind intentions. If you really believe you deserve more than what you've received, ask yourselves what you've done to deserve it first. Her words were like a bucket of cold water over many of their heads. That was right, this was the martial world. Since when had they ever been owed anything? Wasn't it just a blessing to be here? The way things will work is simple. Everything will be by merits and contributions. Since we are giving you something, we want something in return. Missions will be posted right here in this clearing at the center of your village. You will only be allowed to leave these walls should you have accepted a mission. If you fail 3 missions in a row, you will have one of 2 options. Enter a probationary period of 1 year where you will act as a miner for our Sprite Alliance, or be sent back to your tower quadrants. Of course, there is also the possibility of permanently leaving these walls and entering the true training program our Sprite Alliance has created for worthy geniuses. However, this will require 3 things. First, the completion of 100 one-star missions. Second, cultivation of the pseudo-Dao realm. And third, lasting in battle for 10 minutes against any one of the 5 of us. If there are no other questions, I'll be on my way. The young woman waved her hand, piercing a tall 10-meter post that appeared from her spatial ring into the ground. It whirled to life, suddenly revealing image of missions and exchange rates. The geniuses here were all shocked when they realized these so-called one-star missions required power infinitely close to the Dao realm to complete. Their faces couldn't help but pale. The meaning of all of these was clear. If you didn't have the strength of a Tao formation realm expert come 80 years from now, you would be nothing but useless to the coming battle. Without another word, the young woman vanished. It seemed she held quite some power among the 5 sprite youths, because the moment she left, the tense atmosphere they wafted was cut in half. A few of them even sighed in relief. I suggest that if when you're choosing which of us to challenge, you avoid her at all costs, or else don't blame us for the result, he said cheekily. It seemed like a good-mannered heads-up, but the tone he used made them feel an inexplicable sense of inferiority and discomfort. My name is Terran, a member of the Earthen Sprites. She might be uptight, but I'm much less so. His greedy eyes swept over the youths. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. I don't feel the need to put on airs. I'm sure you understand that since we drew the short end of the stick in receiving you all, we're pretty much bottom feeders here. Just like you all. I'm looking to make the most of my opportunities. A cold chill swept up the spines of many of the young female geniuses as they hurried to avoid his invasive gaze. Your optimism isn't bad, Terran. Another young man patted Terran's shoulder. Who among you can speak for the rest? True God Star cleared his throat. I can. The young man swept a glance over True God Star, but it was only when he noticed Cat Eva standing a half-step behind him did his eyes light up. A fellow sprite, is it? I see. You must be from the Star Clan. We were informed of your arrival. Though this young man was speaking to True God Star, his steps were very clearly walking toward Cat Eva. Neither had his gaze shifted from her. It was only a minor fraction of a degree difference in path, but with how high all their cultivations were, how could they not notice? Many looked toward True God Star, wondering how he would react. Though he had 3 wives, everyone was well aware that Cat Eva was favorite. Plus, even if he liked her the least, she was still his wife. Would the mighty true God that lorded over them all lower his head? Unfortunately, this was exactly what happened. True God Star pretended not to notice these subtle actions at all as he continued to smile amicably. He nodded and chatted with this unnamed young man, as though he couldn't tell at all that his gaze was raking over his wife's body, as though he would devour her where she stood. Good. Since you're so sensible and can speak for everyone, that makes things easier. The young man continued with a smile. Cal, what exactly is it that you're trying to do? Among those left, there was only one woman aside from another young man who had yet to speak. Of course, she was the most uncomfortable with what was currently happening. Though she too wanted to scheme some benefits from this thankless post, she didn't want to go too far. What's there to be so worried about? Cal responded. Even if we are ranked lowly among our fellow genius sprites, the fact we rank among them at all should make our value to our various clans fairly clear to you all. Don't you think it's your good luck to be serving us? Cal's meaning was obvious. They were only trash among the highest level geniuses, but compared with a common sprite, they were still several levels above, let alone when compared to those of them here from the tower quadrants. What do you want us to do? True God Star asked. Nothing much. You have one of 2 options. You can either give us 50% of your merit points upon completing a mission, or you can pay us in other ways to reduce that price. Cal's eyes still refused to leave Kativa's body. Of course, in return, we will help you in whatever ways we can. It's not impossible even to make the 10-minute spar a bit easier on you. Of the requirements, the last was definitely the most difficult, even if it didn't seem this way. Of the sprite geniuses, all of them were within the Tao realm. To last 10 minutes against them was a pie in the sky for most here. Don't take things too far. The last silent young man suddenly spoke. Unlike when the woman spoke, Cal furrowed his brows this time. Reason being, this young man was an oracle sprite. What are you trying to say? The young man shrugged. Some things just might not be as easy as you think. Cal snorted. These damned oracle sprites always trying to seem mysterious. If they really could tell the future, wouldn't they be undefeatable? Obviously, they had no ability to, they were limited in too many ways. Namely, 99% of them had an inability to predict fates outside of their own. So, doing something as ridiculous as trying to scare him with a few words bordered on nonsense. There are other ways to pay us as well. Cal directly ignored the young man. I hear the Tower Quadrants have quite a boldly named title. True Gods, I believe it was? From my understanding, the rewards for earning this title are quite lucrative. Although I doubt there are any treasures you have that could blow my mind, I'm quite open to being proved wrong. Though True God's star maintained his smile, there was a deep complexity swirling in the depths of his pupils. But he managed to take a deep breath and respond. We accept. Cat Eva, who had spent all of this time expressionless, believing that her husband would fight for her honor in the end, suddenly became ashen. Though her face didn't so much as twitch, it was simply too difficult to hide the physiological response of being betrayed in this way. Had the husband she had always been so proud of sold her off for such minor benefits? The remaining young woman looked toward Cat Eva, biting her lip before turning away. She really couldn't stand to see such things, but she also didn't want to offend Terran and Cal for individuals she didn't know. She had already made her attempt, and since it failed, there was no point in trying again. The worst part of it all was that Cat Eva knew her husband's personality well. If things really happened this way, she could forget about the Empress title. Not only would she lose all of her dignity, True God Star would never care to repay her for it. He might soothe her with some empty words, but there would never be anything tangible. Maybe one day she'd be killed without her knowledge, just so that he didn't have to be reminded of this day's shame. Terran suddenly laughed. It seems you've already decided on the price for your help. Wouldn't I be missing out if I didn't choose next? His eyes greedily swept over the crowd. Some were nervous and shrank back, but there would always be some bold women who put themselves of display. Rather than being sold out like Cat Eva had been, why not take control of the situation? This way, they could cut out any middleman and take advantage of the situation directly. Terran saw many women who caught his attention. He had always believed that normal humans were impure and couldn't possibly stack up against the beauties among their sprites, but it seemed he had underestimated mankind too much. There were a few here who stood even above many sprite beauties he had seen in the past. However, a moment later he saw something curious. Many were either nervous or bold, but there was a group of individuals who seemed neutral, as though the matters going on here had nothing to do with them. Some of them watched on with curious and amused expressions, while some directly ignored the situation entirely. At the forefront of this group stood a young man who held one of these curious, amused expressions. But oftentimes, he would turn and speak to the women by his side, as though he didn't care how this all ended. It was then Terran's eyes lit up. These 4 women. Each alone was already comparable to the pinnacle beauties of the sprite race and could most definitely appear at the very top of the beauty chart. One slightly roguish, one petite and fiery, another distant and murderous, and the final loving and gentle. Alone, they could easily make any man's blood boil. But together, just how would it feel to bed all 4 at once? His mouth all but began to water. Having 4 women of such different temperaments all together, how could he ever get bored? It was impossible. His hands clapped. It seems my luck is even better than yours, Cal. Terran laughed uproariously. When True God Star noticed the direction of Terran's gaze, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He had boldly stated that he could speak for everyone, but the Sicharo clan had at least 3 higher existences and their depth was still unknown. Even if 3 was their limit, this was already enough for the Sprite Alliance to be unable to look down on them. In the end, his jaw set. If the Sicharo clan was really so great, why would they be so unknown? Furthermore, why would they even bother to join our federation or come here in the first place? Obviously, they must be lacking in some unknown ways. Dian, though, hadn't seemed to notice what was going on. Actually, this wasn't him just putting on an act, he really had stopped paying attention. After True God Star showed such a lack of backbone, he found it all to be completely unworthy of his attention. As for the rules of this place, he didn't care about that either. He was actually planning on leaving any minute now. Waiting to complete 100 missions? As if he would waste his time on such nonsense. By his estimation, each 1-star mission would take a normal lower Dao expert at least several months to complete. With just 80 years, Diane guessed that maybe not even 5% of those who came here would be able to complete them. And, of those 5%, who knew how many would manage to last those 10 minutes during the final test? By that time, what benefits would they be able to gain from the Sprite Alliance's so-called True Training Program? True God Sacharo. After a moment, True God Star called out to Diane. Ha! Diane looked up. To others, he probably looked brainless and confused, not even aware of the danger that lurked around the corner. We and these true geniuses here have come to an agreement. We. Diane raised an eyebrow before waving his hand. Yeah, do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me if you want to pawn off your wife for some resources? This entire time, True God Star had maintained his amicable smile. Even when Cal ogled his wife and all but raped her where she stood, he didn't have a change in expression. But hearing Diane's words, he felt something within himself crack. Even if these geniuses wanted to humiliate him, that was fine. After all, they had the power to do so. But how was this person who had yet to even step into the Tao realm worthy of speaking to him like this? Many had shocked expressions on their faces. Others wore sneers. But only calm one seemed to be the young oracle sprite who stared at Diane with curious eyes. He stands off to the side, yet he somehow feels like the focal points of it all. After a moment, True God Star stopped shaking, controlling himself to the best of his abilities. He didn't trust himself to attack. If he did, he would definitely kill Diane. Even if the Sprite Alliance could look down on 3 higher existences, his Star clan most definitely didn't have the capital to do so. If he enraged the Sacharo clan, his clan would definitely be finished. So, he could only look toward someone he trusted for help. Meeting his best friend's gaze, True God Yusho understood. Those words Emperor Star spoke weren't just for the others, but were most for them. Since his brother had already made such a willing sacrifice, if he couldn't let go of a woman who wasn't even his own to begin with, he wouldn't be worthy of standing side by side with him. In that moment, he swallowed his desires and decided to let go of Amphory. With calm steps, and his palms on his long and short sword strapped to his waist, he made his way toward Diane. Diane, who had already stopped paying attention again, looked up to see a jumping clown paused just 1.5 meters or so away from him. You 4, come with me. Yushorin spoke emotionlessly, pointing toward Ri, Madeline, Amphory, and Clara. He didn't spare Diane a glance. Diane's smile froze. In the distance, Taryn and Cal sneered. It seems he finally understands the situation. Taryn laughed. You're really too lucky. You must share them with me. Ridiculous. Ask me again in 50 years and maybe we can negotiate. Diane turned to Clara. 10 years ago, what happened exactly? Clara opened her mouth to avoid the subject, but she could somehow sense from Diane's gaze that weaseling out wasn't an option. Plus, considering the current situation anyway, whether he knew or not, heads would roll. With a sigh, she described those events in detail. Is that so? Diane muttered. The light in his eyes disappeared. What once was a lustrous gold carrying sparkles of emerald that shone like stars became a near-endless abyss. I won't say it again, Yushorin repeated. He didn't stop Clara from retelling her story at all. He simply didn't care. In fact, he wanted Diane to know just how meaningless his face was to him. A sword appeared in Diane's hand. There was no flashy movement. In fact, it almost seemed as though it had always been there, as though it had never left his hand to begin with. The sword was plain. Just a simple black leather-wrapped handle and a steel blade. No one had noticed because it happened too quickly. But this wasn't a sword Diane pulled from his spatial ring. It was one he randomly constructed with a creation array. It was no different from any other common-grade weapon despite its finish being absolutely pristine. You want to go against our decision? Diane didn't respond. His dull expression met Ren's gaze, tossing his soul into freezing waters. AI, since it seems this man really can't speak for you all. Forget it. Forget it. Cal waved his hand, turning to leave. Good luck to you all. True God Star grit his teeth. Put down your weapon now. He finally lost his cool, his eyes reddening to almost extreme degrees. It was as though all of their blood vessels popped at once. Many voices began to pile on. If others could make the sacrifice for them, why not pile on? Everyone was here aside from the dragons who mysteriously hadn't appeared this time around. Of those present, however, over 70% of them raised their voices, accusing Dian of dragging them all down with him. As long as a few made sacrifices, they could exchange half of their merits for an easier trial. Since it wasn't their wives, they were throwing away the dignity of who cared. Plus, True God Star was seen as the most powerful among them all. Even though Dian ranked first, they were by now well aware that he had relied on his commanding expertise to perform so well. Since even True God Star made sacrifices, who was Dian to not make some of his own? What about us? Don't be so selfish. Even True God Star is willing to make the necessary sacrifices. I don't think you have the mental fortitude necessary to reach the top. You want to throw us all into the abyss for your own personal gain? Cal slowed his steps, finding this all to be very amusing. Were humans really so pathetic? They were jumping over each other to offer up their dignity. They're too calm. The oracle sprite gazed toward Dian's wives and the warriors to his back. Not a single one of them so much as raised an eyebrow. You can all die for all I care. Dian's voice was soft, but held an irrepressible majesty that drowned out every voice but his own. Having warriors like you by my side on a battlefield would only taint my sword. The crowd was stunned. They really hadn't expected Dian to respond in this way. Only True God Hydra pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. These idiots. Haven't they been paying attention? This man does whatever the hell he wants. Do you really think he's only so arrogant because of his backing? True God Hydra had been there of the golden flame mystical world when a mere peak St. Dian made fools of countless peak celestials. He hadn't had any Sacharo clan to rely on back then, but hadn't he still brought the Golden Crow sect to its knees? It was as though they had wiped his countless exploits from their minds. Mob mentality was truly too ridiculous. In fact, since all of you dare to agree with these people, I think it's best you just die now. Dian's voice was faint, but the moment it fell, his sword trembled slightly. Blinding lights of sword chi passed around Yusho Ren's body. He couldn't even react to their speed. He hardly even perceived their existence before hundreds of bloody holes were drawn in just as many heads. Dead bodies fell with a light thud one after another. They hadn't even had the chance to resist. Each of them had been crowned geniuses of their sects and clans. But now they were nothing but corpses. He really did it. Fucking madman. True God Hydra looked into the skies, sighing. Yusho Ren slowly looked down at himself, his expression completely frozen. In the next instant, his clothes burst apart, leaving nothing but his naked body behind. Clara's stifled laughter suddenly sounded in the dead silence. Yikes, how small. No wonder he didn't dare to run around in the nude. Dian's sword trembled once more, and a piercing scream left Yusho Ren's lips. Men all around clamped their legs shut, unable to gaze at the bloody storm that now resided on his crotch. Dian walked past his screaming, crumpled-up figure. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, he had made his way to Cat Eva and True God Star. He hardly took notice of Terran, who stood just a few meters from them. You speak for me, do you? True God Star's expression froze. No one has ever spoken for me, least of all a spineless coward. His punishment would be severe and long-lasting. But yours, since you led all of these people to their deaths, why don't you just die too? True God Star opened his mouth to speak, but he could have never known that Dian would use this opening to shove a sword through his lips and out the back of his head, pinning him to the very pillar that armament sprite female just put up. The shock in his eyes was clear. Never in his wildest dreams did he think such a thing would happen. Lower your head to survive, right? Wasn't that what his father said? I was lowering my head to the wrong person. Those were his last thoughts as the light in his eyes dimmed, the expression of shock still clearly painted on his once handsome face. Dian's gaze turned toward Terran, whose own gaze had become quite serious. He only now realized he had no ability to see through this young man. You could have done whatever you wanted to these people. But since you've decided to touch one of my own, you don't need your life anymore. Terran, who had been planning on negotiating peace, believing that even if this young man dared to kill those of the Tower Quadrants, he would never dare to touch him, was suddenly stunned silly. You actually dare to touch me at the heart of Sprite Alliance, Terry. A new sword appeared in Diane's hand. It was once more as though it had already been there, like it had never left his side. Those watching on believed that even if Diane easily killed True Godstar, he couldn't possibly do the same for a genius of the Sprite Alliance, right? If even True Godstar lowered his head, what could Diane do? Unfortunately for them, they were fools. They had no idea that True Godstar was in fact far stronger than this Terran individual. But he died to Diane just the same. Terran's neck became a bloody fountain, spewing upward as his head twirled in the air. His disbelieving gaze seared into the minds of everyone here. Diane threw his sword onto the ground as though it had been dirted by killing such scum. Soon, his smile returned, his oppressive aura completely vanishing. Let's go. I never planned on wasting time in this place to begin with. It was then that those left were given another shock. They thought that Diane would return to the Tower Quadrants in an attempt to hide. Cal had even started to sneer. But who could have guessed that Diane would instead walk toward the tall, looming gray walls? His fist shot outward once. It didn't seem very special at all. In fact, it seemed weak. What is he doing? That wall could keep in even Middle Dao experts. The Oracle Sprite thought in shock. But that was when those looming walls came crumbling down. It wasn't just a small hole, but rather every bit of it crumbled to fine dust, revealing the bright, high sun. Diane didn't even look back. Why should he? His wives were by his side and his demon generals followed his steps. Since he was going to wreak havoc in the Sprite Alliance, why not do so in grand fashion? Ah! Almost forgot something. Diane's footsteps suddenly paused. Even as he did, numerous light sources shone down on the once enclosed area. It didn't take much thought to understand what was happening at all. These were all great geniuses of their clans. How could they not each be given life-saving jades? Diane didn't fancy himself to be a mass murderer, but he would certainly teach those who deserved it a lesson. He wouldn't mind allowing True Godstar and the numerous who spoke against him a chance to live. After all, those who spoke out were nothing but sheep not worth his time. While, at the very least, even if he was scum, True Godstar sacrificed his own wife before daring to ask others to do the same. In a sort of twisted way, he had a small bit of character. But, Terran? Anyone who dared look upon his wives with such thoughts deserved nothing but death. Raise. Accelerate. Accelerate. Shrink. Terran's body had only just begun to reform, his consciousness still very much intact. He couldn't believe what had just happened to him. But the reality was right before them all. Couldn't be denied. A life-saving jade had the ability to rewind time in a very finite space, rebuilding the body of a deceased genius. But this was only one aspect. If this genius was just reborn in the same place he or she died, wouldn't they just die again? So, life-saving jades also had the ability to transport those it wanted to protect to the nearest and safest location. But who would have guessed that this reality would seal Terran's fate? To a sprite, what place could possibly be safer than the Sprite Alliance capital? Terran couldn't even react before his head was shattered like a watermelon taken to a sledgehammer. Diane, of course, had the ability to kill him painlessly. But why would he bother with such a thing? He really killed him. Cal almost fell backward. If it wasn't for the Oracle Sprite youth who didn't want to be fallen upon, he would have. The first death hadn't impacted him so severely, but the second. It was as though loud sonorous bells were ringing in his mind. Who dares? A shimmering projection wafted into existence. It had taken much longer to manifest than normal because the energy fluctuations around so many life-saving jades activating at once had interfered with the normal process. By the time he managed to do so, he could only watch as a great genius of his clan was coldly slain before him. Terran might not have been the best genius of their earthen sprites, but he was still ranked within the top few dozen. This was enough to make him both incredibly valuable to the Alliance itself, but especially so to the clan he was birthed from. His death was as good as losing a future pillar. This matter was even more important in this generation due to the soon incoming ancient battlefield descent. Upon entering, youths would progress incredibly quickly, far quicker than normal. This was why so many clans were investing so much into the seemingly unimportant first phase. Simply put, losing just one such genius was even more devastating than usual. How does he have so much power even while suppressed? The Oracle Sprite youth felt like nothing in this world made sense anymore. Even though his senses had warned him, it still wasn't enough to prepare him for this. Dian raised his arm to attack again, but he found that Amphrey's own had stopped him. "Stop being reckless," she said softly. "You're too severely injured to be using your strength like this." "Ah!" Dian didn't know how to respond. He could only scratch the back of his head. The sprites and tower quadrant geniuses who heard this felt their world spin. Amphrey hadn't spoken for them to hear, but their cultivations were too grand to miss words, no matter how softly said, spoken just a few hundred meters away. There was also another matter that those who were more intelligent grasped immediately. Since Amphrey didn't care whether or not they knew Dian was injured and hadn't even bothered to hide it, it meant only one thing. It didn't matter if they knew. Amphrey's red robes suddenly began to whip violently in the wind. Every so often, they would cling to curves, revealing a silhouette gorgeous enough to make one's blood boil. The mighty projection's gaze swept over everything, looking for the perpetrator. It wasn't until he heard Amphrey's words that he landed on Dian and his group. His eyes red with fury. Dian smiled. "It seems that without the restriction of her cultivation speed, my Amphrey has improved again. Hypnos Muse had such stringent requirements to be fully awakened. How could a constitution that required one to reincarnate to touch the true power of not have prowess beyond one's wildest imaginations?" Amphrey was now able to cultivate at speeds almost as fast as Chunglei, who had broken through heaven's chains simply by sleeping. After Dian saw through the cruel tricks of the Olympus clan and helped Amphrey's wings reach the ascended state, her cultivation speed had skyrocketed to these unprecedented levels. In addition to this, Amphrey was able to form her sixth extra meridian, making her strength far beyond the norm, especially as an angel. To deal with a mere projection of peak Tao formation expert which housed only a fraction of his true strength, it was too easy for her. Her delicate fingers stretched out as she made the world her instrument. Worldly resonance. First note. The skies rippled as though it was a pool of water. Jiashou Ren laid sprawled on the ground. Though he still felt pain beyond one's wildest imaginations, it had been taken over by shock and finally resignation. The fact he was no match for Dian had already sent him into a depressive state. But, watching the first woman he had ever truly fallen for obliterate the projection of a peak Tao expert with the flick of a single finger, it was too much. The numerous golden shells formed by life-saving jades all began to tear through space, rushing back toward the tower quadrants. Who knew what would happen when all those hopeful sect and clan elders learned of what happened today? As for Dian, he didn't care. In fact, it was as though he hadn't just murdered a genius of the Sprite Alliance. Currently, having sent off his demon generals to do as they pleased, he was touring the grand Sprite capital with his wives by his side and a smile on his face. The Sprite capital was quite a beautiful sight. It was similar to the unblemished capital city run by Luna. It seemed to emphasize cleanliness and purity. Even the streets themselves radiated a slight golden hue that wasn't irritating to the eyes. Interestingly enough, it wasn't just sprites who frequented this place. It seemed the outer quadrants were more interconnected than one might think. With the exception of experts of the Devil quadrants, Dian used his immortal sense to see all sorts of races. There were beasts from the Transcendent Beast Alliance, there were giants of the Nephilim Alliance who used interesting technologies to decrease their massive sizes, and there were even Sapientia here. In fact, there were also a few of the Devil quadrants who couldn't hide from Dian's immortal sense. It seemed that they had a tacit agreement with the Sprite Alliance to be allowed to enter this space as long as they didn't reveal their true origins. Dian could only shake his head at this reality. The politics of the martial world was even more ridiculous than his own mortal world before it was destroyed. This aside, the so-called training grounds for the geniuses of the tower quadrants was located in a very remote area. In fact, it was actually on a satellite moon of the sprite capital planet. So, its destruction went next to unnoticed. Maybe even those higher-ups who created those grounds hadn't cared enough to continuously pay attention to it. So who knew how long it would be before they realized their hold-up rats were no longer holed up? It would normally be impossible for someone to secretly enter such a well-protected planet, but for Dian and his immortal sense, it was no problem. Not only had he taken his wives with him, but the 3,000 demon generals who had already dispersed had followed him as well. Suddenly Dian grinned, his long arms enveloping for beauties without a care for the gazes he received. This dutiful husband of yours has been away for too long. Dian righteously raised his head and gazed toward the grand city that enveloped half the entire planet. It is said that a husband must always take responsibility. So, no matter how much it pains me, feel free to make my pockets run dry. Today I'll spoil the 4 of you rotten. And spoil them he did. Dian's wives weren't materialistic by any means. If they were, maybe they wouldn't have initially given Dian a second look. Though Dian could be considered to be one of the wealthiest men in existence now, this certainly wasn't the case for a very long time. Still, the 4 of them couldn't help but love the idea of leisurely pulling their husband around as they hopped from store to store, buying anything that caught their eye. Even Amphory, who was the most reserved of them all, couldn't help her gazes shine whenever it fell on something that pulled her heartstrings. Though many were completely unaware now, the beauty of music would have never existed with Amphory. Watching her smile like a child on Christmas morning, as she watched the evolution of her own creation, made Dian's heart warm. He didn't hesitate to buy any and all magical instruments she took a liking to. Madeline also had a fondness for music will. In fact, when her illness took hold all those decades ago, much of the research time she spent as a Sapientia was on music. It was no surprise, then, that over the years the 2 of them had become incredibly close over their talks of music theory. Fifi, look at this. Madeline, who had her arm wrapped around Amphory's, pulled her over toward a unique bronze instrument. It was fairly large, and it was split into 4 chambers with numerous valves. If one wasn't paying much attention, it looked no different from a meter-tall bronze replica of the human heart. But the reality was that it was a unique instrument created by the Nephilim. The deep tones you can make with this are extraordinary. Amphory's emerald eyes shone. She didn't need to play it to understand. The metal is tempered to perfection, bereft of impurities, so controlling the sound is left to skill and not chance. The 4 chambers can resonate with one another, creating a harmony that sounds more like one note than multiple separate notes. Even the padded keys on the valves don't require much strength to perfectly seal. This sort of wind instrument, what masterful engineering! Its only flaw is those who are too weak cannot hope to play it. Without enough strength to output the necessary amount of wind force, not even the faintest sound would be made. A merchant nearby couldn't help but clap. It didn't take Dian more than a glance to understand that this was another giant in the disguise of a normally sized human. This instrument is a personal creation of a genius of my Nephilim alliance. It's known as heart resonance. Its creator believes that music's root is the heart, so they took this as inspiration to create this masterpiece. I'm afraid that not many outside of our giant race can play it, though. That's fine, we'll take it, Amphory said without hesitation. The giant race merchant was quite old and appeared to be beyond his middle ages, but he also considered his eyes to be sharp. Though this instrument wasn't created to be a treasure, it was formed by all sorts of planet-grade materials. The creator didn't want it to be used as a weapon and purposely didn't engrave it with any such abilities, but that didn't stop it from being expensive beyond the means of most. These 2 ladies came here with a young man wearing less than desirable clothing. He had only come to speak with them because he appreciated their depth of understanding for music theory, not to actually try and get a sale out of them. How much? Amphory's brows crinkled with a bit of irritation. The merchant cleared his throat. Though this has no practical purpose outside of creating beautiful tones, its materials are still top-notch. It's worth no less than 20,000 transcendent stones. Amphory didn't bother with anything else, immediately scooping the heart-shaped instrument into her arms. The merchant suddenly felt a cold sweat coming along. The instrument weighed at least several million gene. How could it be picked up so casually? I've been ignorant. This is the core of Sprite Alliance territory. How could normal people make it here? The merchant wasn't entirely wrong in his skepticism. Though this was the Sprite capital, there were plenty of individuals who couldn't spend energy stones so willfully, and especially not on something so useless. Maybe only a little over 1% of the citizens here could. Still, this was fairly large. After all, this was a city with the capacity to hold billions. Currently, at least 100 million people resided here. 1% of such a large number meant at least 1 million could afford this purchase. But in the end, 1 in 100 was still 1 in 100. The odds that someone dressed like Diane could afford this was still unlikely. Unfortunately for the merchant, Diane didn't feel a need to bat an eye at this price and only casually threw it over. But, fortunately for said merchant, Diane didn't care enough to pursue his skepticism. Amphory and Madeline continued buying instruments that caught their attention to their heart's content. But they weren't the only ones who found things that made their hearts beat. Ree had two loves in this world. One was array alchemy, and the other was dresses. In her youth, the love of both had been snatched from her. Her soul had been too weak to progress in array alchemy, while her father's actions made her disdain the title of princess, and thus dresses. However, those shadows over her heart had long since been cleansed. After Diane saved the Elven Kingdom, she had already begun to wear dresses again and left her tomboyish ways behind. And, after truly awaking to her Elven Queen's reign constitution, her passion for array alchemy had been relit as well. Though this Sprite capital had no depth to their array alchemy knowledge and there was no point in investing anything they could sell, when it came to beautiful dresses, there seemed to be an endless amount. Strapless, frilly, light materials, heavy materials, dark, bright. There didn't seem to be any sort of dress she wouldn't take a fancy to. She didn't buy just for herself, but even found dresses that suited Clara, Madeline and Amphory as well. Even Diane was scolded into buying more clothes for himself. The last time I shopped for you, you had just come out of the tower trials. You've avoided it for so many years already since then. You're not escaping today. Diane could only smile bitterly as he became a cross between a pincushion and model doll. His only saving grace was that this wasn't the mortal world, so he didn't have to personally carry all of these bags. Of course, Diane wouldn't forget to spoil his Clara as well. Though she allowed Ree to do as she pleased, Clara obviously wasn't a dress girl. And though she liked to listen to Diane play the piano when they were young, she wasn't fond of musical instruments herself. Rather, she too only had two interests, history and workmanship. What had begun as only a method to help Diane had blossomed into her own personal love. Clara loved nothing more than creating with her own hands. Currently, she was working on fusing mortal world concepts with martial world ones. The materials of the martial world are on another level. Clara floated like a fairy from display aisle to display aisle, gazing at all sorts of rare ores and metals. Imagine what would happen if you combined the materials of the martial world to create a compound bow instead of a normal bow. Compound bows are more accurate, more powerful, and can be used by weaker marksmen with greater ease. This was just one of Clara's ideas. She seemed to have so many that even Diane's head tilted in surprise. Even if she didn't have such ideas, he'd let her buy things to her heart's content. But maybe it was a plus that her experiments could be so beneficial. A compound bow. Why didn't I think of that? Diane smiled. He spent several days of leisure with his wives. Believe it or not, he didn't even try to hide his presence. But it wasn't until an entire week later that the sprites finally came to find trouble for him. He was walking around a lingerie boutique with a shameless grin on his face, only to find a familiar armament sprite female standing before him. Her gaze was cold, and her aura was sharp. You've broken the rules of the exchange program. Come back with me to seek punishment, or you can just die here. Diane, who had been holding up a pair of red-laced panties toward Clara, to tease her, didn't even lower his arms as he sent a gaze over. Can't you see that I'm busy? No matter how many times this armament sprite young woman thought of how this encounter would go, she would have never guessed that Diane would show such blatant disregard. Diane, who had already gone back to ignoring her, grinned toward Clara. Think about it. A striptease where you use your flames to peel off layers of clothing, leaving only this set of red lingerie, he explained excitedly. Clara's hand clawed outward, snatching the panties from Diane's fingers. I'm afraid that, with those old bones of yours, your heart would give way before we ever got to the end of that dance. At that moment, Amphrey and Madeline returned from the changing rooms with pleasant smiles on their faces. It seemed they were content with Diane's choices for them. If it was up to Clara, she'd wear nothing but boxer briefs every day. So none of them were surprised with her reactions. Instead of taking up the frilly underwear Diane chose for her, she decided on a relatively plain set. Diane only smiled and didn't push her. Considering his wife's beauty, she would make his blood boil even if she wore a trash bag. Clothing in the martial world also had a more important purpose to them. This was especially so for women who may enter combat at any moment. It wasn't as though female cultivators wanted to be ogled every time they stepped foot into the air wearing a dress, so such undergarments had certain protective formations on them that obscured vision. Of course, Diane had personally modified the undergarments of his wives now for a very long time. He didn't trust anyone but himself to draw impregnable formations. With his current skill, even a higher existence turned Peeping Tom could only give up. The poor cashier lady, a beauty in her own right, could only watch this process with a cold sweat matting her back. She knew well who this armament sprite young woman was. In fact, the whole of the Sprite Alliance knew. Even key figures of the other outer powers were aware. When she was seen in broad daylight, entering a lingerie boutique, many couldn't help but watch on in shock. They would have never expected to see such a scene. No man of that Sprite Alliance would want to miss a chance to see just what kind of undergarments this Ice Queen wore. Even if they would never see it on her personally, it was a sick curiosity they couldn't help but want to itch. So, simply by her mere presence, a decently sized, and even growing crowd of individuals were gathered. But the scene was almost comical because all of these individuals were trying their best to pretend as though they had no ulterior motives by their appearance. So the happiest group was of course the various high-class stores in the general area. Like this, the entire interaction between the Ice Queen and Diane was heard by many. They couldn't help but be stunned silent. Their queen, she was ignored, just like this? Maybe it was only after Amphrey, Madeline and Clara were gathered together that they understood. Maybe only a man with such beautiful women by his side could so casually ignore their Ice Queen. How much? Diane's gaze turned toward the cashier. To this. Clearing her throat, she collected herself. 800,000 celestial stones. Diane tossed over a Dao stone worth 1,000,000 celestial stones and turned to follow his wives out of the boutique. It was as though he didn't notice the so-called Ice Queen's gaze turning colder and colder. She ethereing a sharp aura burst, splintering the boutique's roof into countless shards. The cashier beauty wanted to cry, but found it difficult to even find the tears to do so. She suddenly realized that Diane had overpaid her by 200,000 celestial stones, probably because he was very much aware that this would happen. A silver spear appeared. It really did seem for a moment that the Ice Queen herself had become this spear, but the reality was that her oneness with her craft was so deep that it only appeared this way. Those who had gathered trembled. Her full title wasn't Ice Queen at all. In fact, she was known as the Spear Queen. Among the armament sprite geniuses, she was ranked within the top 5. Among all the geniuses of the Sprite Alliance, she was ranked in the top 25. For such a genius to come here with the goal of battling someone was beyond their wildest expectations. Diane was instantly annoyed. He had paid for the damages only because he felt bad. But that didn't mean he was a pushover. No matter how much money he had, he wasn't a fan of others making him waste it, and he was even less of a fan of those same others ruining the time he was spending with his wives. It seems the Sprite Alliance wants another dead genius. Diane's words were like a cold storm enveloping the shopping district. Even the Spear Queen's sharp aura was drowned out, causing her cold gaze to furrow in an instant. She could tell immediately she was no match for Diane. Suddenly, Diane's overwhelming aura disappeared. TS. Diane winced at the feeling of reaching up and tugging and twisting his ear. "We told you, no more fighting," she said sternly. "She's not worth you stepping in personally anyway. Since Big Sis acted last time, I guess it's my turn." Madeline smiled lightly. An exquisite folding fan appeared in her delicate palm. Instantly, reporters began dashing all around. They had come here for a mere gossip article, but to think they may be able to witness a battle. Even if they didn't believe Madeline could win simply by virtue of the fact they had never heard of her before, it didn't matter. The battle of such a high-profile figure was big news regardless. Aside from the reporters, the Spear Queen's avid fans also had their attentions gripped. "Who are you? You're no match for me," the Spear Queen said arrogantly, trying to temper down the fear she had felt from Diane's gaze. Madeline didn't speak, her light smile never leaving her gorgeous features. "She's looking down on me." The Spear Queen had never felt such a bout of inferiority before. Madeline had hardly reacted to her words not because she couldn't, but because she didn't care to. This much was obvious. Gripping her silver spear, she pierced forward. Rage had overwhelmed her mind. Madeline reciprocated, her folded fan also piercing forward. But, compared to the Spear Queen's speed, her actions were slow, almost too slow. In an instant, the folded fan and sharp spear met. Raging winds blew through the shopping district. Luckily, many defensive arrays had been put in place for this specific occurrence, leaving them all relatively unscathed. Less than 24 exchanges should be enough," Diane said coolly. The scene cleared only to reveal two completely unmoving figures. Madeline's fan remained attached to the spear's tip as though it had latched on. Aside from her flutter gown, there was no evidence that she had moved at all. "This is part of Eve's comprehension," Diane said with an interested expression. Eve was quite impressive to Diane. She had managed to delve into the Eternity's balanced constitution to a far greater extent than even he expected. Now, she had the ability to not only to parse the immediate future into categories of probability, but she also learned to apply her comprehension of balance to battle. When Diane broke down concept with his immortal sense, he came to understand it. If one placed two weights of drastically different masses the same distance from the fulcrum of a seesaw, the result was obvious. The greater mass would fall while the smaller would rise. But what if you shifted the positions of these masses? What if you placed the lighter mass further away to the fulcrum and the heavier mass closer? Wouldn't the lighter mass gain a better ability to balance the seesaw? This concept was simple in Diane's mortal realm. One would learn it in some of your very first physics classes. The greater leverage one has, the less effort is needed to perform the same task. Eve was able to manipulate these laws, forcefully taking control of this law of balance for herself and making use of it. This was why her fists were so extraordinary to Diane. It seemed that Amethyst also had some comprehensions of the law of balance. After all, she had been the very first child born of an ice and fire phoenix. These laws were ingrained into her naturally, allowing her to create her violet flames with ease, or else she wouldn't have been born to begin with. However, Madeline hadn't come to comprehend this portion of her faith seed until Eve was taken in by Diane. It seemed his decision back then had been quite a good one. The more strength his wives had, the more at ease he felt. Of his wives, Madeline's cultivation speed only lost in comparison to Amphrey's. However, it was blazing fast in comparison to other people. Currently, she was already on the verge of becoming a third-stage Dao realm expert. The so-called Spear Queen, she was still lacking in comparison to his wife. If Madeline went all out, her only path would be death despite the fact she was a third-stage Dao formation realm expert herself. The Spear Queen was stunned by this reality, but she could only pull her spear back and pierce again. A flurry of attacks was unleashed with a speed that blinded the eye. There was no question that the Spear Queen was giving her everything. Madeline calmly met these attacks. Sometimes, she would meet them high, deflecting them downward at their weakness. Sometimes she would meet them low, deflecting them upward. The Spear Queen's steps began erratic, losing their rhythm. Every one of her attacks seemed to fall to the side harmlessly. It felt that no matter how much power she put in, her opponent would perfectly match it. It almost felt as though she was fighting nothing but herself. "My husband isn't someone you can casually challenge," Madeline said with a light smile. "If you cannot even match me, you are certainly no match for him." Madeline's folded fan suddenly opened. It blazed with a violet flame, alternating for scorching cold with blazing heat. With a flick of her wrist, a violet scythe pierced through the air, cleaving through the Spear Queen's defenses with absolute ease and landing on her ample chest. It felt for a moment that she had been hit in the gut with a truck. Her eyes popped outward as her lips uncontrollably spewed blood and saliva. Even as she flew through the streets, crashing into the ground continuously, she realized that her opponent had shown mercy. Had she not, the left side of her body would no longer be connected to the right. Diane casually glanced at the Spear Queen's body arching through the air. Pink. Unexpected choice. Suddenly, he felt a jab to his side, only to find not just one, but 4 pairs of eyes glaring at him. Diane coughed. "It's not my fault who made such flimsy undergarments." Diane knew well he wasn't going to win this one. The Spear Queen's underwear were definitely top quality. It was just that who could create something that could obscure immortal sense on the mortal plane? "Humph." Diane cleared his throat. "It seems our leisurely days are over. Did you even have a plan when you came here?" Ree asked. "Of course I had a plan," Diane said defensively. "To wreak havoc, is that not enough of a plan?" Ree and Clara rolled their eyes. Diane really was too much sometimes. Even if he had full confidence in Luna, was it really such a good idea to turn the ire of the Sprite Alliance toward her? But in the end, they understood. Since they dared to act against Luna those near 3 decades ago, it meant they had already been prepared for a falling out. Diane had already planned on not letting any of them go. Plus, an internal war was something the Sprite Alliance would never allow to happen now. Even if their alliance splintered, it couldn't be allowed to fall apart. Fine. Let's go do something productive." Diane nodded his head toward the Spear Queen. "Take her with us." Clara's ruby eyes flashed with gold as a defensive array platform lifted the Spear Queen's unconscious body up. Innate Aurora. The murmurings of the crowd grew more feverish. In just a few moments, they saw one of their best geniuses defeated with ease by one woman. Then the appearance of an incredibly rare soul constitution by a second. If just 2 were this talented, what about the 3rd and the 4th? More importantly, just who was the man they all called husband? Clara faltered slightly before continuing her nonchalant actions. She had almost forgotten that having an innate aurora was an incredibly rare trait. You could probably count the number of geniuses who had one on just a few hands in the outer powers. She had been a bit spoiled by the fact thousands of them existed in Soul Universe. But, if she thought about it, a few thousand in comparison to a population of trillions, that was still incomparably rare, no? "If you're going there, wear something else," Ree said with a pout. Putting his hands up in mock defeat, Diane bent to his wife's wishes. Maybe it really was inappropriate for him to go there wearing sweats. With a snap of his fingers, his entire aura changed. Robes of royal blue, silver, and gold appeared in his body. Maybe it really was that the clothes made the man, because the instant this occurred, those watching suddenly realized that this seemingly normal young man was maybe even more handsome than his wives were beautiful. His eyes twinkled with a sharp golden light. His jaw was firm and masculine, synergizing with his careless smile. His hair, short filaments of goldish brown, waved gently in the wind. He looked no different from an emperor that ruled over countless nations. The cashier beauty felt her heartbeat quicken out of her control. Was this really the same man who was making dirty jokes in her shop just minutes ago? "Let's go." Diane took a step and vanished. It wasn't just him, but his wives and the Spear Queen as well. Each of them had disappeared as though they were never there to begin with. How is that possible? Numerous spatial sprites felt their worlds turn upside down. Was it possible for an expert to manipulate space without their knowledge? Just where did they go? This was the foremost thought in everyone's minds. But they could have never expected that their question wouldn't take very long to be answered. It was just that Diane appeared in a place they would have never guessed. One might expect the center of a capital to hold the seat of their rulers, maybe a government building or a parliament of sorts. However, the center of the sprite capital was nothing of the sort. Before it stood a tower structure, a magnificent sight indeed. However, it wasn't a palace or a castle, a monument or even a parliament. It was a martial land, a training ground for the very best. The so-called true training program the Sprite Alliance promised? It was right here. One after another, Dian and his demon generals began to appear. Amid a constant growing number of hostile stares toward these strangers, Dian's personal army grew to over 3,000. However, before disdain could set in, the crumpled body of their spear queen was carelessly tossed to the ground, causing their pupils to constrict into pinholes. See, I did have a good plan. Now we don't have to deal with fodder. I'm good, right? Dian grinned. You call this a plan? Clara muttered. You're basically just declaring war. Dian's gaze turned cold. Since they dared lay hands on my daughter, death is too good for them. I'll start with humiliation. Dian's chest expanded slightly. A moment later, his voice covered the whole of the planet. I hear that sprites shamelessly claim to be the greatest race of humans in this era. I'm of the opinion that this is nothing but bullshit. For every second you all waste my time, I'll kill another sprite and hang them up. Maybe if you don't respond fast enough, I'll start with your precious pink panty-wearing spear goddess. Who? This sort of instigation was bad enough, but it appearing at the very center of the Sprite Alliance was another slap to the face entirely. Numerous powerhouses turned their senses toward the martial training grounds, only to find that an entire lineup of 3,000 warriors stood expressionlessly behind 4 women and 1 man. Just what was going on? They couldn't seem to understand. These people weren't Sapientia. They obviously weren't giants because there were no fluctuations of those special shape-changing treasures. There were no devil chi fluctuations either, and though some of them were beasts, the majority of them were not. And what were those words he said about their spear queen? The more Dian's words echoed, the greater the rage became. Even those in secluded training charged out of the martial training tower, looking on with gazes that seemed to be capable of killing. This is much less fanfare than I was expecting. You'd think as geniuses they'd move faster than this. Dian muttered to himself as he raised a finger. A beam of dark red flames left his finger, piercing the collarbone of a sprite genius who was on the verge of opening his mouth to speak what Dian thought must have been some threatening words. But quite frankly, he didn't have the patience to listen. A pained raw left the sprite youth's lips as he collapsed, his body shivering in pain. The gathering sprite geniuses who were just on the verge of all but rioting were suddenly frozen solid. The youth now crying in pain on the ground wasn't just anybody. In fact, none of them were nobodies. If they could enter these training grounds, they the best of the absolute best. And yet, it took nothing but a single finger for him to be completely incapacitated. At this moment, the unconscious spear queen began to finally come to. Ainika! An enraged roar shook the Sprite Alliance capital. A young man with eyes the color of hot coals and hair alternating between a shimmering ivory and dark magenta involuntarily called out the moment he saw the spear queen's state. The ground beneath his feet splintered and shook, his aura climbing at unprecedented speeds. Middle Dao formation stage, HM, still not enough. Until those youths who are worthy of taking Marshall Saint pills appear, this is nothing but a waste of time. Dian thought plainly. Aridhel, Dian said lightly. Yes, successor. Vice Commander Aridhel stepped forward with a light, carefree smile on his face. If it wasn't for the fact his ears were that of normal humans, one could easily mistake him for a prince of elves. His steps were light, despite the heavy black armor on his body. He seemed to float as though he was nothing more than a feather. Twin sabers appeared in his hands, but their frame was so slight and frail that many believed they couldn't possibly be the weapons of a man. The sprite youth who called out the Spear Queen's name twitched with rage. To send a mere first-stage Dao Realm warrior to battle him, this was an insult he wouldn't stand for. Kyler was ranked 3rd among spiritual sprites and ranked top 20 amongst all sprite geniuses. This sort of insult wasn't one that he'd take lying down. especially after seeing the woman he fancied strung up and hung as though she was nothing more than an ornament of their humiliation. His aura continued to climb, violent greens and dark purplish hues surrounding his body. Diane gave Aradhel not a single hint nor any advice. The demon generals were all world-class geniuses from across numerous eras. Diane simply didn't need to guide him even if this task was difficult. "You have 3 hours," Diane said. Aradhel laughed. "In that case, I'll do it in 1. Suddenly, the elven prince's slender but powerful body fell forward. It seemed for a moment that he would fall face first in the ground below, but that was when his pierce toward Kyler with speeds beyond common sense. Diane might have been able to emulate speed with his spatial wills, but Aradhel was a true speed specialist. Kyler roared, his momentum reaching its peak in an instant as his true domain whirled to life around him. "So what if you're faster than I am? What does your speed mean within my poison world?" Unfortunately, matters simply didn't go how Kyler imagined. At first, those spectating believed that Aradhel hadn't activated his true domain yet because he simply hadn't comprehended one. After all, he was a mere first-stage Dao expert. It took time to formulate one's own true domain. But as the man who looked like an elven prince attacked, they began to realize that his carefree smile didn't leave. His sabers were akin to twin demon scythes, his arms swinging along with their grace as though he was dancing to a beautiful rhythm. Poison? Aradhel fought as though he didn't notice. Demon Emperor's Will. Act 2. Stage 3. Aradhel's bodily strength grew by a factor of 64 just as the hour mark was approaching. A moment later, a world of fire shattered Kyler's true domain, which had already been at the end point of his stamina. "I guess I'll keep my promise," he said with a smile. Demonic Pedestal Dance. 51st Stance. Aradhel's sabers carried the will of death. Bloody cuts began to accumulate on Kyler's body. No matter what he tried to counter with, it all seemed useless. Puyu Kyler lost a leg. Puyu Kyler lost an arm. A quick saber slit across his torso. Aradhel's demonic dance was only just reaching its peak. His eyes had lost their carefree charm and were replaced by the orbs of darkness. He seemed to want to plunge the world into endless depths of death and despair. His twin sabers snaked forward, crossing over like a pair of scissors aimed at decapitating the sprite youth. Kyler's gaze lost its light. He had not only lost, he had lost terribly. Now, the only thing that awaited him was death. "That's enough." Diane's voice was soft, but the seemingly possessed Aradhel snapped out of it immediately. By the time his attack paused, the sharp edges of both of his blades had been across Kyler's neck, their spines resting on his shoulders as though using them as a road to his life. The mighty sprite youth collapsed, his legless hip and armless shoulder forcing him to strew in his own puddle of blood. Diane smiled as Aradhel strode back. That was a clever way to handle his poison. Not bad. Aradhel grinned but said nothing more. Diane knew that Aradhel specialized in 2 paths, the twin saber and fire. Neither of those things could directly deal with such potent poison, but Aradhel had another trump card: his inner world. Aradhel actually purposely allowed the poison into his body and let it to fuse with his chi. Then, he swapped this poison chi for healthy chi stored within his inner world. Like this, even though he was inviting the poison into his body, it actually didn't weaken him at all. Then, he was actually able to turn Kyler's own strength against him when he projected his true domain. He took hold of Kyler's chi after using his godship abilities within his inner world to purify it. Then, he added it to his own strength, using it to fuel his final attack flurry. Like this, one of the Sprite Alliance's 20 best geniuses fell to a young man none of them had ever heard of. On top of this, though Diane might have seemed merciful, not killing Kyler at all was yet another slap to the face. Maybe after today, Kyler would never again be the genius he once was. The sprites, of course, wanted to avenge this loss. But now it was obvious that no one ranked below Anika and Kyler were worthy of participating. However, they lost one after another. Malshira, a gorgeous young lady with blazing red hair, was next. She wielded a great sword 2 times the height and 3 times the width of her very own body. Yet the bloody massacre she left in her wake was undeniable. Ithiri, An ice beauty with a long snaking whip in the shape of a white-scaled serpent decimated the earthen sprite's third-ranked genius. Galia. She was a usually scantily clad young woman with sharp flying daggers strapped all around her slender, soft legs. If it wasn't for the fact every flick of her wrist led to a rain of blood, one wouldn't have the heart to attack such a beautiful woman. But, currently, in her black armor, she was no longer a beauty, but rather a harbinger of death. The vice-commanders swept through the geniuses of the Sprite Alliance. The only ones who didn't raise a hand to attack themselves were Ryu and his mother Geralda, but the reason why was obvious. It wasn't that they were too weak, but rather because they were dragons. Diane was making it a point to defeat this so-called Sprite Alliance with nothing but humans. The sprites could only watch on in horror as the geniuses they revered were beaten and bludgeoned. The only hope they had to cling to was that the first and second-ranked geniuses of their Sprite Alliance had yet to even appear, let alone battle. But this was only a minor comfort. For one, none of the warriors Diane had called up to fight had struggled even remotely. This meant that while they only had 5 such geniuses of the caliber of the third-ranked, Diane had more than a dozen at the very least. Secondly, Diane himself had yet to take action. And neither had the 4 beauties by his side. This was truly a tragic day for the Sprite Alliance. Many of their highest-ranked elders watching on had to be held back from acting rashly. If they had to step in personally for a battle of youths, they would do nothing but humiliate the Sprite Alliance further. The issue was that their first and second-ranked geniuses weren't currently there. They were only now rushing back, so they had no choice but to endure. However, even while they were stressing over these matters, others were laughing at them. In fact, many of their so-called tourists had begun reporting these matters to their own powers while also beginning to curiously analyze this Sacharo clan. I guess there's no one left. Diane shook his head. Let's go. Instead of leaving the center of the Sprite Alliance territory, Diane actually walked forward. He didn't spare a single glance toward the Sprite youths sprawled on the ground, half dead as he directly entered the looming tower. Since the Sprite Alliance was so kind as to open their martial grounds to us poor Tower Quadrant geniuses, we'll be sure to take full advantage. Though, I'm a bit of a difficult guest, so I hope you'll understand if I make this area my own. With a surge of his aura, a strong wind will swept through the martial grounds surroundings, throwing the bloodied bodies and limbs of Sprite geniuses a distance away and clearing out the entrance. Like this, Diane and his demon generals took the pride of the Sprite Alliance for themselves. In an affluent corner of the Sprite Alliance capital, a group of individuals with sharp golden eyes, adorned with crystalline spectacles, watched on with interest. This was a group of Sapientia who came to the Sprite Alliance to sightsee. But they never expected to find such great entertainment waiting for them. Tower Quadrants, he says? Since when did those poor quadrants birth so many geniuses? One of the Sapientia frowned. I don't think we should be laughing. Oh? Why's that? The group of Sapientia looked over toward the young man who spoke with interested gazes. The culture of Sapientia was quite a unique one. They fancied themselves to be refined and noble individuals not in terms of lineage, but rather in terms of character as well. The Sapientia were the only clan in existence who didn't care for bloodlines and only valued talent above all else. This was why many of their greatest geniuses married commoners. To them, your lineage didn't matter as long as you yourself were a great talent. It was for this reason that the Sapientia ancestors' first words were an attempt to recruit Diane rather than rebuke him. All of this was to say that many Sapientia, regardless of what their true personalities may or may not be, always acted calm and refined on the surface. This scene here of a collection of them, numbering a bit over a half-dozen, sipping tea at noon, was quite a common occurrence. So, even though this young man's words were contradictory to their own feelings, they didn't have a great reaction to them, but rather listened on with interest. I believe you're all aware that Aritzia has come back, no? Of course. A great genius of our Sapientia clan, indeed. Well, the details of her failure should also be clear to you. It was none other than to this Sacharo clan that she was handed her defeat by. More accurately, by this Diane Sacharo individual specifically. Ah, so it seems the Sprite Alliance wasn't the first to take a loss to this Diane Sacharo. To defeat Aritzia, he truly isn't simple. Have we not tried to have him join our family? It likely isn't so simple. I hear he has a great hatred for our clan, though I'm not certain why. Isn't it obvious? Since Aritzia put herself in a position to lose to him, it means that she acted against him first. She likely crossed his bottom line. It's a shame. Geniuses like him do not change their minds easily. It's better to simply kill him. Well, you have fun with that. I'm not sure how you plan on killing him without the use of your faith. By my estimates, he's not just marginally stronger than those demon generals of his. The gap should be massive. The most conservative estimate is that he's on par with the Sprite Alliance's battle gods. The most damning estimate is that he's even beyond them. We should discuss this. In all likelihood, this is the best opportunity we have to kill him. He's arrogant and riding high currently. If we ignore the possibility of offending the Sprite Alliance and use our faith in their capital, we can rid ourselves of a future problem right now. We should discuss the possibility, yes. But I'm of the belief that our conclusion will be that it's not worth it. Oh, why do you say so, sister? It's a simple deduction, really. Any man who can defeat Aritzia is not a fool. I see what you mean. Since he's acting so arrogantly at the very center of the Sprite Alliance's capital, he definitely has something to rely upon. It may not be so easy to kill him as we think. Indeed, a man like this must receive the utmost care. We need to diligently plan to take him down. I don't think it's our turn to do so, a Sapientia youth laughed. Aritzia has likely been planning for her next attempt since she lost almost half a century ago. Now, whatever she can come up with will be far beyond our own abilities. Simply let her deal with it. As for us, let's simply enjoy the show. There should be an excellent show to watch. I hear that the dragon geniuses have flocked to the Nephilim Alliance. Oh? Is it starting again? Should be. You know that dragons have the highest number of higher existences. Strictly speaking, dragons don't have any real territory of their own. They're best simply make danger regions their homes. It's no surprise they always go to hone themselves in Nephilim territory. Right. The Nephilim seem quite crude, but they are an incredibly intelligent race despite their lust for battle. Coupling this with the fact their territories are the most ancient, they do indeed have the best training grounds. I hear there are many places there that even a transcendent descended from the immortal plane wouldn't casually enter. That's definitely an exaggeration, but the show should be good. I wonder if the Sprite battle gods will last long enough to make it to the Nephilim Alliance gathering. Diane, who had just entered the first floor of the martial grounds, suddenly sneered without apparent cause. Good choice, he thought. I wouldn't have minded killing a few Sapientia, but oh well. The first floor of the tower was surprisingly a mystical world. From Diane's understanding, each floor was likely a new one. It was truly a grand display of the Sprite Alliance's wealth. Diane himself once had 3 mystical worlds. The Golden Flame mystical world, the Demon Sage's mystical world, and the Celestial Beast's mystical world. But now, he only had 2 after his father-in-law absorbed the core of the Demon Sage's mystical world to bring his new body back up to his former peak. He had been quite proud of that fact, but the Sprite Alliance actually had 9, 1 for each floor of their looming tower. It seemed that the outer powers truly shouldn't be underestimated. This first mystical world didn't seem to have anything special about it on the surface, just a beautiful forest teeming with wildlife. But Diane immediately saw through how this was quite a dangerous area to be in. The chi density is incredibly low. For the celestial and Tao realms where much of our strength comes from manipulating atmospheric chi, this is as good as snatching over 90% of our strength. Even Luna would struggle here mightily. Luna had the strength to match any higher existence, but her power was highly dependent on the chi around her. After all, she didn't have cultivation for herself. If she was in a chi-dense area, she was likely the strongest individual on this mortal plane, undefeated by all no matter who her opponent was. But if she was in a place lacking chi, it was possible for her to lose to a child who had only just begun cultivating. Another weakness of hers was faith. Faith seemed to be the only chi she couldn't forcibly snatch, so whenever she met an opponent with higher faith than her own, She would once more become no different from a mortal, albeit a mortal who couldn't die. Dian was trying to find a way to fix this glaring weakness of the mother of his child. But it was difficult. Maybe the crudest solution would be to have Luna carry around an origin crystal. In that case, no one would be able to defeat her. After all, even the lowest grade origin crystal carried immortal essence chi, the lowest grade energy of the immortal plane. However, there was a glaring problem with this solution still. When Dian used his origin crystals to perform tasks, like say using it to power a teleportation array, its power seemed endless. But the truth was that it wasn't. Why hadn't Dian given his origin crystals to the puppets within the Sage Tower? If he had immortal puppets by his side, he could have already swept through the mortal plane even before the ancient battlefield descended. The higher existences of the Sapientia and Nephilim could likely rely on faith to match the strength of a immortal essence expert, but matching would be all. Dian had 10 origin crystals, one for each of the master key arrays. So he should have enough fire power. So why not? The reason was simple. A single origin crystal would power an immortal puppet for a few minutes at most. The only reason the master key arrays were able to be powered by the origin crystals for so long was because their power output was dialed down significantly. Remember this. Weren't the master key arrays just of the planet grade? Could it be that the 24th White Mother had no ability to draw star-grade teleportation arrays? Impossible. She purposely lowered the grade of her teleportation array and used what remained of her power and expertise to focus on lowering the conversion standard of the origin crystals. Essentially, these teleportation arrays were only of the planet grade on the surface, but they held concepts even beyond the star grade in their depths. So what was the problem in simple terms? The more power Luna needed to draw out from the origin crystal, the more difficult it became to control its output. The more energy one had to draw from an origin crystal, the more difficult it was to control its flow of energy. If one wanted more power, you would need a sturdier leash. But Dian didn't have the ability to provide Luna this leash just yet. At first he believed that Luna would be able to reel in the energy herself, but it seemed that when it came to controlling chi above the mortal plane, her abilities took a drastic spike downward. Dian could only speculate as to why this was. Maybe the heavens never intended their children to reach the immortal plane. But more likely it was just that Luna needed some more time to practice. Heaven's children didn't have access to all of their abilities immediately. The prime example was Eli, who needed some time to slowly become accustomed to his limits and how to push by them. They all needed time to mature. What Luna was lacking was a place to practice. But didn't Dian himself just gain the most suitable place? Dian didn't know how Luna's body would react to the immortal plane, but if she increased her control of immortal chi, it would greatly benefit her. We don't have much time. Dian was still unsatisfied with this. Luna had lived for billions of years, but even all that experience wasn't enough for her to control immortal chi. Who knew how long she would take? He needed a better solution. If only the energy core was the solution. Dian wouldn't hesitate to give Luna the energy core if necessary. However, it didn't fix the problem at all. After all, controlling energy was the energy core's active ability, not passive ability. While Luna was essentially an energy core with controlling energy as her own passive ability. What did this mean? It meant Luna was already better than the energy core at controlling energy. Dian also thought of just giving Luna a large supply of enigmatic stones, but that idea simply wasn't sustainable. One would need at least a dozen enigmatic stones to match a single attack from a Peak Dao expert. In order to match a single attack from a fallen, at least 1,000-fold that amount was needed. And for a higher existence? 1,000-fold even that. Even Dian wasn't rich enough to sustain such a thing. He would go broke in just a few seconds. What a headache. Still, he couldn't give up on finding a solution. This wasn't the immortal plane where there were massive expanses of land that always had a certain level of chi density. On the mortal plane, there was the expanse of space that had no chi at all. And most of the battles between higher existences had to take place in that space or else everything would be destroyed. He couldn't allow Luna to continue carrying this weakness. Dian suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Only then did he realize he had been zoning out again. He looked back only to see an Amphory with her eyes half closed. He could only smile bitterly and sweep her into his arms. A moment later, the soft sound of her rhythmic breathing made it obvious that she had fallen asleep. Her head rested on his chest, a light smile on her face as she took advantage of him. I've become a bed now. Amphory would sometimes feel uncontrollable bouts of sleep. But this was honestly a good thing. Whenever her sleep was out of her control, it meant that the coming benefits would be even greater. Diane wasn't very worried about this wife of his, though. A constitution wouldn't have such a glaring weakness when fully awakened. If one thought they could take advantage of Amphory while she slept, they would be in for a rude awakening. If she was powerless in this state, how could she have survived all those years alone? The truth was that this sleeping Amphory was the scariest. Her sleep was akin to a selfless state the likes of which even Diane had never even sniffed the edge of. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was twice as powerful in her sleep, maybe more. Still, even knowing this, Diane couldn't help but smile at her adorable appearance. She always had an expressionless visage, but it was only when she slept in his arms like this would she truly relax. All right. Diane looked toward his demon generals who were still standing in an orderly fashion to his back. I'm sure you've all sensed it. It is borderline impossible to control atmospheric chi here, so your strengths have been drastically lowered. But I won't be listening to any excuses. There are quite a few records set here by the sprite geniuses. I want you to break them all. And when you reach the 9th mystical world, I want those of you who haven't broken into the Tao realm to do so. Your foundations are now firm enough. Yes, successor. The demon generals no longer hesitated, diving into the martial grounds with confident glints in their eyes. For too long, they had felt like a burden to Diane. As he continued to grow in strength, they lagged behind. Those days in the epistemic tower hadn't been forgotten by them. The humiliation of having their pride stomped and smeared into the ground. If it wasn't for Diane's appearance, maybe they would still be experiencing that suppression on the celestial floors. They all had pride of their own. Diane wasn't only a man that had saved their lives. He was their brother, their leader, their king, their emperor. If they couldn't support him properly, their lives simply weren't worth living anymore. Diane watched them all leave with a light smile on his face before using his creation array to conjure up a hammock, a few chairs, and a table. He lounged in the hammock, making sure not to rock Amphory too much while Clara, and Madeline took their own seats. It wasn't long before they were all enjoying delicious dishes from Saru. I really should have them call me something else. I don't want to be that old man's successor. Diane all but pouted. You know, while you're thinking of ridiculous things, the Sprite Alliance is probably on fire right now. Ree said as she wiped crumbs from her lips. Diane grinned. They're about to be more than just on fire. As if on cue, a reverberating dong sound swept through the Sprite Alliance territory. Their citizens knew well what this sound meant. A record had been broken. Fastest first time clearance of the first floor. Fastest clearance of the first floor. Fastest victory against Crystal Giant. Most destruction points in first floor clearance. The bell was endless. The nightmare of the Sprite Alliance had only just begun. The Sprite Alliance was indeed on fire currently. The higher-ups had no idea how to deal with the current situation. Some of them even began to blame each other for allowing the tower quadrants to come here in the first place. If it wasn't the exchange program, would they have to deal with this humiliation? Diane, the instigator behind all of this, was leisurely reading with his wife sleeping in his arms. It was as though the ringing bells had nothing to do with him. These records were of course set by the geniuses of the Sprite Alliance who had consumed Marshall St. Pills. However, all of Diane's demon generals had also consumed Marshall St. Pills. On top of this, record were divided into the lower, middle, higher, and peak Tao realm. Since all of the records his demon generals were annihilating were of the lower Tao realm, the Sprite Alliance truly stood not a single chance. I could break into the middle Tao realm and obliterate those records as well. Then I can let Amphory deal with the higher Tao realm records. But that's unnecessary. Let's not push it too far for now, or else they'll feel justified in sending over their upper echelon. Instead, Dian smiled lightly as he perused the soul tome in his hand. This little guy was truly too fickle. The only technique it had ever shown Dian was Inner World, Sanctuary, and that was only after he called it useless all those years ago. Dian still remembered the day he gained the soul tome. He had just awakened his manifestation and caused the stone monument of the elves to shatter, revealing the soul tome hidden within. When he first got the soul tome, he realized its pages were blank. So he called it useless. In response, the soul tome gave him the greatest cultivation technique ever created. Dian didn't know why, but since that day, the soul tome hadn't shown him any other techniques. Maybe it was because he didn't try actively enough, or maybe there was another hidden reason. But none of that mattered now, because the very first time Dian tried to actively snatch another technique from its pages, the results were so great he grinned from ear to ear. The second and third portion of Soul Aid was actually within the soul tome. Dian had earned Soul Aid from Orcus core treasures. Since then, it had been a great help to him in battle. This auxiliary technique was one of the best for converting soul strength into combat prowess. Unfortunately, back then, he had only found the first portion, with the whereabouts of the second and third completely unknown to him, until today. The first portion was split into 3 stages, or what were called degrees of freedom. With it, one gained 3 abilities. Tier 1 allowed to weaken or strengthen. Tier 2 allowed one to accelerate or slow. Tier 3 allowed one to shrink or grow. The simple explanation was that one used their soul in order to perform numerous calculations to find a path to change comprehended techniques. This allowed one's combat prowess to skyrocket by relying on the soul to increase strength. The second and third portions also had their own heaven-defying abilities. The second portion also had 3 abilities. Tier 4 allowed one to manipulate. Tier 5 allowed one to change. Tier 6 allowed one to layer. Manipulate gave one the ability to control the shape and density of one's technique. This ability was an upgraded form of shrink and grow. When one used shrink, it concentrated the power of a technique into a smaller form, thus allowing its strength to skyrocket. When one used grow, it dispersed the power of a technique into a larger form, thus weakening it, but giving it a greater area of effect. Manipulate could concentrate more power or disperse more power without changing the size of a technique, making it the greater degree of freedom. It was also possible to stack grow and manipulate, allowing a technique to grow in size without losing its potency. Change gave one the ability to convert the core of a technique. Essentially, one could make a fire technique into a water technique or vice versa. However, it was deeper than this. It was possible to apply the concepts of a fist technique into a leg technique, or even convert concepts of a movement technique in an attacking technique. This degree of freedom was only limited by the imagination and soul strength of its wielder. Layer gave one the ability to fuse and stack techniques in the truest sense, vastly increasing their strength. It was the simplest of these so far, but its abilities were likely the most potent, especially when stacked with the others. The third portion had the final 3 degrees of freedom. Enlightened Lines of Efficiency has the ability to drastically lower the energy needed to perform techniques without decreasing their power. It was essentially a stronger version of the weaken and slow degrees of freedom. Reinforce could make techniques far stronger in exchange for increasing their energy requirement. Techniques usually had a cap on their strength depending on their grade, but Reinforce could circumvent this cap forcefully. It was essentially the upgraded version of Strengthen and Accelerate. Finally, Transcend was the final Tier 9 degree of freedom. It allowed one to raise the grade of a technique entirely, causing a qualitative change in its strength. This was the upgraded version of Reinforce. Dian felt like a child on Christmas Day. He also felt less troubled about only finding this technique now. Judging by its complexity, he wouldn't have had a chance in comprehending it before his divine sense broke into the immortal sense realm. Could Enlightened Lines of Efficiency have what I need to fix Luna's problems? Soul Aid, after the first portion, wasn't as simple as mere calculation any longer. Each held profound laws that manipulated the rules of existence itself. It really might hold the very keys he needed. My earthen sprites will not stand for this. A man who would have looked mighty familiar to Dian roared, causing an unknown independent space to quake under his surging chi. For powers on the level of the Sprite Alliance, there were numerous modifications made to their territory. For example, even their lesser planets could withstand a battle between celestials, while a place like this that housed their capital could handle a decent battle between Dao experts and maintain its form. An impressive feat considering Dian's home planet could barely withstand a battle between saints. This independent space was another such modification. It wasn't exactly a mystical world, but it was a hidden pocket dimension that could be quickly and easily accessed by all those with high enough status. If one had to point toward the most secure location in all of their territory, this would be the place. In fact, even Dian wasn't listening in on their conversation. Since Dian was only a first-grade world seer, he only had the ability to see through one universe at a time. However, this pocket space had barriers around it that rivaled the barrier between universes. As a result, Dian would need to progress his immortal sense to the next stage in order to peer into their secret meeting. In this regard, this pocket space was even beyond mystical worlds which Dian could peer through the layers of with ease. That said, did Dian really have a need to do any of this? After all, since this was such an important space of the Sprite Alliance, how could Luna not have access to it? Anything of importance would reach Dian's ears one way or another. Calm your anger. Do you know how much of a laughingstock we would be if you had to step out personally to seek revenge? Had you found him before he made all of this noise and killed him silently, there wouldn't have been a problem. But now he's slapped the faces of our entire alliance. This can't be resolved with a flick of the hand any longer. This man was none other than the very owner of the projection amphory shattered a few weeks back. It was no wonder his anger was fuming. Not only had a genius of his clan been slaughtered right before him, but he also lost 3 meridians worth of cultivation in an instant. Had it not been for the fact the Sprite Alliance's resources far outmatched the Jiashou clans, he would have suffered the same drop in cultivation Jiashou Ken's uncle had to jade before Dian purposely restored him. 3 meridians might seem like a minor number, but to a Dao expert, especially one in the peak Dao realm, this was a crippling amount worth tens of thousands of years of effort. The fact that his eyes were reddened with rage that could put any beast to shame wasn't a surprise to anyone here. Seeing the earthen sprite elder being forced silent, the other sprites continued. Of course, for such a minor event, none of the 5 higher existences would bother to appear. So, this earthen sprite could actually be considered one of the topmost powerhouses here. It was just unfortunate for him that there were 5. We can only leave this situation to young pups with undefeatable spirits. And if they also fail? The atmosphere turned heavy. This was obviously a possibility none of them wanted to think about. In that case, we can only rely on that child. Bitter smiles swept through the gathering of elders. No matter how disgruntled that unblemished empress is, the face of our Sprite Alliance still directly affects her. A stubborn old sprite muttered. Disgruntled? You fools tried to kidnap her daughter. The fact she didn't declare all-out war or sever herself from the Alliance is something you should all be grateful for. Now you want to ask that very same daughter you tried to turn into a pawn to save your behinds. What thick faces you have. It was no surprise that the elder who spoke was of Luna's heavenly sprites, but no one called out the obvious bias behind their words because they were correct nonetheless. Obviously, whatever meeting took place all those years ago to decide to take action against Luna hadn't included the heavenly sprites. Your unblemished empress is stifling our progress. The timeless library could be our key to surpassing the Sapientia and even the Nephilim. Are you trying to convince me? Or yourself? Another heavenly sprite sneered. How many stories of successful journeys to the timeless library have you heard about? And, even if there were many, there's less than 100 years to the descent of the ancient battlefield. You know well about the random time displacement of that godforsaken library. How can you guarantee anyone we send in would come out in an appropriate enough period to be useful? It's different this time, a spiritual sprite rebutted. You think we're fools? Do you think the ability of Higher Existence Oracle is just for show? I'm sure Higher Existence Oracle helped draft the plan to encroach upon our agreements, stab the backs of your allies, and attempt to kidnap an innocent child as well. But how did that work out for you? The atmosphere grew more tense, but the heavenly sprites only sneered. "I'll let you pitiful fools in on another secret. The reason why your foolish plan failed in the first place is because that young man you all think you can kill with the flick of a hand was there to protect Eris Aluna while you all had lured the unblemished one away. If you think you're going to convince that willful lass to battle her own savior, you're more foolish than even I thought." No one knew what to say. However, somehow, these words made them sigh more a breath of relief than anything else. If this Dian Sicharo was raised up on his own by some unknown Sicharo clan, it was too much to accept. But, by this heavenly sprite's words, there seemed to be a deep relationship between the unblemished one and this child. He might even be the unblemished one's disciple. In that case, his power was far more acceptable. But after this relief, a stronger bitterness set in. If what this woman said was true, then that meant that all of this might be happening under the unblemished one's tacit agreement. In that case, it's possible that these matters were even more complicated than they once believed. What do your heavenly sprites mean by this? Is this supposed to be an act of war? And why do you seemingly have so many hidden forces? Since when did the unblemished one raise so many hidden geniuses? What intentions do you have? A hoarse voice that had been quiet to now spoke, cutting through the atmosphere with an oppressive, domineering aura. These words were like poison, raising the skepticism within the meeting space. However, the heavenly sprites didn't back down. "What do we mean by this? What did your armament sprites mean by secretly sending 5 blade clans to the tower quadrants? Maybe if it wasn't for the descent of the ancient battlefield, we still wouldn't know about them. And you?" The heavenly sprite shifted her gaze once more. "What did your spiritual sprites mean by snatching the star clan that was once under the umbrella of our heavenly sprites? Not only did you snatch them away, when you had ripped all the secrets you could from them, you humiliated them, all before sending them off to the tower quadrants as well. Even when it seemed the atmosphere couldn't become tenser, the heavy air only grew. The story of the Star Clan was one Dian had a marginal understanding of, mostly because he didn't care much for it. But he was aware that they had suffered a terrible humiliation in the past. The dividing line between heavenly and spiritual sprites wasn't as clear-cut as the differences between the other sprites. As a result, sometimes the spiritual sprites took advantage of Luna's loose requirements of her subordinates to snatch useful clans for themselves. Earthen sprites were known for their oneness with the land. Among their number there were mineral sprites like Little Rain who had still yet to awaken from absorbing the fire sprite in the Golden Flame mystical world. However, mineral sprites like Little Rain were actually quite rare. Among the earthen sprites, only higher existence earthen could wield control over any and all minerals like Little Rain. Of course, this was also because the so-called sprites were actually only half sprite while Little Rain was a full sprite. Simply put, the earthen sprites usually had specific minerals, ores, and metals they had better control over. The oracle sprites were known for prediction abilities. This didn't necessarily mean looking into the future, but they had great calculative minds. They were a race known for being on par and often even more intelligent than the Sapientia. Some of their greater geniuses could parse the future into probabilities, but there was no certainty in the lines they drew, which was why the heavenly sprite dismissed higher existence oracle so blatantly. The armament sprites were the most straightforward. They wielded the greatest military power of the Sprite Alliance, coupled with the fact their weapon affinities usually made them abrasive, and the result was quite an overbearing group of sprites. Finally, there were the heavenly and spiritual sprites. Their differences were difficult to find. They were both sprites who wielded various energy affinities, but there was a subtle difference. Heavenly sprites were more like elementals. They could control fire, wind, water, etc. with ease. However, there were also rarer affinities such as space within them as well. In the past, the Star Clan's star power energy was among these. Spiritual sprites, however, wielded more vaguely defined energies. For example, demonic will, the Sapientia clan's abacus will, energies that were difficult to place appropriate labels upon. As the term spiritual denotes, usually these energies had less of a direct impact on strength and more of an auxiliary one. But this still wasn't the case 100% of the time. The short of it was that these vague lines often led to disputes between the two factions as to which clans were under their jurisdiction and which ones weren't. Star power was a vague energy that was hard to categorize and had both direct and auxiliary benefits, so it was no wonder this clan's affiliations came under fire. Still, had the Star clan simply refused the advances of the spiritual sprites, even if they were 100 times bolder, they wouldn't have dared pursue their ridiculous dispute. After all, since there wasn't any certain answer, why was there a need for the Star clan to switch sides? However, the Star clan's ancestors chose wrongly. Not only did their poor decision result in the downfall of their clan and their humiliation, it was this very betrayal that exposed the secrets Luna had held tightly to herself for so long. This bad blood had been brewing for a long time. Whether these matters were finally settled now, or if they would boil over into all-out war, only time could tell. Seeing that her words were only greeted with silence, the heavenly sprite's sneer deepened. Today's matters are a warning to you all. This strength the unblemished one is displaying is nothing but the tip of the iceberg. You all believed that you had grasped my Empress' ultimate secret by finding out that she was a heaven's child, but you had no idea that it was already too late. This here is the strength that a heaven's child can provide if you have her support. These are the kinds of geniuses you could have raised as well, but you decided to pit yourselves against her. The unblemished one expects an appropriate response to the wrongs you've committed. You have 3 days, not 1 second more. I'm sure you can decide to ignore my words, but you should probably ask yourselves, if this is the younger generation she's raised, what do her true trump cards look like? A cold sweat matted the backs of the elders as they suddenly remembered something. Heaven's children. When they gave birth, the child would be the ultimate potential of what the non-heaven's child parent could be. Could it be that those demon generals who followed Diane were all the offspring of the heaven's children under Luna's command? The devastating thought sent a shiver through them all. By the time they learned that Luna was a heaven's child, it was already too late. It was possible to subdue a heaven's child when they were still in their infant stages of comprehending their power, but once they had matured, it was near impossible. The only advantage they had was to use faith, but Luna actually wielded slightly more faith than they did individually because she controlled 18 quadrants. And, unless they had the consent of all Alliance members, it was impossible to combine faith to gang up on a single person, or else an alliance would be nothing more than a joke. So, when they learned that Luna was likely hiding a child of her own, they saw an opportunity. They said that this was for the timeless library, but everyone shrewd enough knew well that the main purpose was to control Luna herself. Now, everything was seemingly backfiring. The situation had suddenly been ripped completely out of their control. Not long after she finished these words, the heavenly sprite elder and the others of their faction began to shimmer out of existence. I hope we find your answer satisfactory, or else, effective 3 days from now, the heavenly sprites will leave the Sprite Alliance and declare war. Are you crazy? A roar sounded as they disappeared, but it only received a smirk of disdain. Diane, who reclining leisurely in a hammock with Amphrey still asleep on his chest, smiled as the sound of broken records continued. Who said bending the truth a little every hurt somebody? He mused to himself. No plan, huh? Clara glared at Diane. I told you I had a plan. You just didn't believe me. You! Clara suddenly felt irritated. Diane had indeed said he had a plan, but he had only said that plan was wreaking havoc. If it wasn't for the fact their soul were melded as one and she could see certain aspects of his mind during the last few moments, she really would have continued believing that Diane came here to do nothing but kick up a fuss. Oh, come on. I'm more mature than that. I'm the mighty leader of 100 of universes. I am not so petty. Clara rolled her eyes. If I really wanted to kick up a fuss, my target would have been the Nephilim Gathering. Diane had obviously known about the Nephilim Gathering long ago, not because of anything left by Jade, but rather because of Damaris. After all, even if others didn't know where all the dragons had disappeared to, since his family was so close with the Crystal Dragon clan, they wouldn't be left in the dark. Knowing you, you're going to do both, Ree said lightly. Diane sighed. Not this time. I can't afford to show off too much of my strength right now. There seem to be a few people lurking who want to know exactly what my limits are, I think I'll leave a little surprise for them. The Nephilim gathering isn't just for the younger generation anymore. I hear there's even higher existence participants for some portions. I can't join such a stage without being willing to give it my all. I don't like the idea of losing on purpose. Madeline giggled at these words. Maybe only Diane would ignore the fact there are higher existences participating to say that he wouldn't want to lose on purpose to them. He really was too much. So we're not going? Of course we're going to go. I have a feeling that that brat Rose and Jade have been hiding away in the Nephilim clan's territory all this time. It's too dangerous for them to stay alone. We need to bring them back. Clara, and Madeline nodded solemnly, agreeing fully. They too felt thankful to Jade for giving them this second chance in exchange for her life. The times were too volatile for them to be alone. But who knew how Rose would feel about being called a brat considering her current strength? Ah, looks like they still couldn't resist. Diane smirked, sensing 8 auras entering the tower. And it seems they've gotten smarter too. At least they want to lose outside the public eye this time. AI, these elders never learn. Even after my well-planned warning, they still decided to send these bumbling fools. It only took several split seconds for the so-called battle gods to make their way into Diane's field of vision. But, to Diane's immortal sense, it was almost as though he had spent days observing them. It was unfortunate, but it seemed the gap between them and his demon generals still existed. This was to be expected. After all, his vice-commanders had only just broken into the Tao realm, while his other demon generals were still consolidating their foundations and readying for the perfect opportunity to break through. As things stood now, only he and Amphrey could match these 8 with ease. Madeline and Ree could likely do so if they pulled out all of their trump cards. But in a place like this, it wasn't worth it. As for Clara, she was still a bit too green, though she was rapidly getting better. In the end, Diane decided wasting his time with this fight was meaningless, since the Sprite Alliance still didn't understand their place. A savage presence that enveloped the whole of the mystical world suddenly erupted. The 8 geniuses who had been confidently making their way forward suddenly felt their footsteps falter. As though they were trudging through quicksand, their sense of time began slowed and warped, their knees buckling and trembling. It seems the Sprite Alliance doesn't take the words of the unblemished one seriously. In that case, you can all stay here and kneel until they come to get you. In a corner of the Nephilim Alliance's territory, 2 women Diane had in his thoughts were training deep within a forest of obsidian rocks. Rose's features had grown far more mature, but her stature was still quite petite. She had a stern, but beautiful expression as she watched on toward Jade's battle with what seemed like an obsidian-scaled panther. As for Jade, her expression was serious as well, cold, even. Her hair had become gold from its previous silver, much like her former timeline self. Her curves were just as voluptuous and proud as Diane would remember, and her pointed ears had an exotic and foreign air to them that could make any man's blood boil. A dazzling golden moon suddenly appeared to Jade's back, her body moving in a lithe and flexible manner as she weaved through the strikes of the beast that must have been several kilometers tall. A delicate roar left her lips as a blinding beam shot forth from her manifestation, piercing skull of the looming beast and causing it to collapse in a pile of its own filth. Jade floated down from the skies, her breathing heavy. The heaving of her chest was truly a sight to behold, especially how beads of glistening sweat seemed to disappear into their deep ravine, never to be seen again. It's still a bit crude, but I believe that you've comprehended at least the foundation now, Rose said with a slight hint of approval in her voice. Jade smiled lightly, wiping the sweat from her delicate brow. When Rose had told her there was a way to fix the weaknesses of her Eos Trey clan's manifestation, she hadn't believed it. She had resigned herself to never use it again and was more than hesitant to follow Rose's instructions. Although her soul had been healed by the half of the soul kernel, there was no guarantee it wouldn't be harmed again. If that happened, it wasn't as though there was another soul kernel that could heal her again. But the reality was right before her. The looming shadow of her manifestation had been wiped away. Just where did you find such a marvelous solution, Master? There was a complex light in Rose's eye when she heard Jade call her as such, but she could only quickly hide it in the end. I received it from my own master, Rose said lightly. In truth, this solution came from Diane, and it was Jade's former self that perfected it. However, Rose still had a keen dislike for Diane, and had no intention of praising him in any sort of capacity, even if she had to lie. Though, in her opinion, this wasn't much of a lie. After all, it was Jade that completed the path herself, even if it was Diane who set her on it to begin with. Master, the ancient battlefield is descending soon. Shouldn't we return? Return to what exactly? Do you think that boy can protect you better than I can? If Diane was here, he'd likely sputter with laughter. Since when had Rose, who was more than a decade younger than him, start calling him boy? It seems she had really gotten into character when she took the role of Jade's master. That's even more reason to return, Jade said through gritted teeth. Of the two of them, she wanted to return the least. She didn't want to have to face Diane after all the things she had done. However, she wanted even less to let Diane suffer. Her master had the strength of a higher existence. If Diane didn't have such strength to rely on when the battlefield descended, wouldn't he be as good as dead? She couldn't allow that. We won't be returning. Rose's brow furrowed. End of discussion. Junior sat in silence, looking off and into the distance. One would think that in such a situation, he would be observing some serene atmosphere. Maybe watching some dark ocean waves or the twinkling night sky, but this wasn't the case at all. In fact, Junior was watching quite the bloody scene. Several embryonic infernal beasts savagely fought each other, ripping out the throats of their opponents with sharp, flesh-filled teeth. Blood and carnage filled the dark space, a dark red fog filled with shining stars in the distance as their backdrop. Still, even with all of these savage beasts around, and even with Junior not lifting a finger to hide his presence, none of the beasts dared to approach him. In fact, they shivered in fear just at the sight of him. If others saw this scene, confusion would color their features. Normal beasts had instincts that made them avoid stronger opponents. This was part of the nature that separated those of the human and beast path. However, this instinct was greatly dulled in embryonic infernal beasts who had extremely low intelligence. If this wasn't enough to confuse you, there was something even more odd about this atmosphere. These embryonic infernal beasts, currently in the process of fighting to the death with one another, were actually all several times more powerful than Junior. In fact, if even a single one of them, even in their greatly injured states, turned to face Junior, a single breath would be enough to eradicate his body. However, even with all of these things being true, the beasts didn't dare to approach Junior. Suddenly, Junior's expressionless features brightened. "Wife, you've come." He beamed brightly, turning his head to watch Lilith's nervous but gorgeous figure slowly float down toward him. "Wife." Hearing these words, Lilith, who had been shaking slightly looking toward the beasts in the distance, suddenly had her emotions overcome with a wave of anger. "This is what you call the union of husband and wife? All that bloviating about how much you wanted me, and you turn out to be a eunuch?" Even Lilith couldn't figure out why she was angry. She had agreed to this marriage in a moment of vulnerability. Not that she felt she had much of a choice to begin with, but, at the very least, she could have stalled like she had with Soxak in the past, dragging things out. However, she hadn't this time, likely in some attempt to get that man back. What a joke that was. In the end, wasn't it that man's idea to marry her to his son anyway? How exactly was she getting him back by doing the very thing he proposed in the first place? She really couldn't understand her own actions, so she lashed out. Whenever she saw Junior, she dumped all of her emotions onto him. However, there was that smile again. That irritating smile she wanted to tear apart with her bare hands. Whenever she lashed out like this, he'd always return that smile to her. It was filled with love and understanding, as though he'd take whatever she dished out without complaint. It was the kind of smile she could rely on, the kind that was unconditional. So why did she hate it so much? "Why did you call me here?" Lilith said through gritted teeth. "This place is incredibly dangerous. If any of those beasts start to find us more interesting than their opponents, we're dead." Junior smiled. "I won't let anything happen to you. Don't worry. As for why I called you here, It's to discuss a few things. Lilith's brow furrowed. This was the first time Junior had taken such a serious tone with her. They had been married for more than half a decade now, yet they could hardly be called husband and wife. They were more like bully and victim. Plus, considering marriage in the martial world was sealed by fusing two souls as one, they weren't even really husband and wife, they were only so in name. Still, in all this time, not once had Junior ever taken such a tone with her. Not even when she vented all of her rage on him. What is it? Her voice became decidedly weaker, unbeknownst to herself. For some reason, Lilith worried that Junior would get rid of her, even divorcing her. Some part of her felt that she deserved it. It wasn't as though she had been a good wife. Not only did she not support Junior as a wife should, she brought his quality of life down. However, the sudden thought made her realize that she felt an inexplicable attachment to Junior. It was then she thought of something. If it was someone other than Junior, would she be able to sneer at him for being a eunuch? Or would she be breathing a sigh of relief that he never tried to bed her? What was it about Junior? Was it because he was related to that man that she felt more comfortable with that idea? That she didn't feel the same disgust she had toward Soxak? Just what was it? It's about time I tell you the truth. Junior turned away from Lilith as though he couldn't bear to see her at the moment. I am not Diane's son. He and I are one in the same. He is I and I am him. I am a clone created by his soul and infused into the skeleton of one who once wielded the death god Constitution. Lilith stood frozen in the dark red fog of Chaos Universe. It was as though she had been struck by a lightning bolt. What did you say to me? Lilith's shock was immediately replaced with fury. Did that man really have to go this far? To torture and tear her emotions apart as though they meant nothing to him? To think all of this time she thought she was grasping her own destiny, only to find out that she was playing into the palm of his hands this whole time. Lilith began to laugh, an uncontrollable stream of tears falling from her cheeks. This is really what you think of me? Even after all of this time, I've just fallen for yet another one of your schemes? What is the goal this time, to cripple my devil quadrants entirely? I guess I should be glad that you think I have so much worth to my father. But you'd be wrong. Your schemes won't work this time. Junior sighed. You're misunderstanding. Just what am I misunderstanding? You bastard! Lilith's fury erupted. Countless sword lights tore out from her body, shearing apart the asteroids randomly floating about and furiously colliding with Junior's body. She seemed to really be hell-bent on killing Junior because she unleashed her everything. Power the likes of which maybe only Middle Dao experts could match rained down from her delicate frame. But the tears that fell from her cheeks told a different story, one that racked her with endless pain and misery. Junior's back was ravaged by Lilith's sword lights. Though he didn't move even an inch, his back had become a bloody mess of mangled flesh and blood, flooding his gray robes with a crimson color. He didn't say a word, nor did he retaliate. Maybe others would have died from this assault, but his death comprehension was too deep. Even if he sunk further toward death, he'd be able to protect his life force. His death god body made sure of that. Eventually, Lilith tired. Her slender shoulders ached and her tears ran dry, turning into streaks of eerie salts that marred her delicate, soft cheeks. Seeing that she had fallen silent, Junior slowly began to speak. Even my main body does not understand the extent to which I am him. To now, he truly treats me as a separate man, as a brother and even as a son. This is the truth. Lilith's brows twitched with anger, but her chi had run dry. Even if she wanted to attack again, she didn't have the strength. As for how she was still floating in this condition, this considerate bastard had drawn a defensive array below her feet and even shielded her from the elements. If it was up to her, she would leave without listening to these blithering excuses, but she no longer had the strength to. Every word out of Junior's mouth sounded ridiculous to her. How could the creator of a clone not know something so fundamental? What kind of clone owner thought of their clone as a separate entity? What the hell kind of excuses were these? The path that I must walk is a difficult one. However, If I want to reach the pinnacle of the world and ensure that my loved ones can remain by my side, I must walk it. These loved ones, they include you, Lilith. Lilith trembled at these words, but she simply couldn't make heads or tails of them. If the words of his clone were true, why would his main body be so cruel to her? Junior chuckled lightly, ignoring the pain of the wounds of his back. It may sound odd to say about myself, but I am an idiot. I can be cruel to my enemies, but I am even more cruel to myself. The term masochism doesn't even begin to describe myself. Even if my main body realizes that he feels something for you, he will ignore it. He will bury it. He would rather suffer a life of watching you be in the arms of another man than act on it. Why? For one, he doesn't understand where these feelings come from. In his mind, he's had too few interactions with you, and most of them are as enemies. It doesn't make sense to him that he has this will to protect and treasure you, so he does the opposite. He pushes you away, he despises you, he's decidedly cruel to you. My main body's personality, and I guess you could say my own personality, is that of unrestrained arrogance. However, it is arrogance in its purest form, the form that holds even ourselves to the highest standards, standards normal humans cannot hope to match. Since he has decided he owes his wives too much, he will never step over that line. He will never accept another woman again. Lilith felt her anger dissipating. It wasn't because she had heard anything she understood to this point, but rather because she simply felt deflated. How was she supposed to respond to this? Then why? What's the point of all of this? Why did you do this to me? Like I said, there are many things my main body doesn't understand yet. However, I do understand them. I know that in this life, the last, and any future lives, you, Lilith Sacharo, can only be my Diane Sacharo's woman and no one else's. Anyone who stands in the way of this only deserves death. For the second time that day, Lilith felt as though she had been struck into silence. Why are you saying such things? I don't understand. Junior. No, Diane turned, floating to Lilith's side and gently placing a hand on her cheek. There are certain matters that I can't explain in their entirety to you. Although I'm a masochist, some would also call me quite intelligent. If I tell you too much, my main body will comprehend things too quickly, and too soon. If he does, it could ruin the plans we've laid out so diligently. In fact, doing so could destroy everything. Lilith subconsciously leaned into Diane's hand, her eyes closing. She felt a sense of security she never had before, even when she was by her father's side. What I can tell you is that there is currently a very powerful seal on my soul. That seal has 3 layers, 2 of which have already been broken. But the first 2 layers cannot be compared to the last. If that seal breaks on the mortal plane, even with the protections I've put in place, everything would be destroyed. The only way to safely break the final seal is to ascend to a new plane entirely. A realm will not do. Lilith shook herself awake, blushing as a result of her inexplicable actions. She tried to take a step back, but Diane grabbed her wrist lightly before she could. He didn't put a lot of strength into it, but she somehow found she couldn't place distance between them no matter how hard she tried. This seal, she said softly. Why is it that it only affects your main body? Why aren't you as clueless as your other self? Diane sighed. Though my soul can be duplicated, it is impossible to duplicate that seal. From the moment I was born, I was aware of many things my main body was not. However, I've been pretending to be a different person all these years. My main body believes I didn't inherit his soul talent, when the truth is that my slow soul cultivation is a result of me using much of my soul strength to hide my real thoughts from him. Also, I've had no choice but to slow my soul cultivation. If I allowed my soul strength to grow at its normal pace, when the day came that I fused with my main body once more to complete the perfect constitution, the combining of our soul strengths would once again cause my plan to accelerate faster than it should. Then, why are you telling me all of this? Lilith asked softly. Wouldn't it be better to not tell me at all? For 2 reasons, Diane said with a light smile. For one, I couldn't stand to see you suffer like this any longer. My main body would never tell you the truth. but I want you to know that you are loved. But why do you love me? Lilith looked up, looking toward Diane with an expectant gaze. Diane laughed heartily, pulling Lilith into his arms and kissing her forehead. You are my little warrior. Of my wives, only Amphrey loves battle as much as you do. You're a strong woman with a stubborn mind, even though you've spent the last 5 years sniveling like a little baby. Lilith probably would have been enraged if these words were said by anyone else. But hearing them come from Diane, she couldn't help but pout. She really had acted out of character these past few years, as though she really was nothing but a weak woman. However, this was just the effect Diane's betrayal had had on her. That nightmare palace has made you cold and distant, but I know that my little Lilith loves fun and being carefree the most. I've seen the way you played with your 2 little brothers. That's the Lilith I know. Lilith blushed, hiding her head in Diane's chest. This is your Tao, to be carefree, to not worry about the future as though the future is infinite. Your Tao of immortality. This is its root. Lilith trembled fiercely. She had never told anyone this, not even her own father. It was impossible for Diane to know this, unless Lilith looked up and into Diane's eyes. She found the same gaze she had seen all these years, that tender love and affection that had annoyed her so many times before, but now it only filled her with warmth. She knew that Diane wasn't speaking empty words. He really did know her. She didn't understand how he understood her so deeply, but it somehow didn't matter to her anymore. All that mattered was that this was now their truth. The second reason I've told you this now is because I need your help, Diane said softly. Anything, Lilith responded immediately. First, Diane waved his arm. A moment later, there weren't just 2 in the skies without a care for the embryonic infernal beasts battling to the death around them, but 3. Lilith blinked. Saru. Suddenly, a bit of understanding flashed in Lilith's dark black eyes as she took a step back from Diane's embrace. The look in Saru's eyes when she looked toward Diane was the very same look she imagined she had. I will have to rely on the 2 of you. Soon, a certain series of events will occur that will spiral the mortal plane into chaos. However, my main body will not be here when this happens. Whether my main body wants to or not, the catalyst for these events will uncontrollably send him to the immortal plane. When this happens, the 3 of us must be with him. Diane grabbed Saru and Lilith's small, soft hands into his own. Saru's delicate brown skin, Lilith's boneless fair skin, they felt so good in his hands. Memories of a time long past uncontrollably sped through his mind. As for this mortal plane, we will have to entrust it with the others of our Sacharo clan and pray that they hold on until we return. Saru and Lilith couldn't help but feel a keen pressure from Diane's words. Though they were willing to help, there was much about this situation that even Saru didn't understand. One had to understand that Saru's inkling of understanding came from the Heart Sutra she practices. With it, there were certain links she could see between herself and Diane that were inexplicable by normal means. As a result, she made certain deductions for herself, but even still, these deductions were not the whole truth. However, judging by Diane's current demeanor, he had no real intention of explaining things fully. Saru, your divine elephant blood is very sparse in this life. We have to spend the time from now until the descent of the ancient battlefield purifying it. Only if it's refined to its true peak will you be able to resist the suppression of the immortal plane. My divine elephant bloodline? What do you need me to do? The Shruti clan has put a lot of effort and research into finding methods to purify it, but haven't found much success. Diane smiled. With me here, you don't need to worry much about this. We'll use your Indra faith seed and a catalyst and sacrifice. We'll then reform your body to the standards of your true pinnacle. Sacrifice. Saru's charming blue eyes lit with curiosity. Maybe others would fiercely reject the idea of giving up something as powerful as a faith seed, but Saru had unconditionally trusted Diane for a long time already. Diane snorted slightly. Indra is a mere disciple of yours. He would be happy beyond words if he knew his faith seed aided you in reclaiming your true strength. Faith seeds are actually just the mortal remnants of those who failed to perfect their mortal bodies. The true powerhouses throughout history did not leave faith seeds behind. and as such, their wills were not passed on through the cycle of reincarnation. The irony of all of this is that those we call heroes or gods and worship on the mortal plane are actually the inferior and lacking. Those true powerhouses ascended with their faith seeds, utilizing their mortal bodies and evolving them to withstand the pressures of the immortal plane. Experts like Abraxas are unheard of on the mortal plane not because they are weak, but because they are strong. You, my little Saru, and you, my Lilith, are both experts of this caliber. Unfortunately, Diane's visage darkened, recalling something that he didn't want to. Saru and Lilith looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. They could see the pain in Diane's eyes, but they didn't know how to comfort him either. Diane shook his head and sighed. He had gone through all of this to have them by his side once more. Since they were now here, what was the point of feeling the sadness of the past? With a new outlook, he smiled and turned his attention toward Lilith. Lilith, your path would be much more difficult than Saru's. Why? Lilith asked curiously. You do not have a special constitution or a special bloodline. All your life, you've always only had your sword. This is what makes your accomplishments so impressive. Lilith blushed. She didn't know why she had suddenly gone back to being a little girl. But she didn't mind the feeling either. Being praised by Diane made her feel good. As much as I would love for you to follow this path once more and trust in your sword, it will take too much time. And, as things stand now, we barely have 80 years left. Currently, your sword Tao has stalled at the 4th realm. Correct. Lilith's happiness faded. Her sword Tao, which had always seemed to progress without bottlenecks, had indeed stalled recently. But, just as she was feeling down, she felt a warm hand on her head. There's no need to feel down. It's my fault that this has happened. How can you focus on your carefree immortal path if this husband of yours is always making your life a living hell? Lilith blinked and found this to be true. But she no longer had the heart to blame Diane. From now on, you no longer have anything to worry about. Nightmare Palace? Your future? The future of those you love? Allow me to shoulder them all. Lilith smiled. After the events of today, she really did feel free. Somehow, knowing Diane really did love her and lifted all the burdens she felt. Even the matters of Nightmare Palace no longer concerned her. In her opinion, the devil quadrants falling into her husband's hands was to their benefit. Why would she worry about it? In that instant, she could already feel the barrier to the 5th Tao realm severely weaken. The path toward the 9th Tao realm became akin to a clear road to her. Maybe even breaking into the lower realm wouldn't be a problem for her in this mortal body. For you, little Lilith, I've prepared something special. Everyone believes that there is only one way to transcend, but this is not the truth. For you who has no special constitution or bloodline, there is no issue with discarding your mortal body completely. All that matters is you and your sword. The legends of mortals transcending without cultivating a day in their lives were not false. The Dian with his memories sealed thought that these were just nice stories. But the Dian with his memories unsealed had met these very people on the immortal plane already. I will teach you how to discard everything and embrace your path. You no longer need to cultivate, whether that be your body or your chi. All you need to do is focus on your sword and you will transcend before us all. For you, 80 years is already too much time. Diane looked off into the distance and sighed. After I show you to the path, you must go to the location I tell you in the Nephilim Alliance and find Jade and Rose. Rose will be stubborn, but it is not safe for them to be alone. While his clone was speaking of matters he had no idea about, Diane's main body was actually smiling a genuine smile. What are you smiling about? Do you like torturing people that much? Ree giggled, looking toward the 8 kneeling geniuses with a bit of pity. They were the holy sons and daughters of their respective clans and even the sprite race as a whole, yet they were being forced to kneel by a young man who hadn't even spared them a glance from start to finish. In fact, to make things worse, this same young man was lounging in a hammock with a beauty beyond words napping in his arms. When had they ever suffered through such humiliation in their lifetimes? Nothing like that. It just seems Lilith's and Junior's relationship recently became closer, Diane said with a smile. Though Diane was smiling, his wives, aside from the sleeping Amphory, had disappointed expressions on their faces. They hadn't agreed with Diane marrying off Junior like this, especially since he had despised arranged marriages for so long. It just seemed out of character for him. But they couldn't say much because they knew that Junior had feelings for Lilith. Since Lilith agreed, who were they to step in? On top of this, their souls were melded with Diane's. There wasn't much he could hide from them. Well, this wasn't entirely true. Much like Junior could expend and sacrifice some of his soul potential to hide things from Diane, Diane himself, whose soul strength was so far beyond his wife's, could do so as well while sacrificing much less. As a result, though Diane's wives had no real idea what hidden thoughts he had toward Lilith, they still had sneaking suspicions. But it wasn't as though they could get mad at Diane for avoiding women. Wouldn't that be the world's greatest joke? Though Madeline and even Amphrey didn't care how many women Diane had, Ree and Clara were in a different boat. It was already a huge barrier for them to overcome to be with Diane now, and though some of that resistance had been chipped away over the years as they realized they couldn't do without Diane, it wasn't entirely gone. Does that mean you've finally decided to give her fused meridians? Madeline asked, dispelling the odd atmosphere. Diane sighed. I had already decided to give it to her since you all insisted. Now it just makes things easier. I was getting very worried about their relationship before, but it seems they've come to terms with each other. This is good. With Lilith's strength, if she fuses with our mortal meridians, she'll be a great additional strength. The fact she can already use devil and conventional chi makes her stronger already, so this makes it even more so. I have a feeling that, with this coming battle, we need all the help we can get. Why, you'll pay for this. It was probably only a matter of time before their conversation was interrupted. But to think it would be the same words that had already been repeated at least a dozen times since they come here? Couldn't they think of something more original? Who will make me pay, exactly? Diane, who had already sent his avatar into his inner world to practice soul aid, had nothing better to do, so he decided to entertain their drivel for a moment. We are not the most powerful. When the unblemished Eris learns of this situation, you will pay. PFT, ha 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 ha. Diane, who had been trying to maintain a calm demeanor for the sake of Amphrey, who was sleeping in his arms, couldn't hold it in any longer. He erupted into a fit of laughter that caused the slumbering Amphrey to frown and shift in his chest. Sorry. Shoo. He patted her head like he was coaxing a child. In the end, he only stopped after she lightly gripped his robes with her small hands and smiled a content smile once more. It hadn't been just Diane who couldn't hold back his laughter, but Madeline, Ree and Clara as well. Using Aluna to threaten Diane? What could be funnier? Now Diane understood what this so-called final trump card of the Sprite Alliance was. While Diane was away, his daughter wasn't simply idling. The absence of Luna wasn't without reason either. All of this time, they had been stabilizing the situation of their Sprite Alliance in preparation for the descent of the ancient battlefield. They had to ensure all of the internal affairs were in order so that there weren't any unwanted and hidden dangers lurking when it truly mattered most. Of course, as a result, Aluna had become famous within the Sprite Alliance, and she was well known to be Luna's one and only heir and child. Such a result was inevitable with her talent. But no one knew who her father was. This was a topic of great speculations of many Sprite home dinners. Of the 8 kneeling geniuses here, 4 of which were men, there wasn't a single one of them that didn't have dreams of marrying Aluna one day and grasping the foremost beauty of not just their Sprite Alliance, but the mortal plane itself in their hands. However, they had no idea that their first obstacle toward such a dream was right before them. Unfortunately for them, they had already gotten on the bad side of the father of the very beauty they wanted to marry, being none the wiser. It was at that moment that the tower's mystical world opened once more, revealing the image of a fairy-like goddess descending from the skies. The eyes of the 8 geniuses lit up with hope and excitement. Who else could it be if not little Aluna? But her next words caused their eyes to widen with shock. Dad! Diane smiled bitterly at his daughter's exclamation. He wasn't planning on revealing the true extent of his and Luna's, not to mention Alana's, relationships. At least not yet, at the very least. However, He didn't expect that his usually obedient little Aluna would actually play such a mischievous trick now. With how intelligent his daughter was, Diane didn't believe for a single instant that she made an honest mistake, calling out to him on reflex. There was no doubt in his mind that she had done it on purpose. Aluna floated down from the skies and landed before covering her mouth as though she had made an oopsie. However, seeing her father's expression, she knew that her act had been seen through. Madeline giggled, standing up to greet and pinch Alana's cheeks. "You little troublemaker. Ow ow. Mama Madeline, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Aluna pouted adorably, trying to run away from Madeline's piercing fingers. Diane sighed. Although his daughter had just now made his future path more difficult, he didn't have the heart to scold her. He knew exactly why she had done such a thing. Little Aluna obviously loved her mother no less than she loved Diane. Their relationship as mother and child was exceptionally close as well, especially in recent times with Aluna helping Luna to manage the heavenly sprites. Her scheme's goal was obvious. She wanted Diane to accept Luna, or at the very least, give Luna the status she deserved. Even if she could not be Diane's wife, Diane should at the very least not hide the fact they had a child together. If others knew Alana's thoughts, they'd probably spew blood. To them, Luna, the unblemished one, was a mighty existence that stood above practically every woman on the mortal plane. If anything, hiding Diane's status as the father of her child was more beneficial to her reputation. Why did Aluna seem to think that being the mother of Diane's child was such a lofty position? But who could explain the love of a daughter for her father? In Alana's eyes, there was no man greater than her own father. So, of course she saw the status of being his woman as a great one that her mother deserved. What did you just call him? Bao was a man of sturdy stature. He stood at more than 7 feet tall and was the #1 ranked genius of the earthen sprites. While most sprites had weak bodies, he was an exception, having a frame brimming with power. Much like his standing, his temperament was as motionless as a mountain. Of the 8 kneeling geniuses, he was the only one who had not spoken a word from start to finish. He was only silently etching this humiliation into his Tao heart, tempering himself and fueling his desire to grow stronger. Of the 8, he was the only one who caught Diane's attention. In fact, Diane almost had the impulse to make him his 3rd disciple. This sort of character was truly worth nurturing, though whether he accepted or not was an entirely different matter. This aside, even Bao couldn't help but tremble at Alana's words. The revelations were too astounding. Diane knew that this matter couldn't be hidden. When these 8 geniuses were sent in, they were obviously sent with various monitoring mechanisms so those old fogies on the outside could see what was happening without directly interfering. There was no doubt they were currently running around with their hair on fire seeing their prided geniuses easily subdued like this. Being pushed into a corner, they begged and pleaded with the heavenly sprites to send in the unblemished heiress, believing her to be their only hope of saving face before the upper echelon had no choice but to step in. But who would have known that the heavenly sprite elder would be correct? She had sneered and accepted their request, knowing that Aluna would never attack Diane. Still, even she could have never expected the word "dad" to leave the heiress' lips. Even she had the impulse to try and clear her ears out, just to make sure she hadn't misheard. "Now go." After being scolded by Madeline, Aluna walked toward Diane, who was still lying in his hammock with her head down. She didn't dare to look up and meet Diane's gaze. Though in the mortal world she would already be an adult in her mid-20s before Diane, she still acted like a little girl. "Dad, are you mad?" Seeing Diane remain silent, Aluna couldn't help but speak first. In truth, she had never been scolded before. Back when she was training with Diane to cross the formation protecting Hell's right eye, Diane had been hard on her, but she hadn't taken that to heart. However, this time was different. Diane sighed. "How could I be mad at you? This is my fault. You only want the best for your mother. I understand." Diane sent Amphrey to a comfy bed in his inner world before standing. Things had just gotten more complicated, so he couldn't casually handle matters as he had to now any longer. As one of the 5 supreme leaders of the Sprite Alliance, Luna's face was directly tied to their faith. If her reputation was squandered, it would cause their faith to plummet. Once everyone learned that the mighty unblemished one had lost her purity to a mere lower Tao formation expert, the fallout would be massive. The other four factions who had just been on their back foot would likely use this as a method to counterattack. There was only one solution to this problem. Dian could no longer play around the younger generation. He had to prove that, even among the elder generation, he was a force to be reckoned with. If he couldn't, Luna's reputation would plummet, and she may even alienate the very heavenly sprites she had spent so much time stabilizing. As though on cue, images of Alana's appearance in the mystical world were projected for all to see. Like this, the heavenly sprites began to doubt their leader's judgment. How could she, with her lofty status, choose to bed a member of the younger generation? Was she that kind of woman? When the images of Dian's handsome visage was projected for all to see, the doubt grew fiercer. Especially so when Madeline, Clara and Ree were seen to be by his side. Could it be that their unblemished one was actually sharing her chosen man with others on top of all of this? Had she really chosen a man based on looks and not ability? The perpetrator was indeed quick. It hadn't even been minutes since those words left Alana's lips. Yet everyone was aware of this matter in an instant. The chimes of demon generals breaking record after record suddenly became dull. However, the catalyst for these matters was smiling brightly, watching as her father's killing intent climbed and froze the whole of the sprite capital. She couldn't be more elated. Whenever her father entered such a state, someone was going to suffer. Humph! My mother made a bad choice? Open your eyes and see clearly for yourselves. You! Stand up! Dian's voice was cold, causing the 8 geniuses to involuntarily shiver. However, 7 of them sighed a breath of relief when they realized the aim of his words wasn't themselves, but rather, Bao-ai. Bao-ai was unable to control his body as the chi around him swirled to life and brought him toward Dian. Though his face was expressionless after recovering from the shock of Alana's words, waves were being sent through his heart. This first mystical world of their training tower was specifically created to stop one's ability to control atmospheric chi. How was Dian so casually circumventing these rules? I've taken a liking to you. You will be my 3rd disciple. Bowe's eyes widened in shock. How could he, the battle god of the earthen sprites, who had cultivation even higher than Dian's, possibly become the disciple of this man? I already have a master, Bao-ai said through gritted teeth. Then tell him or her to come and get you. If they can manage to succeed, you can stay under their tutelage. But the way I see it, your talent is being wasted. Aluna smiled sweetly. You should accept, Brother Bao-ai. Being my father's disciple will be a great boon for you. Bowe's lip twitched. Hearing Aluna call this mysterious young man father so easily really let matters sink in. This Dian really had bedded the unblemished one. Aluna usually kept her distance from the other youths, but she wasn't exactly an ice beauty. She had inherited much of her father's personality, so she was fun-loving, sarcastic, and mischievous. So, though he didn't become too close to anyone, she had a warm place in the hearts of many. Still, the only one of the 8 so-called battle gods she called brother was Bao-ai. Only he didn't irritate her. Without waiting for their conversation to finish, Dian walked by the 7 kneeling geniuses, his daughter following behind while Bao-ai floated after them against his will. As for Madeline, Ree, and Clara, Dian sent them into his inner world as well. Though these fools who were no doubt on their way didn't dare to touch a hair on Alana's head any longer. This didn't mean they wouldn't threaten his wives. Dian wouldn't allow them the chance. Seal shackles. Dian casually stirred the seal, locking the 7 geniuses in place. Now that he had awakened his immortal sense, he no longer had to be so careful in hiding his treasures of the 33 heavens. His enemies were in for a rude awakening. Outside of the mystical world-filled tower, a gathering of elites was quickly taking place. Having had an opportunity of this magnitude fall into their laps, there was no way they would miss this advantage. As for Luna, she sat in her palace with an uncharacteristic nervous expression hidden behind her veil. When she heard her daughter's words, though she had felt immediate warmth, it was soon taken over by worry. She believed in Dian as much as Aluna did, What she didn't believe in was herself. Were her feelings and her dignity worth Diane making a move and disrupting some of his own plans just for her sake? The smart thing to do would be to ignore the situation entirely. Even if the foundation of the heavenly sprites that she built shook some, it wouldn't crumble in a day. Plus, with the ancient battlefield descending so soon, there wasn't enough time for the prominent clans of her territory to pick up and move their foundations. In all likelihood, the 4 other factions would only use this ploy as a chance to make Luna back down from seeking reparations for the matter of Alana's attempted kidnapping, and things would end like that. Though her reputation would be stained, she was still a higher existence-level character. It wasn't as though the Sprite Alliance would cripple their strength all for the sake of booting her out. It was better if they maintained a delicate balance. If Luna could think of all of this, she was certain that Diane could as well. Wouldn't it make sense if Diane weighed his options and decided to forego her feelings for the sake of hiding his true strength until the opportune time? Even if he chose this route, she wouldn't blame him. There were too many people lurking in the shadows, plotting Diane's downfall. The less they knew about him, the better. In her heart of hearts, Luna would even rather him ignore her feelings. Those matters that seemed like a lifetime ago, and were truly a lifetime ago for Diane, still weighed on her heart. A few decades ago, she didn't truly know the kind of man the father of her child was. But now she was confident that she did, and this kind of man. She felt a genuine happiness that they shared a miracle like little Aluna together. It was because of this understanding that Luna sat down so nervously, not knowing what to do with herself. A part of it was an irrational nervousness because she was already well aware of what Diane would do. But another part was a nervousness toward just how these matters would unfold. She didn't want anything bad to happen to Diane. It was then that the projections Luna's eyes practically bore into revealed words that made her petite frame tremble. Diane stepped out of the tower, watching as numerous figures gathered in the skies. I see people in lofty places have words to say about my private matters. I'd really like to see who dares breathe another word about my Diane Sicharo's woman. Little Aluna grinned mischievously, grasping her father's arm like a spoiled child. In fact, she stuck her small tongue out to the experts in the sky. Many couldn't help but get a headache seeing this little girl's actions. Didn't she know her words had set a bomb off in the Sprite capital? What was she still smiling about? Some believed that it had to be that Alana's judgment was blinded by her love for her father. Did she really believe that this mere lower Tao formation expert was worth something? However, even those with great bias found it difficult to say these words out loud. Reason being, Bowei's helpless, floating figure was right behind Diane, tied up by invisible ropes like a chicken waiting for slaughter. If the battle god of the earthen sprites was handled so easily, and their foremost genius in the unblemished heiress was so confident, maybe things weren't so simple as they seemed. I am 6th Elder Wei of the earthen sprites. May I ask what the goal of the heavenly sprites is here today? He couldn't help but frown looking at Bowei's figure. The naming culture of the sprites was a bit different from the norm. They valued titles over practically everything. Only normal, irrelevant geniuses like the ones Diane met when he initially stepped foot on the exchange program grounds would have normal, bland names. For geniuses like Bowei, they would be blessed with their family names, receiving a coming-of-age title that incorporated their clan name. For elders like 6th Elder Wei, they too were given this name, but the concept was much different. They didn't have the right to a unique name like Bowei and could only take the title of Elder Wei for themselves. They were almost no different from the numbered warriors of the Beast Protection Association. This showed the 6th Elder Wei wasn't much of a talent himself, but had rather taken his time to rise to his current position. Still, as the 6th Elder of the Wei clan, the top clan of the Earthen Sprites, he was still a peak Tao formation realm expert. In fact, he was impressively at the peak of the 11th stage. This alone showed the strength of the Sprite Alliance that he was a mere 6th Elder. I think you're misunderstanding something, Diane said coldly. First of all, you have no right to speak to me. A mere 6th Elder looking down at me from the skies? Get down here. A sweeping presence overwhelmed the skies. Sprites had weak bodies to begin with. There were very few exceptions to this rule. facing not only Dian, who had the Titan diamond body constitution, but had also evolved his presence to a martial intent thanks to the Pride clan's pool of blood. Did these mere lesser elders really believe they could stand up to him? Expert after supposed expert fell from the skies. Those who had only come from the good show were immediately astonished by the change of events. He's not simple at all. It seems Lady Aritzia has her work cut out. The Sapientia clan youths who had been speaking in the tea house earlier had obviously come to witness the fun. How could they not be astonished by the sudden revelation that Aritzia's rival was the man of the mighty unblemished one? The elders who had come here were obviously not the best. Of them, the one with the highest standing was a mere fifth elder. They had thought that this was all that was necessary to deal with a member of the younger generation. Even though the battle gods were great talents, they could be easily defeated by these old men and women here. Yet it became clear in an instant that this Dian Sicharo wasn't so easily handled. They had miscalculated and ended up slapping their faces even worse. Even if Dian did nothing else, he had already proved that he stood above many of the upper echelon of the Sprite Alliance. Unworthy of the unblemished one? Says who? Aluna giggled lightly. Who asked you all to look down on my father? If he wanted to kill you all, it would be as easy as flipping over a hand. You should be thankful that he's only a lower Dao formation expert. If he wasn't, wouldn't you be even more embarrassed? The sudden change of events had made them all forget this striking point. Dian was still in the lowest quarter of the Dao formation realm. None of you are worthy of speaking to my dad, so I'll finish his words for him. The actions of my father have little to nothing to do with the heavenly sprites. In case you haven't understood, women marry into the clans of their men, not the other way around. My last name is not Moon. It is Sicharo for a reason. The matters of today are the matters of the Sicharo clan. My father had only planned on teaching you four factions a small lesson for your attempting to kidnap me when I was just a child. But since you've thoroughly enraged him by trying to slander my mother, you can forget about a mere small lesson. You all have 1 hour to bring out someone worthy of speaking to my father, or else you'll face the consequences for yourselves. My father's temperament isn't as good as mine, and he happens to love me and my mother very much. Aluna said with a sweet smile. So, I'm afraid that if your supreme leaders don't come forward to apologize personally, he won't let this matter rest. Though Dian's expression didn't change, he was inwardly smiling bitterly. This daughter of his really was even better at causing trouble than himself. Did I do good, Daddy? Dian chuckled dryly. His daughter had stopped calling him Daddy long ago and only occasionally did so whenever she wanted something. It seemed she was hell-bent on having him acknowledge Luna this time around. Sighing, Dian patted his daughter's head. You did good. Let Dad handle the rest. In truth, Dian's body was still in a terrible state inwardly. After being met with that awkward situation when he tried to bed Ri, he had turned his immortal sense inward to find countless internal injuries. The scene within his body was truly ghastly, even though he appeared to be fine on the outside. Still, these so-called sprites had crossed his bottom line. Trying to slander his women? They were courting death. Seeing the interaction between Dian and Aluna, no one any longer had doubt that they were father and daughter. Plus, with them standing side by side, it was clear to see that Aluna shared many of Dian's features. If it wasn't for Dian's Titan diamond body changing his hair and eye color, they would look even more like father and daughter considering Alana's hazel green eyes. Dian's warm gaze once more turned cold as he looked forward. He swept 2 fingers forward, sending a blinding light of sword chi slicing through the air. Sixth Elder Wei's scream filled the martial square facing the Tower of Mystical Worlds. He clutched his armless shoulder as he writhed in pain, unable to withstand the horrible chi surging through his body. When speaking to your superiors, learn to show some respect. This is a warning. My daughter's words are my own. I'm not a patient person. Aluna clapped happily. The Wei clan shouldn't be unhappy with these events. My father has decided to take Brother Baoai as a disciple, so exchanging the arm of a 6th elder in return is a great deal. The lips of the elders who had come twitched, but they no longer dared to say anything. Wasn't Baoai the disciple of First Grand Elder Wu? He was the most powerful individual outside of higher existence earthen. How could he take such a slight lying down? Within the unblemished palace, Luna's eyes shone with unshed tears. She hadn't cried since her sister's death all those gloomy years ago, but today's events had brought her quite close. She couldn't help but look on toward the image of the young man subduing the upper echelon of the Sprite Alliance without regard for the consequences with warmth in her heart. Though Aluna was mischievous, Luna knew her daughter well. Aluna would never cross a line Diane was unwilling to follow her toward. Aluna knew that Diane needed a push to give Luna appropriate status, so she took this chance without hesitation. In her eyes, this was a path to her parents finally receiving a happy ending. Still, Luna didn't shed those tears. In fact, her gaze turned cold and indifferent a moment later as she sensed four auras entering her palace uninvited. One was a familiar handsome, blue-haired man dressed in Azure Alchemy Star Lord robes. This was none other than the very same man who came to speak to her right before they shamelessly tried to kidnap her daughter. This man was none other than Higher Existence Spiritual, also known as Supreme Spiritual, the supreme leader of the spiritual sprites and the strongest rival of Luna's heavenly sprites. The next was a wizened woman who seemed to be about 40 or so years of age. Of the four, she appeared to be the oldest, but even still, she was only middle-aged. Despite this, she was a gorgeous woman with a refined, mature air. She had the ability to make a man's blood boil differently than an innocent, inexperienced young woman would. This woman was Higher Existence Oracle, also known as Supreme Oracle, the supreme leader of the Oracle Sprites. The third of the four was a staunch man with bristling brown facial hair that glowed with a faint dark gold light. It was clear that hidden beneath his unkempt beard that he had a handsome countenance beyond words. This man was Higher Existence Earthern, also known as Supreme Earthen. Finally, the last was a man with a hidden sharpness that made one's eyes hurt when looking directly at him. His back was as straight as a javelin, his brows as sharp as swords, and his gaze as menacing as brandished blades. His hair fluctuated with a silver light, and his robes occasionally gave off the sharp sheeing sound of a sharpening edge singing. "Why have you four come here?" Luna asked emotionlessly. These four didn't usually dare to step foot into Unblemished Palace. Simply put, Luna was by far the most powerful here. She had filled the surroundings with swaths of chi sources. In fact, with Diane's help, her advantage had become even more exaggerated. It wasn't an overstatement to say that when here, she was the most powerful individual on the whole mortal plane by a massive margin. Ignoring the matter of faith, of course. Knowing this, it was no wonder she found their appearance odd. "You've kept secrets from us, O unblemished one." Supreme Spiritual emphasized his words appropriately to make it quite obvious that he was dripping with sarcasm. How many years had he chased for Luna's affection, only to find out she had actually spread her legs for a boy? He most definitely wouldn't let this one go. "Wrong. I've been keeping my business, Luna replied without a care. "Well, now it's become our business," Supreme Oracle said lightly. "This matter will greatly affect the faith of our Sprite Alliance, and at such a crucial time as well." "Oh? And what would you have me do?" "Denounce your daughter as being little troublemaker and have her retract her words as a joke. As for this Diane Sicharo, personally and publicly killing him should end these matters cleanly. Then we will allow these matters to drop." The one who laid the final nail was none other than Supreme Armament. "So this is the decision you've made, HM?" Diane's expression was dull. This so-called Sprite Alliance was really pushing their luck. In this life, their plan to capture his daughter failed. But hadn't they succeeded in the last? Just what kind of life had his little Aluna lived then? Jade never mentioned her existence even once. So did that mean she died before Diane could ever meet her? And what of Luna? Did that mean the mother of his child suffered a horrible life as well? What kind of torment were they subjected to? How many days did they spend hating the world and everything in it? How many thoughts of hatred had his little girl had toward the absent father she had never met? Diane's dull gaze began to boil over. Aluna felt the change in her father's emotions. She didn't know exactly what happened, but her playful demeanor faded away. Had she gone too far? Did she cause too much trouble this time? Little Aliuna. Diane said softly. Yes, Dad. Dad is sorry. The gentle tone in Diane's voice made Alana's eyes involuntarily glisten with tears. She had lived such a carefree life under Diane's protection. She could practically remember all of the times she had ever cried in her life, and even then many of them weren't out of true sadness. Diane smiled a sad smile, bringing his daughter to face him and lightly pinching her cheek. I actually had thoughts of letting those who wronged you live. I'm a failure as a father. I hope you'll forgive me. Dad. Aliuna looked up at Diane, finding it difficult to control her emotions. Watch carefully. Diane continued gently. Dad is going to wash this sprite capital in blood. Apology. I don't want one any longer. This is a blood debt that will be paid. To dare lay hands on my daughter, the Sprite Alliance deserves to be obliterated on this day. Diane had never in his life blamed the subordinates of a clan or sect for the wrongs of their heads. Whenever he sought revenge, he forced those who had acted as catalysts to pay their dues, and allowed those who had little to do with the matter to live. He fancied himself as a man who showed mercy, but time and time again he found his blade dulling. How many times already in the last few decades had he had to remind himself to maintain his sharpness? But hadn't he almost failed to do so once again? Diane's Tao heart grew another stage brighter, shimmering with blinding rainbow lights. This was a Sprite Alliance that tried to lay hands on his daughter. A Sprite Alliance that forced his child to live a life of torment even if it was on another plane of existence. Yet how was he going to make them pay? By slapping their faces a few times? Toying around with their younger generation? Forcing them to concede some resources? How were these things comparable? Die! Countless sword lights erupted from Diane's body as a bloody massacre ensued. With every blade, another head flew into the skies. With every death, his Tao heart grew firmer and brighter. Aliuna watched this scene with tears in her eyes. Only now did she regret her actions from before. She felt that she was truly too selfish back then. Even as her father killed, she buried her head into his chest, sobbing quietly as she blamed herself. Don't blame yourself, Diane said with a bright smile. Even as he slaughtered, the words he spoke to his daughter never lost their softness. You've truly helped Dad today. But Dad, your body. Diane grinned. Even if this father of yours is on his deathbed, there is no one in existence worthy of standing before him. Aliuna knew her father's words were ridiculous. However, there was still an inexplicable part of her heart that believed him. Wasn't this how it always was? Diane's own father was a mere mortal, but even to this day, Diane felt he was the strongest man he had ever met. Tao experts? Higher existences? Transcendence? They couldn't hold a candle to his father. The love of a father was as tall as a mountain and the protection of his back was as sturdy as one. Diane wanted his little girl to know that even if she poked a hole through the skies above, he would be there to cover it up. Even if those skies themselves fell, he would be there to catch it. Elder after elder fell. When had such a scene ever occurred to the Sprite Alliance? Let alone in their capital city? But here it was happening before them all. Diane killed them one after another as though he was slaughtering chickens. They couldn't even raise a hand to defend themselves. They could only watch in despair as Diane reaped their lives. Spectators found themselves speechless. Even the continuously comment Sapientia clan individuals were completely mum. Boweye hovered behind Diane, his expression colored with shock. But slowly, his gaze began to burn like a torch, searing their presence into his back. It was then that a roar of anger shook the skies. It seemed the true powerhouses had begun to appear. Infuriated auras poured out. Diane wasn't very surprised to see these individuals. He was well aware that they had been here the entire time. Where else would the secret space pocket of the Sprite Alliance be if not near their capital? These individuals had been quietly watching this scene unfold for a long time already, but they hadn't thought that Diane would suddenly begin killing, and as such were one step late. In the end, they could only watch as the elders of their clans were killed one after another. Nearly 4 dozen peak Tao experts slaughtered like pigs. No matter how deep the foundations of the Sprite Alliance, there was no way they wouldn't feel pain at such an event. Though their foundations were definitely not impacted by this loss, it was a severe loss, nonetheless. Numerous elders who had just taken part in their classified meeting poured out. However, there were only a handful worthy of capturing Diane's attention, the great elders of the Sprite Alliance. Of them, the very weakest of within the 12th Dao realm, with aspirations of one day challenging Heaven's staircase. However, they were the minority. The vast majority of Grand Elders were individuals with the strength of Fallen. Those who managed to survive failing to climb Heaven's staircase were rare. This was true. However, consider for a moment just how many 12th stage Dao Formation Realm experts the Sprite Alliance would have produced in their existence. Every generation, there would easily be thousands if not tens of thousands. Of these individuals, one or two would always survive their failure by luck, allowing their numbers to rise up to their current number today. This was the true strength of the Sprite Alliance. If it hadn't been for their meeting, so many of them would not have gathered up in this one place. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that aside from the supreme leaders, this was the main strength of the Sprite Alliance right here. Stop crying, little girl. Stand to Dad's side and watch him get revenge for you. Diane pretended as though he hadn't noticed the appearance of these individuals and patted his daughter's head lightly. Aliuna, who didn't want to be a bother any longer, quietly stood to the side. Her eyes reddened with tears. Diane's immortal sense had already seen through the situation clearly. There were thousands of higher and peak Dao experts before him now. He couldn't be bothered to count them all. To him, these individuals were already nothing but cannon fodder unless they evoked their faith. What he did pay attention to were the Fallen. There were a total of 13 Fallen. It seemed that each of the 4 factions had 3, except for the armament sprites who unsurprisingly had 4. As for the roar of anger Diane heard, it was from First Grand Elder Wuwei, Bowei's master. It seemed he had quite the unstable temperament despite his disciples' calmness. However, before he could charge, he was stopped. A fallen armament sprite halted his charge. What is the meaning of this, Hastam swine? The fallen member of the Hastam clan completely ignored Wuwei, focusing instead on Diane. What do you mean by all of this? Did you not just say that her words were your own? Why have you begun to kill? I believe your hour time limit is nowhere near completed. Aluna had just said that Diane would give them an hour to produce someone worthy of speaking to him to give an apology. Yet, Diane reneged on this so easily even after saying her words spoke for him. Since the situation had already reached this point, why not paint Diane in a terrible light? A man who could not even keep his own word was indeed one worthy of disdain. All pretenses had already been thrown away, but the Sprite Alliance still had to worry about its face. The matters of their attempted kidnapping of Aluna had already been spoken many times. If they managed to paint Diane out to be a liar, it would be easier to refute this to the general public at a later date. However, who knew that Diane was not in the mood to play a game of words and politics with this dancing clown? As things stood now, he only wanted to do one thing: kill. Seeing Diane's expressionless gaze meet his own, Fallen Hastam felt a shiver tear across his spine. Though he stood in the skies above Diane, he felt as though he was an ant beneath his feet. Diane had already proved without a shadow of a doubt that he was a foolish choice by Luna. A lower Dao expert capable of slaughter over 40 peak Dao experts without any effort at all? Who cared about his age? In fact, the fact Diane was so young only made his future all the more fear-inducing. What of when he crossed into the middle Dao realm? The higher Dao realm? God forbid the half-step transcendent realm? Wouldn't he be undefeatable? He had to die. This was the true reason he had to lose his life here. The face of the Sprite Alliance was already a non-issue. They wouldn't let Diane off with the level of animosity he had toward them. However, they had made one massive mistake. It isn't us who will no longer let him off, but him who will no longer let us off. Chang Lei. This was Diane's only response. A roar that shook the skies. A single name that seemed frozen in time. Chang Lei responded in an instant, his roar melding with Diane's and causing the Sprite capital to tremble and quake, its foundational protection arrays shattering one after another. His massive black scaled body snaked through the skies, carrying Dian, Luna and Bao Ai on his head. Not far behind Xianxia, the 4 celestial beast babies appeared as well. Their auras completely changed. Each one was large and imposing, their presences suffocating. Today, we kill. Those from the tower quadrants had long since recovered from the matters of weeks ago. Not knowing how to deal with them, the Sprite Alliance had just thrown them into a corner of capital, letting them do as they pleased while they figured out how to deal with Dian. Many of those who had been killed by Dian on that day had already come back and were laying low, only to see the matters of today unfold. They didn't know how to deal with all of these revelations. Never in their wildest dreams could they have thought that Dian and the mysterious masked man who subdued a dragon were one in the same. But even that revelation seemed to pale in comparison to the others. That little girl who followed Dian couldn't have been more than 15 years old when they last saw her. They all thought that she was in the essence-gathering realm back then because she could fly, but was she actually in the Tao realm all this time? Just what was going on with this Sicharo clan? And Dian had a child with a higher existence who ruled over a fifth of an outer power. Just when had the world decided to up was down and down was up. The expression of the fallen all changed at once. A dragon. He had subdued a dragon? And 4 celestial beasts one top of this. The extent of the knowledge of those of the outer powers couldn't compare to those of the tower quadrants. Even if those who saw Lin, Baibi, Sheer and San in the tower quadrants had speculations, they didn't dare to be certain. However, those pinnacle experts of the Sprite Alliance understood immediately what they were seeing. The fallen suddenly felt as though they had truly kicked a steel plate this time around. Just what kind of hidden existence was this monster? Was the Sicharo clan really some hidden ancient clan that was only now appearing in preparation for the ancient battlefield? If so, just what level of experts did Dian have to his back? However, this young lord before them didn't seem to have any intention of discussing matters with them. Dian's soul force exploded. Within Luna's palace, Supreme Spiritual's expression changed in an instant. His snide and sarcastic demeanor froze, his heart trembling fiercely. How is that possible? Oh, you've only just realized, Luna said expressionlessly. My man's energy cultivation may be a bit lacking due to his age, but his soul strength has already reached the pinnacle. You are already no match for him in this regard. Luna had remained silent after hearing the words of Supreme Armament, casual even. Her only response was to turn toward the events taking place at the capital. As for Supreme Armament's words, she couldn't have cared any less. Supreme Spiritual grit his teeth. Do you really believe that this is enough? Nothing would ever be enough. Luna replied. Your goal here was never to condemn my love life. Your goal was always to suppress me. Unfortunately, you don't have the capabilities to do so. Mistress Unblemished, this matter cannot be allowed to rest so easily. Supreme Oracle replied calmly. Now that this Dian Sicharo has killed so many, he must die no matter what, or else the face of the Sprite Alliance will be tarnished. You still don't understand, do you? Supreme Oracle frowned at these words. Since he's decided to take action, it means that today is the day the Sprite Alliance will be eradicated. You've already so magnanimously gathered up all of your elites for him. How could he not accept this great gift of yours? You! Supreme Spiritual roared, his aura involuntarily shattering the ground beneath his feet. Luna waved her arm. A palm strike slapped toward Supreme Spiritual, sending him flying and skidding across the ground. This is my unblemished palace, and it is not a place where you can act so unbridled. Control yourself or face the consequences. Of the Sprite Supremes, only Luna, Supreme Earthen and Supreme Armament had great battle prowess amongst higher existences. Supreme Oracle and Spiritual were severely lacking in this aspect because they both focused on the soul path. Sending one of them flying away with a single strike was no major surprise. A surge of sealing energy wrapped around the palace grounds. To come here and ask me to kill the father of my child so arrogantly, it seems that the Sprite Alliance has forgotten my strength. Supreme Earthen, who had been silent this whole time, frowned and attempted to mediate the situation. Supreme Heavenly, Please calm your anger. Supreme Armament does not speak for us all. It's very clear that 3 of the 4 of you insist on my man's death. Was I supposed to take your silence before as disapproval? Maybe if Luna wasn't so expressionless, she would have sneered. Obviously, Supreme Earthen silence had been representative of tacit consent. Yet now he was saying the opposite. What a joke. The sealing chi feel, trapping the 4 higher existences with an oppressive feeling. Luna had lived for trillions of years. Though she couldn't master the control of immortal chi so easily, her grasp of mortal chis was beyond anyone in existence. To challenge her on her own home grounds, weren't they looking down on her too much? But this was exactly the truth that made Luna have trepidations. These 4 hadn't risen to their current strength by being fools. Almost as though to answer her worries, Supreme Oracle spoke calmly as she slowly felt her strength being sealed. We would not come here without adequate preparations, Supreme Heavenly. We just hoped we wouldn't have to make use of this trump card. But it seems you've insisted on forcing our hand. In that moment, a 5th figure who had been hidden even from Luna slowly appeared. This figure's looks were truly too shocking, because he looked no different from an 8-year-old little boy. It was none other than Heaven's child Apollos. Luna's pupils constricted into pinholes. She already felt her senses distorting severely. It was already difficult for her to control her chi as planes of existences layered before her eyes, confusing her to no end. She understood what was happening in an instant. The scheme to enter the timeless library. Apollos' seeming lack of ability to age. The confidence of the 4 Supremes. Apollos' ability was to manipulate time. Supreme Earthen's expression turned to a sneer. All of his intentions of mediating the situation were clearly gone. Today, the unblemished one would fall. Dian's rage tore into the skies as Chenglei's mighty dragon's breath bathed the sprite capital in flames of black. A soul pressure the likes of which these fallen and Tao experts had never seen before crushed their hearts, infiltrating their bones and savagely tearing apart their confidence. Since when could the soul path display such strength? Since when could it apply such pressure? These fallen here had obviously all had the opportunity to mingle with their respective supreme leaders and even the supreme leaders of the other factions as well. After all, even if one is a higher existence, it isn't as though one would avoid human contact entirely. Even if they wouldn't spend time lounging with celestials, fallen were definitely qualified to stand by their side to a certain extent. Yet, even with this being the case, these 13 fallen had never in their lives faced such overwhelming pressure before. I think it's best if the Sprite Alliance simply doesn't exist any longer, Dian said emotionlessly. In the next instant, the skies became filled with pulsing arrays. A bloody illusion descended upon the Sprite capital, grasping at their hearts and plunging their minds into the depths of hell. The first stage of judgment was carnage. Following carnage came torment. Then, suffering. The first was a gorgeous ruby red. The next was a sapphire blue as resplendent as an ocean's pearl. The third was a beautiful violet, etched with runes of ancient history. However, these 3 were just the beginning. Dian might use them to slaughter swaths of celestials or pseudo-Tao experts, but his current opponents were far beyond this level. The next rays could slaughter lower Tao experts like weeds of grass. It was an oppressive black, very much willing to see the world itself collapse. Nether was next. Its aura was so fierce that it no longer appeared as gentle, well-drawn array lines and instead became etched with red fires of hell. Before it, even middle Tao experts could only drop to their knees and await death. Purgatory was the 6th, a fiery blue hell, flickering with an oppressive heat. If one dared to weather the illusions to look closely, it would seem as though you were staring into the eyes of the devil himself. Before its might, even higher Tao experts would be like lambs to the slaughter. Extinction, however, the enigmatic 7th judgment, was what Dian had used this time. A violet fiery hell was etched across the skies. A new world reflected in the minds of those with weak minds, one filled with skeletons of the dead, their eye sockets flickering with what remained of their consciousness as they screamed out in pain. Men, women, children, beasts, all of existence itself. It didn't seem to matter. The seventh judgment didn't discriminate. Dian raised a single finger, his arm remaining lightly bent as though he couldn't bother to stretch to his full height. He watched like a god from the skies as Chenglei's dragon's breath sent them scurrying like rats. Manipulate, mass. The countless violet flame arrays in the sky began to tremble. Space shook under their presence, bending and twisting as though each had suddenly gained the weight of a planet. Dian used the fourth degree of freedom as though he was born to do so. He hadn't found the second and third parts of Soleil until just a few hours ago, but the first tier of the second portion was already mastered by him. Accelerate. The 13 fallen could only tremble in shock. They had put all of their effort into blocking Chenglei's breath of fire, trying to save the lives of their juniors. But this left them with no strength to deal with Dian's strike. The skies rained with violet flame spears, tearing through space at speeds that were inconceivable for those of low cultivation to perceive fully. No! Fallen Wuwei roared, his aura erupting. However, it was then the beast babies took action. The time they spent consolidating their foundation at the pseudo-Dao realm was not wasted. In addition, it wasn't only Cheng who gained benefits from being withstanding the suppression of that realm's immortal plane atmosphere either. This was in fact a shocking realization for even Dian himself. Though he had heard Cheng roaring out in pain, he hadn't heard a thing from the 4 beast babies. Initially, he thought that this might have been another bloodline ability of the celestial beasts. After all, they had always been the closest to the heavens to begin it. It also wasn't a fluke that a celestial beast had become one of Abraxas' disciples either. Maybe they had the ability to ignore the pressure of the immortal plane. But the truth was far more fantastical than this. What Dian missed was the matter of heaven's chains. These chains restricted all beasts, even celestial beasts were no different. In fact, the more you were beloved by the heavens, the stronger the chains were. However, in the same way, one above all could only be cultivated on the immortal plane due to its deeper laws. Beasts could more easily sense their true selves on the immortal plane as well, allowing them to break the shackles that held them far easier. This was something Dian could have never guessed. Maybe even those beasts already on the immortal plane were unaware as well. After all, since they transcended, they had obviously already broken those chains. This information was useless to them. That was right. The reason for the silence of the celestial beast babies was precisely because they had put all of their effort toward shattering those chains. After 5 years, they had succeeded. Celestial beasts were already blessed with ungodly cultivation and the ability to skip tribulations entirely. Just what would the result be if they also shattered heaven's chains? Shir's roar filled the skies with streaks of blue flames. The beauty of a white tiger grasped the heart of those spectating this battle. Her claws tore through space, sending a torrent of slaughter chi toward fallen Wuwei and completely stopping his momentum. Even as this happened, a savage red aura was steadily building around Dian. The more agonizing screams befell the sprites, the stronger the aura grew. Dian knew well that this sort of battle wasn't to be taken lightly. He had never doubted his victory, no matter how far he was pushed into a corner. But that didn't mean he wouldn't prepare. War God martial intent. This legacy of a man who wielded an ancient constitution was on an entirely different level. Think for a moment. From Dian's understanding, no person born with an ancient constitution had ever succeeded in crossing their Tao tribulations. Yet, their names resounded throughout time. Just what did this mean? In all likelihood, those born with ancient constitutions all had abilities to battle across realms even more perverse than Dian himself. It was already sickening to have the talent to battle a fallen as a lower Tao expert. But it may very well be possible that some with ancient constitutions had been capable of battling higher existences as celestials. Dian had yet to be in a situation where he could make true use of this martial intent. But now, power swelled through his veins. Dian could faintly feel that the injuries he still couldn't feel were worsening. But he had been thoroughly enraged on this day. This sprite alliance would pay a price. The agonizing screams of dying elders colored the airwaves. You've truly decided to make an enemy of my sprite alliance. By this point, fallen Hastam was incensed. He hardly cared about the deaths of the peak Tao experts around him, but he knew well how important they were to the foundation of the Sprite Alliance. "This fool is still speaking?" Chenglei's voice in his draconic form was akin to rumbling boulders barreling down a mountain. In an instant, the aura that the armament fallen was attempting to scrounge up was shattered. It was only then the matters happening this day truly sank in. It was no normal beast before him now, this was a dragon. Those were no normal white-furred animals. They were celestial beasts. This wasn't a child of the younger generation before him. This was an enemy that stood even above his head. Fallen Hastam's heart palpitated as spears of violet flames continued to fall from the skies. Just who had they provoked? First arm. Patience. Dian didn't care for this fallen's thoughts, nor for the thoughts of the other 12. Dozens of Peak Dao experts had already fallen under his blade, already more than 100, in fact. His strength had sufficiently risen. The real slaughter would begin now. A golden palm descended from the skies. Fallen Hastam's pupils constricted as he hurried to prep his chi. However, it was at this moment that everything changed. A massive seal appeared in the skies, the likes of which none here had ever laid eyes. The trembling of the 13 fallen grew fiercer. They weren't facing a man. They were facing a monster. Boom! Fallen Hastam was blasted into the planet below. "The air you breathe is owned by me. The earth you walk on is owned by me. The chi you deem to use for yourself is owned by me. To try and mobilize the strength to harm the one that gave it all to you, aren't you too naive?" Dian suddenly didn't seem like himself. His Dao heart pulsed madly as his voice layered, echoing and projecting outward as though it came from the skies above. These words, arrogant beyond compare, unbridled without equal, maybe under normal circumstances one would refute them in a rage. But watching Dian belittle Fallen as though they were children forced many to keep these feelings down. Even those who felt the most pride in the Sprite capital didn't dare to utter a single word. Second arm. Modesty. The form of a golden Buddha was slowly manifesting in the air. Those watching on couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could a man who just uttered such words use a technique that went by such a name? It was only then their hearts trembled in understanding. It wasn't him who had to comprehend modesty, but them. Fallen Hastam and his companions tried to circulate their strength, but they felt as though the laws of the world had completely changed. The seal in the sky was completely beyond their comprehension, transcended beyond their wildest imaginations. Not only couldn't they feel their chi, but their faith was suddenly cut off. The celestial babies and Chenglie led a vicious slaughter. With every kill, their strength skyrocketed as well, benefiting under Dian's war god martial intent. Fallen Hastam simply couldn't understand what was happening. How could he imagine that the seal in the skies was a mighty treasure of the 33 heavens? It was just that even with it before him, he didn't have the qualifications to decipher its origins under the influence of Dian's immortal sense. But, even more damning, he couldn't understand why the supreme leaders had yet to appear. Would they wait until their backbone of strength was entirely eradicated? Luna's gaze lost focus even as Supreme Spiritual slowly rose from her strike and wiped blood from his lips. His gaze turned furious as he shifted his line of sight from the man riding a dragon to the woman sitting on the throne. This bitch! Supreme Spiritual was nothing like the higher existence he was worshipped to be. Those at his cultivation level were meant to be calm and level-headed, having experienced years of toil and hardship to reach their current heights. Yet, he had completely lost his composure. Luna's words were still tearing into his heart. He had dedicated his life to that path of alchemy. Though he wasn't the strongest, he was most definitely the most important of the Supremes. But his face had actually been slapped to this extent on this day. To his face, a woman he chased actually claimed a youth was his better. To make matters worse, he truly found no falsehoods in her words. Even if he didn't believe Dian's actual alchemic skill could match his, there was no question that his soul strength far surpassed his own. With that kind of level, as long as this Dian spent a bit of effort on his path, surpassing him would only be a matter of time. Who knew how this already enraged Supreme Spiritual would act if he knew he couldn't even shine Dian's shoes in the field of alchemy? Diane wouldn't even accept him as an assistant. Control yourself, Supreme Spiritual. Supreme Armament said emotionlessly. We still need to decide who will go and end this farce. I don't think all 4 of us have to appear. Correct. Those 13 can handle this. Why should we step in? Supreme Earthen said with a sneer. It's better than we handle this supreme heavenly situation. Give her to me. Supreme Spiritual said with a twisted expression. I'll turn her into an obedient puppet. Controlling her will be easy. We don't need you to do such a thing. Supreme Oracle said with a hint of disdain. Just go and capture her daughter and throw her into a cell. That'll make her obedient. I've never had any qualms about playing with a mother and daughter at the same time. Why do you suddenly believe I can't? Supreme Spiritual sneered, not caring even a small bit for Supreme Oracle's disdain. In his mind, she only acted like this because she was a woman. Who cared about her opinion of himself? It wasn't as though she was warming his bed. Brother Apollos, how long will this barrier hold up? Supreme Armament cut off their conversation before it escalated. Apollos shrugged. For as long as I deem it fit. She's currently experiencing countless timelines at once, though. If she remains in this state for too long, she may very well lose her mind. Not everyone can withstand such a thing, though she is in a unique position to do so considering how long she's lived. This is good. Supreme Armament nodded. The plan can move forward then. AI, Apollos said with a smile. You'll be rewarded greatly for your service. This Luna is the last piece of the puzzle. I hope so. My Sprite Alliance has sacrificed a lot all for the sake of weathering the descent of the ancient battlefield. Though he said watching losers act as though they had won would be funny, I didn't think it would be amusing to this extent. The amiable atmosphere suddenly froze, as 5 gazes once more turned toward the unblemished throne. Luna, who was meant to have been incapacitated, once more had a clear gaze. She looked toward the 4 Supremes and Apollos as though they were nothing but dancing clowns. You? How? Apollos' eyes narrowed. Even among heaven's children, he was a supreme existence. The ability to casually manipulate time as one pleased couldn't be described in mere simple terms. To say that Apollos was near invincible wasn't an exaggeration at all. Before him, Diane's time will was nothing but a joke. Even the celestial hamsters could only bow their heads despite the fact they had now shattered their heaven's chains. The gap was simply too large. So how was it that Luna sat there completely unscathed? Was Diane a fool? The reason why he was so apprehensive about showing his true strength was because he didn't want others to have the capacity to prepare for him. But if others could prepare, why couldn't Diane prepare? To now, it had already been almost 2 decades since Apollos appeared for the Federation meeting. Could it be that Diane simply ignored such a massive variable and never made any countermeasures? On top of this, even if Apollos never appeared, Diane would have been prepared nonetheless because he knew from the very beginning that the power of the Timeless Library was controlled by a Heaven's Child thanks to Jade. You! How do you have that? Apollos' gaze shivered with understanding and fear. Oh, this? An illusory array placed on Luna's throne shimmered and faded out of existence, revealing an ancient archway that King Mino and his daughter Aoife would recognize in an instant. It was the Jafari clan treasure. Back when the Kitsune attacked Diane's home universe, it was this very archway etched with ancient runes that protected King Mino's life until Diane arrived. The truth was that everyone usually forgot that the Jafari clan treasure was fundamentally a defensive treasure. Why was it that all those years ago Apollos went out of his way to coax Sargeras into the Timeless Library? Even if Sargeras was powerful, it wasn't to the extent of threatening those massive outer powers, right? The reason was right before them now. While the Mino clan had had the space half of the Jafari clan treasure, Sargeras had had the time half. The very time half that had always been Apollos' Achilles' heel. Luna's emotionless expression gave way to a gorgeous smile that seemed to light the world. My man gave it to me. You can't mean that he was the one to draw this array? Supreme Spiritual couldn't stop the trembling of his body. He felt as though his entire world was collapsing. Which genius of the soul path didn't practice multiple professions? Didn't even the Tower Quadrant's Sapientia Quadrant have those white-robed youths? How could Supreme Spiritual, a man who reached the pinnacle of the mortal plane, not also practice multiple paths? Of course, there was a reason the taboo on array alchemy was in place. Many saw studying the two professions at once was too difficult, though this was obviously only a surface excuse levied by those lurking in the shadows toward its suppression. This was all to say that Supreme Spiritual's formation knowledge fell far short of his alchemy. However, he knew enough to understand the level of attainments it took to hide something before the eyes of higher existences. What Supreme Spiritual had no way of knowing was that Dian had drawn this array with a casual wave of his hand. Even with his nonchalance, he never considered for a single moment that one of them would see through his creation. Dian comprehension of array alchemy had long since left the scope of the mortal plane. This isn't what's supposed to happen. Someone distorted this timeline. Apollos' immature voice projected outward in a shrill. The scope of his heavenly abilities wasn't within normal margins. When it came to matters of time, he touched upon a level that had never existed from the beginning of existence to now. The fact that something had caught him off guard was completely unprecedented. No, this wasn't true. Hadn't he felt those uncomfortable itches for decades now already? Ever since the Sacharo clan appeared for the Federation meeting. However, when he received news that the Olympus clan's universe spirit had perished, he assumed that it was this matter that had been pulling on his heart. But who cared about a mere universe spirit past its prime? They could build up many more. There was no need to worry at all. In fact, he believed that this secret knowledge gave him a leg up on the Sacharos. Dian wanted to make the Emperor Giant clan his trump card, but was it still a trump card if his enemies were ready and waiting for it? This was the reason Apollos ignored that unpleasant feeling. He thought that everything was in hand already. However, who knew that the wool had been pulled over his eyes? The Jafari clan treasure, his Achilles heel of so long ago, the very treasure that resulted in him tying himself to the timeless library so tightly, had actually been in the hands of his enemies all along. The scenes of various timelines he had witnessed were distorted from the very beginning. The so-called clear future he had seen was only what his enemies had wanted him to see. He had actually been so thoroughly defeated after so many years, and the worst part was that his opponent couldn't even be bothered to deal with him personally. Did I not already say that you weren't fit to shine his shoes? Luna's smile disappeared, replaced by a practiced indifference. She lightly waved her small hand. But this minor gesture caused the atmospheric chi to boil to an unprecedented level of agitation. Supreme Spiritual was smacked into the marbled throne room floor. His handsome countenance was completely devastated, becoming a mangled mess of displaced bone and flesh. To have placed your sights on my daughter once more, death is too good for you. Supreme Heavenly, Supreme Oracle called out. Her calm demeanor had shifted slightly. Don't go too far. This is still our Sprite Alliance. Was it still the Sprite Alliance when you attempted to kidnap my daughter? How about when you commanded me to murder the father of my child? Or how about when you colluded with outsiders to hold me hostage? In which of these instances was this still our Sprite Alliance? Luna's voice boomed. Her rage was hidden behind an indifferent veil, but when she took action, the heavens themselves were at her beck and call. Supreme Oracle felt an oppressive pressure descend upon her from above. Her knees couldn't help but bend, leaving two spherical holes in the ground below. You are the worst of them, Luna said without holding back her disdain. You think yourself to be a voice of reason, of compassion? You are nothing but the very dregs you claim to protect others from, a dirty stain on the very dignity you claim to have. Supreme Oracle had never been so humiliated in her life. Numerous emotions of rage, pain, and embarrassment colored her features. However, remorse was simply not among them. What I've done for us to survive. Survive? Luna sneered, her hand swiping once more to force supreme armament and earthen to the ground in a single breath. To come to this place to face her, they had entirely relied on Apollos. Now that Variopolis was stuck in a daze, countless timelines running through his mind as the backlash of his own abilities assaulted him severely. You know well that the first phase only allows those who have yet to experience a millennium to enter. You know even better that the reason for this is because those youths are our true hope. Yet, you sentenced the very best among them to death for nothing more than an attempt to control me. To survive? Even a child would have more instincts toward survival than you do. After making such a foolish choice, you actually have the face to say such a thing? Just kneel here and watch the fruits of your choice. You've thoroughly enraged him. The skies above the sprite capital trembled. But whether or not anyone noticed was a different matter entirely. They simply couldn't see the skies. It was entirely blotted out by a massive golden array that had increased to a radius 10 times even that of the very planet they stood on. This is impossible. Fallen Hastam felt as though Diane's words had become far too true far too suddenly. Let alone mobilize atmospheric chi, he was having trouble manifesting the abilities of his own chi. On top of this, he seemed to have completely lost connection with his faith. Originally, the Fallen hadn't even planned on ever needing to use their faith. However, obviously, when their backs were pushed against the wall, it would most definitely be their final resort. But who knew when they needed it most, it would so suddenly be stripped from them? Unfortunately for the Sprite Alliance, they had stimulated Diane's rage to an impossible degree. The seal alone wasn't capable of cutting off faith. Truthfully, maybe it was capable of such a feat, but Diane's comprehension of the sealing path simply wasn't deep enough to achieve such a thing. Diane had spread himself incredibly thin. He had already dabbled in runic vein theory in order to rebuild his master's body. On top of that, he began learning magic from Liliana, all while maintaining his level of array alchemy and mastering thousands of techniques. No matter how talented he wasn't a god, just yet. There were only so many things he could learn with the limited time he had entered the martial world for. Still, Diane's ingenuity was on another level. It felt like everyday Diane was learning more and more about his inner world. The more he delved into its abilities, the more convinced he became that it truly earned its title as the greatest cultivation technique ever created. For a long time already, Diane had been contemplating on how to improve his use of his domain. Of course, integrating his Daos was the obvious choice, but what then? The uses of one's inner world were so enigmatic and numerous that Diane felt that this was closing himself off. Until recently, he had continued to project his inner world as a bland world of grass and sun. The embarrassing part was that even his own daughter's use of her inner world had actually surpassed his own. After gaining 108 stars, the strength of little Alana's domain could be imagined, even though she still didn't have the strength to use all 108 simultaneously. However, breaking into the world of world seers gave Diane new inspiration. For so long, he had hid his treasures of the 33 heavens because he was afraid of being chased for his fortuitous encounters. But, after awakening his immortal sense, there was no longer anyone on the mortal plane capable of seeing through anything Diane wanted to hide. Diane could essentially use the abilities of these treasures freely now and hide their true forms in plain sight with absolute ease. This reality opened up a new door for Diane. It was his inner world, right? His daughter's matters already proved that Daos weren't the only things that could be integrated with this godly cultivation technique. Outside resources could be used to supplement what one lacked in strength. So if this was the case, what would happen if he fused his domain with a treasure of the 33 heavens? What if he made its strength irrefutably his own? The final inspiration needed for this matter was actually the final 2 portions of Soul Aid. This was right. Diane's greatest trump card had actually only been created just a few moments ago. If these fallen knew this, maybe they'd cough up blood in rage. While studying Soul Aid, Diane had a breakthrough in his comprehension while studying the 5th degree of freedom, change. Change had the ability to fundamentally change a technique, even turning a fire technique into its opposing water element with ease. At the time, Diane had only grasped the 4th degree of freedom and hadn't entirely understood change, a shocking feat considering he had only had the compete technique for a few hours to now. But just as he was starting to comprehend change, he was reminded of oneness. Like this, his comprehension of one above all deepened. What was the trouble of changing one element to another if everything was the same to begin with? If one made many and many made one, they all shared the same roots to begin with. There was no difficulty at all. This newfound comprehension is what allowed Dian to accomplish his current feat. What if a domain fused with a seal to become a sealed world? Suddenly, Dian's inner world gained characteristics of the seal. Getting a treasure of the 33 heavens to become perfectly compatible with his cultivation technique shouldn't have been an easy feat. But, for Dian, who had studied one above all to now the third will level, it had suddenly become as easy as breathing. With the seal, Dian's inner world suddenly cut off its connection to the heavens. The passive ability of the seal had actually mutated after coming into contact with inner world, sanctuary. In a human owner, its passive ability was to protect the mind. Whether it be odd status effect abilities, illusions, or mind reading, it was all useless before the seal. However, now that its owner had technically become a world, what the seal protected it from was not just mere illusion techniques, but the heavens themselves. When Dian projected out his domain now, he completely cut off the surrounding area from the mortal plane. In such a situation, how could one make use of faith? Dian had become no different from a deity of his own world. Though he didn't know it now, this sort of effect was something only the origin source of a transcendent could replicate. Of course, there were still some differences between this and that. Cutting off the mortal plane from his inner world wasn't a problem. But the current Dian was still too far from cutting ties with the immortal plane, while true origin sources could most definitely do so. It wasn't that the seal was incapable, but rather than Dian's stamina could definitely not hold up such an oppressive projection. Though the seal's passive ability had mutated, it wasn't without side effect. Since it was melded with his inner world and had been cut from the heavens, it required Dian's own strength to sustain. As a result, this once passive ability that could be used with ease had become a great struggle for Dian to maintain. Still, there was some good that came with this. This ability changed the form of the seal. Essentially, even without his immortal senses protection, it was impossible to link the seal in the sky with the seal of the 33 heavens. Unfortunately, Dian couldn't handle this strain for long. A few minutes was his limit, but this was already impressive beyond compare, and this amount of time was more than enough. Were you part of it? Dian descended from Chenglei's back, grasping fallen Hastam's throat. His aura had become baleful, his eyes reddening with thick killing intent under the influence of the war god martial intent. Devour! He couldn't be bothered to wait for an answer, directly scouring fallen Hastam's mind as he pleased. Spectators watched on in horror as a mighty fallen screamed for his life, unable to control himself at the pain of his soul rending apart. Good. Good. Dian's jaw clenched. You actually voted in favor of kidnapping a baby. A mighty fallen making a move on a child. You deserve death. Dian's palm struck downward. It seemed incomparably simple and bland, but the profundity was simply beyond those of the mortal plane. This was product of fusing countless hundred palm strike techniques into one. Without suspense, fallen Hastam's head shattered, spewing bits of white and gray brain matter into the air as the final screams of his soul dissipated. And you! Dian swept through each and every one of the 13 fallen. The execution of such experts made those watching shudder. Were the Supremes really not showing up even after all of this? Aya, what did he call us out for if he was going to take all the true fun for himself? Chenglei complained. Baibi giggled. Big brother Chenglei is too willful. If he's taking revenge for little niece Aliuna, we can't step in personally, right? How could they know that Dian only called them out because he hadn't been certain that fusing the seal with his inner world would work? As Dian's 5 beast companions chortled and bantered back and forth, little Aliuna stood on Chenglei Black's scaled head, tears pooling in her eyes as she watched Dian's furious slaughter. All for her, he had completely decimated the strength of an outer power single-handedly. Unlike others, she wasn't surprised at her father's strength. She knew better than anyone how much he hated to leave her side. If he did so for as much as 5 years, seeing his strength take such a massive leap forward was only appropriate. He wouldn't leave her for so long without something to show for it. What truly riled up Alana's emotions was her father's love. Even when she was spoiled and mischievous, he stood on her side without hesitation. The events of today might very well make Diane the #1 public enemy of the mortal plane. To wipe out the foundational strength of an entire outer power just before the ancient battlefield descended? If this didn't make one the enemy of the world, nothing would. Aluna knew well that her father wouldn't be ignorant of this fact, nor could the matters of today be hidden. Even if Diane detained all those here, eventually the change would be sensed, especially since the ill-timed Nephilim gathering was already quickly approaching. If no one from the Sprite Alliance showed up, the consequences were obvious. Yet Diane had acted today nonetheless. He didn't care about the consequences, all for her sake, also that she knew he would always be on her side. This sort of doting couldn't be compared to simply buying her anything she wanted or bowing to all her wants. Diane's actions today, though they racked Aluna with guilt, also filled her with a warmth that burned so bright it scorched her heart. From today onward, the Sprite Alliance will be under the sole rulership of Luna Sicharo and the Sicharo clan. Feel free to go back and inform your powers. But do tell them that my temper isn't the best. Don't provoke me for foolish reasons or your outcome will be the same. Diane dropped the final corpse from his hand, allowing it to plop to the floor with a disgusting splat that echoed through the silent city. Maybe Diane would have never seen being covered in blood as a good thing in the past, but this moment was most definitely an exception. Though he stood tall and hadn't been so much as touched by these fallen during this battle, much of this blood was actually his own. Luna looked toward the projection of Diane with a lost expression. In her mind, she constantly replayed those words he spoke again and again, not because she was now the ruler of this Sprite Alliance. She hardly cared as long as Aluna and Diane were safe, but rather because Diane had called her by a name she pined after for trillions of years, a name that had been stripped from her due to her own actions. Sicharo. Aluna ran forward, not minding the fact her father was covered in blood to support him. As the daughter of a heaven's child, little Aluna had of course should have received the very best of her father's soul talent. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it seemed that even though her soul talent was indeed overwhelming compared to others, it still fell well short of Diane's. Even still, her comprehension toward the path was still great, having traveled well into the comet grade to this point. This was more than enough for her to tell that her father was most definitely not in a good state currently. Though Diane might use his immortal sense to hide from others, he rarely did so toward his daughter. This time around, though, his trust in his own kin had led to her tears. Diane smiled lightly toward his daughter's over-the-top concern. Truthfully, maybe it wasn't so over-the-top at all. Maybe anyone else would have dropped dead in his situation. When the battle began, he was only using his soul chi, so the impact of his injuries was minimal. However, in order to evoke his inner world, he needed the strength of both his soul and his chi. Considering the decimated state his meridians were in, forcefully using his chi like that was asking to die. Diane sighed. Maybe leaving my clone to comprehend magic with Liliana wasn't so smart after all. As things stood now, Diane couldn't form a powerful enough clone to use his immortal sense. Simply put, his clone's comprehension was not even a tenth of his own. They weren't in the same league. If Diane personally learned magic with his main body, he would have long since learned this third magic already. Unfortunately, as things stood now, it was a bit troublesome for him to return to the Mortal Alliance now. There were too many things he needed to do here. Celestial-grade holy-type chi surged into Diane's body. It provided him some relief, but it was wholly unable to fix the root of the issue. Diane's body had become far too powerful, and the immortal chi that caused his injuries to begin with was far beyond what mere celestial-grade chi could contend with. Diane's only options were to either comprehend that third magic, or find Tao-grade holy-type chi. The trouble was that his clones seemed to be failing on both fronts. The former was too slow in comprehending, while the latter had yet to conquer any lands on the ancient battlefield that had access to such chi. What are you crying for? Isn't it all over now? Diane grinned without a care for how ghastly he looked so covered in blood. Aluna didn't respond, simply burying her head in her father's chest and completely ruining her violet gown. In the skies above, the golden seal of inexplicable complexity slowly faded, relieving another weight from Diane's shoulders. With a thought, several large blooming flowers appeared around Diane, birthing a dozen or so 1% clones before sending them out. What do we do? There was no question that Jiashou Ren had a burning hatred for Diane, even surpassing his little brother Jiashou Ken, who wouldn't after being castrated before the eyes of so many. Even if there weren't any spectators, it would be a blood debt to remember. But seeing the situation here, he was completely at a loss. The mighty Sprite Alliance, his and the Star Clan spent so many millennia trying to crawl their way back to had actually been subdued so easily. The most shocking part was that it seemed that Diane had really done this on a whim. True God Star looked on blankly, completely unable to respond to his friend's words. When he died and was sent back to the Star Clan, he had rushed back here at the first possible moment. Why was that? Well, it definitely wasn't because he thought he was Diane's match. The matters of that day proved very obviously that they weren't even in the same league. The shameful reason he had done so was because he wanted to watch Diane suffer. He thought that after killing one of their geniuses, the Sprite Alliance would definitely not sit idly by. But day after day, he watched as Diane strolled around as though their sprite capital was his own. Then he watched as his mere subordinates completely humiliated their best geniuses. And it all finally culminated today, as he watched Diane slaughter 13 fallen as though they were nothing more than lambs. The psychological blow was simply too much. These matters didn't even touch on the fact that Diane had subdued a dragon, or that even his daughter could kill him with a single finger, or even that he had a child with a higher existence. The faces of the Sapientia in the distance were no different, sinister lights flashing in their eyes. Looking at each other, it seemed they had simultaneously made a decision. They hadn't made a move before due to the Sprite Alliance's face. But in this sort of situation, those Supremes might even bow down to them in thanks, right? Did you forget what I said? Anyone who slights me will have the same ending. Do you want to be next? In that instant, a cold bucket of water doused their ambitions. A single one of Diane's clones appeared in their midst, glaring down at them from above as though they were nothing but ants. You want to offend our Sapientia clan as well? Of the Sapientia here, there were 8. To call them youths was inappropriate. In fact, they were a generation ahead of Diane. Though, since they were Sapientia, they were respected wherever it was they went. In the tower quadrants, the Sapientia were merely scholars. However, in the outer powers, their image took a drastic turn. Though they were still scholars and often took the side of neutrality, they had also displayed their grand prowess many times. Within the tower quadrants, the Sapientia never needed to defend their territory. After all, many of their branches took the initiative to subordinate themselves to greater powers, while their main quadrant was protected due to the previously held taboo on interquadrant warfare. However, in the outer powers, there were obviously no such protections and the Sapientia stood alone. Over the years, how could there not be examples of outer power disputes and wars? Whenever such wars occurred, the Sapientia would always strike a resounding victory. In the long history of the mortal plane, there was not even one account of a Sapientia defeat. As a result, though they maintained scholarly airs, the Sapientia were secretly feared by many, and rightfully so. There was a reason that only they were worthy of being a standalone power without the need for an alliance. Offend your Sapientia clan? Diane said lightly. With a thought, what remained of the wisp of Ashire's soul appeared in his hand. On the mortal plane, souls had no forms of their own. It was only upon transcending that one's soul would take on their likeness. As a result, Ashire, who had been a mere celestial, had a soul wisp that looked no different from a blob of light. However, every soul had unique fluctuations. For those deep within the Tao realm, ascertaining these fluctuations was only a matter of focusing for a single moment. In an instant, not only did these 8 Sapientia know that this was the soul of a Sapientia, they also discerned by the purity of its fluctuations that this was the soul of a Sapientia royal. Without allowing them to respond, Diane's hand squeezed, shattering Ashire's soul without remorse or blinking even an eye. Dian had saved this soul from the very beginning because he didn't want the Sapientia to be aware of Oshire's death. But more and more, Dian was finding that he didn't care about the consequences any longer. Those who slighted him would die. There was no longer room for negotiation in his heart. He didn't care who he offended. Your Sapientia clan offended me long ago. As for you 8, since you wanted to kill me, you can just die as well. Dian's chi swept forward. Caught completely off guard and not thinking that Dian would dare to do such a thing, none of the 8 were fast enough to mobilize their faith. 8 heads spun into the air, fountains of blood permeating the populated streets. Time seemed to freeze over. In the minds of those here, the Sapientia were untouchable, even more untouchable than the Nephilim. If one of the Nephilim died, it was an irrelevant matter. The giant race were similar to the dragons in that they placed personal prowess over all. If one of theirs died, as long as there was no underhanded tricks, they wouldn't mobilize their forces. At worst, someone with ties to the deceased would look for revenge personally. However, the Sapientia were different. Though it wasn't as though they'd mobilize an army, they most definitely would seek out an explanation for this matter and respond appropriately to whatever answer it was they received. Since the Sapientia often maintained neutrality, they very rarely took action. But when they did, it was akin to thunder and lightning ravaging the outer powers. As for the matters of the Sapientia interfering with my affairs, I'll be sure to ask for an explanation personally. A cold breath swept through the sprite capital. This young man, he was too arrogant, was he not? In that moment a sweeping change took place. Dian's main body trembled. Huh? Dian's eyes blinked in confusion. Even Aluna backed away in slight shock. A moment later, she understood what was happening even before her father did. A surprising matter for Dian. Dad, these are signs of an undefeatable spirit awakening. Dian cocked an eyebrow. He had long since heard of this undefeatable spirit, but for some reason, he himself had never touched upon it. What Dian didn't know was that the quality of one's undefeatable spirit was dependent on too many things. In fact, it wasn't just he who wasn't fully aware, but the greatest powers on the mortal plane were completely in the dark as well. However, today, Dian had shed a final aware even he wasn't aware. It had been too long since he was truly unbridled. The more he gained, the more timid he seemed to become. Of course, for Dian who had started at such a high level of arrogance from the beginning. His dulling blade was still incomparably sharp in the views of others. However, Dian himself knew that he was slowly losing him. It wasn't until today that he truly threw the chains that had been slowly drowning him away. The pulsing of his Tao heart grew brilliantly. A moment later, the whole of the mortal plane began to quake. Countless light years away, the sound of shattering jade resounded in a quiet room hidden beneath a grand expansive palace. The room itself was quite minimalistic in comparison to the grandeur that stood atop its ceilings. It was carved of bland gray stone and filled with shelves that were made of the very same material. Still, this room was of utmost importance. It housed the lifelines of the most important individuals of this clan. Outstanding geniuses, pillar elders of unquestionable strength, and most importantly, the royal family line. Within the depths of this room, an elder sat in quiet meditation, his attire equally as bland gray. In not even an instant, his golden eyes flashed open, piercing outward like orbs of fiery light. Oshire, he mumbled to himself. With his position within the Sapientia, he knew well how sensitive Oshire's mission was. But he was also aware of how equally impossible it should have been for Oshire to die. As a member of the royal family, Oshire was most definitely outfitted with a life-saving jade. Yet it actually hadn't activated. Only someone who had reached the extremes of the soul path could accomplish such a thing. In fact, even with this elder status, he wasn't aware of a single person who capable of such a feat. To make matters worse, with Oshire's level of faith, who could have killed him in that paltry quadrant? Even with his weak cultivation, with that level of support, he should have been undefeatable. It wasn't as though they couldn't have sent someone more powerful, but the Sapientia's deduction skills decided that this was an inappropriate action. Ashire's weak strength would allow him to better lay low, and for many years it had clearly worked. Or maybe it was inappropriate to think this way. Since he was now dead, it meant the plan had failed when it mattered the absolute most. It was when the elder reached this thought that the mortal plane began to quake violently. Even with Ashire's death, his expression had barely changed to a slight frown. But when this quaking began, he abruptly stood up in shock, sensing the changes around him with an incredulous expression. He could feel that this wasn't a planetary trembling. It wasn't the earth beneath his feet that was shaking, but rather the very fabric of existence itself. This change filled him with so much fear that after he stood, he was immediately frozen in place, unable to will himself to move. His figure flashed. This was most definitely a matter that had to be discussed immediately, whether it was Ashire or this abrupt change. Maybe the latter was even more important than the former. Such a commotion, maybe only the descent of the ancient battlefield could match it, right? Just what was happening? Under this sudden change, Dian could no longer suppress his injuries and directly spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Alana's expression changed, wanting to go toward her father, but a fairy-like lady suddenly appeared to her side, holding her back. "Mom?" "But Dad." Alana's expression turned to surprised before she snapped her attention back toward Dian. "The space around him is incredibly volatile right now. He's snatching chi control even from me. It's very possible that you could lose your life if you approach too closely." Alana's expression changed. She had witnessed the awakening of an undefeatable spirit before. In fact, it was her very own that she had experienced to begin with. For Aluna, this feat hadn't been difficult at all. It wasn't long after she entered the Tao realm that she broke through. "You don't understand," Luna said softly. "The undefeatable spirit isn't a separate entity. It's the evolution of one's own Tao heart. The knowledge of this era is simply too superficial." "Mother?" Alana's confusion deepened. Luna sighed. "You still don't know this, but your father is actually the reincarnation of my husband of countless generations ago. We met not in this mortal era, but in the primordial era." Alana's eyes widened. She really had never known this. The past of her mother and father was hidden from her by the both of them. She had just assumed they had some difficulties they couldn't expound, so she obediently didn't ask. But for Luna to actually live so long, even heaven's children weren't truly immortal. There would come a day where they would silently pass away and fuse with the heavens once more. But Luna had actually lived for so long. This is all to say that your mother has some knowledge many don't. When one begins to cultivate, a preliminary Tao heart is formed. However, this is only a fleshling state. It's incredibly fragile and can only count as a seed. The way in which this seed grows is what's decided by individual martial artists. This realm is known as the Tao seed realm. As one progresses, it becomes possible to form the true state of a Tao heart. Of these, there are 9 supreme Tao hearts that have withstood the test of time and are acknowledged as the very best. This realm is known as the Tao awakening realm. You might have already expected this, but the next state is actually this so-called undefeatable spirit realm. Though its name is fanciful and grandiose, its true ability isn't so enigmatic. With an undefeatable spirit, one is able to maintain a calm state of mind and their peak condition while in battle. No matter the odds they face, they can pull this off. So, this undefeatable title is actually symbolic of a sort of self-assessment. One would never lose to oneself in this realm. This realm's true name is the Tao Liberation Realm. However, for whatever reason, your father seems to be able to enter the Tao liberation state with absolute ease. He never struggled to do so even when he only had a mere Tao seed. I've witnessed him do this many times before, and it wasn't until I learned these things that I realized how shocking it was. Your father is capable of using his own willpower to accomplish a feat usually only the heavens can aid one in accomplishing. Now that he's truly reached the grand perfection state of the Tao awakening realm, I really don't know what kind of changes this will bring. Dian's frown deepened. He suddenly found it hard to control his body. He felt that this was incredibly similar to a feeling of having an incomparably solid foundation. One so solid that after a certain point in time, one's breakthrough could no longer be halted. The issue was that such a breakthrough was completely beyond his expectations. He had faintly heard Luna's explanation. In fact, many had heard it. Her words about him being the reincarnation of her past husband would actually serve to quell much of hidden waves he had caused in their Sprite Alliance territory this time around. But what was more poignant was her revelation about the Tao Liberation Realm. Dian had always found himself to be supremely confident, even facing opponents many times more powerful than himself. He just had no idea that this was him tapping into the Tao Liberation Realm all along. But how could matters be so simple? Even if others entered the Tao Liberation Realm as well, there were limits to this realm's abilities, right? It was obvious at first glance that this couldn't possibly be the highest Tao heart state. If it was, the immortal plane would be nothing more than a joke. How could the greatest state of minds be reached by mere mortals on an inferior plane? This alone proved that the undefeatable spirit, or the Tao Liberation Realm, wasn't infallible. Yet, Dian had been able to remain dauntless before Celestials with not an ounce of Qi cultivation. He had been able to battle a Tao expert as a mere Meridian Formation Realm expert and even survive to tell the tale. Sure, Elder Dayu had been severely weakened, but in the end, hadn't he ignored his injuries to break through that bottleneck once again anyway? The so-called battle gods of the Sprite Alliance could most definitely not replicate these feats. Their undefeatable spirits were already severely repressed when facing mere higher Tao experts, let alone fallen and higher existences. What did this all mean? It meant that even Luna had underestimated Dian. Tao Seed Realm, Tao Awakening Realm, Tao Liberation Realm, Tao Purification Realm, Tao Tranquility Realm, Tao Monolith Realm, Selfless Tao Realm, Tao Vanity Realm, and finally, the Tao Simplicity Realm. Each realm above was harder to ascend than maybe even the heavens themselves, and each had names those of the mortal plane weren't even worthy of knowing. Yet, what Dian entered easily with nothing but a Tao seed wasn't the Tao Liberation Realm, but the Tao Tranquility Realm. How this occurred? Maybe only Junior was aware. And this wouldn't be the limitations of Junior's knowledge either. Junior would be aware that though Dian could grasp the mind state of the realm, he couldn't touch about its blessings entirely. In the end, one's Tao heart was meant to be the foundation for one's comprehension. If Dian could truly enter the Tao Tranquility Realm in its truest state, let alone struggling with comprehending Taos, he would have already mastered several laws by now. Dian's soul trembled. In that moment, the skies suddenly darkened. Without Dian's acceptance, his manifestation suddenly appeared, looming over the sprite capital with an incomparably arrogant visage. Its body was draped in robes wreathed with black and white flames. Its wings hovered directly to its back, on one side holding 6 beautiful white feathered ones, and to the other, 6 glistening black feathered ones. 6 halos of black gold revolved, holding images of profound paths beyond one's comprehension. However, if one looked closely, they were actually becoming more solid. Slowly, its illusory form became more corporeal. What had once been a mere projection of an image was actually turning into flesh and blood. If those on the immortal plane could see this scene, they would shiver in astonishment. This sort of event was a level far beyond a mere manifestation. It was the birth of a Vajra body. However, such a monstrosity would only appear when one was stepping into the very peak of the Tao Monolith Realm, a mere half-step from the selfless Tao realm. An existence that should only appear on the immortal plane was actually forcefully breaking through its restrictions here. How could the mortal plane not tremble from end to end? This sort of matter made things clear. The Tao heart was inextricably linked to one's soul. There was no coincidence that Dian's Tao heart grew in the chest of his nascent soul. One's soul provided the connection to heaven one needed to comprehend heavenly Taos. So it was naturally the key to breaking away from the heavens to form one's own path. Ever since Dian awakened his Tao heart, it had lied in slumber for decades. In truth, he wasn't even aware of his own Tao heart's name, let alone its uses. It just seemed to sit there, doing nothing. In the end, after Dian failed to gain any results by probing with his immortal sense, he let it be. But he could have never realized that it would explode forth with such frightening momentum on this day. In those moments, the rotation of his 6 black gold halos gained substance. The sound of grinding gears filled the ears of those watching on in disbelief. Finally, a satisfying chicka sound resonated as the very black halo Dian had never before touched upon rotated to the very top. A single eye peered downward, looking toward the world with unbridled disdain. Ag hi! Dian roared, grabbing hold of his eye. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, there was nothing he could do. A flame that sent shivers down his spine erupted. A moment later, it burst from his eye socket. Aluna and Luna could only watch on with their hearts tightening as Dian's left eye burst into a shower of blood. The turn of events was too great. In one instant, they taught Dian to be on top of the world. But in the next he was screaming in agony as a side of his face erupted in flames that sent shivers down their spine. Dian remembered the words spoken to him in the past. His pupil manifestation. He couldn't evoke its true strength unless he met one of 2 conditions. Either temper his body to the fate silk realm, or find both hell's right eye and heaven's left eye. Who knew that before he could find heaven's left eye, this baleful existence would actually trigger without his consent, even obliterating his left eye entirely. If Dian hadn't found hell's right eye by a stroke of luck thanks to meeting Legolas, wouldn't he be completely blind right now? Unfortunately, the arrogant I didn't seem to care about it master's pain. It continued to become more corporeal, forcing the space around it to tremble and shatter. The sprite capital was immediately filled with spatial chi that sprinkled like glass shards. The situation became incomparably dangerous in but a split second. If it wasn't for Luna's expression changing and her immediate action, the deaths that would have ensued could only be imagined. Dian couldn't grasp just what was happening. One had to remember that his body had reached such a terrible state that he hadn't felt much of anything for several weeks already. Yet he was actually screaming out in pain now. Dian had experienced having his body completely remolded more times than he could count. He had been more savage to himself than even his enemies, more cruel to his own body than even that of others. But in all these instances he rarely screamed like he was now. In the end, Dian savagely bit his own tongue. Though it wasn't to the point of cutting it off completely, it was more or less halfway to such a result. One could imagine how much strength was needed to do such a thing considering the current level his Titan Diamond body had reached. His fingers were completely singed, having reflexively covered his bleeding eye socket. His body was bent over, completely hunched in pain even as the trembling of space continued. You fool! If you don't want to destroy this quadrant in its entirety, you better swallow your grievances and evoke your sealed world again. If not, you can bear the consequences of killing your daughter and the mother of your child alone. An ancient voice resounded in Dian's mind. Who could it be if not the Dragon King? The old lizard had been dormant for quite a long time. Dian simply found that he didn't need him very much recently. But who knew he would provide such a timely reminder? Dian grit his teeth. He knew he had no choice. The momentum of his singular pupil was too savage. It had been the very first of his 6 black gold halos to awaken, yet it was taking its sweet time becoming corporeal. Damned brat really makes one faint from shock. Awakening a damn Vajra body on the mortal plane. Are you trying to commit mass genocide? Dian spun his chi, gritting his teeth as he suddenly became to feel the pain hidden within his marred meridians. A moment later, the grand seal that once covered their skies appeared again. Though those of the Sprite Alliance were completely unaware, it was in that very instant that the trembling of the mortal plane ceased. But even if they did know, they would have cared because the scene before them was too magnificent. One's manifestation was inextricably tied to one's soul, and one's soul was inextricably tied to one's Tao heart. Upon birthing an undefeatable spirit, those without manifestations would manifest one, while those with one would likely experience mutations. This was where the title of spirit came from. With the fall of the elves, the manifestation was mostly an ignored path. How often had Dian come across an expert who wielded a manifestation? Aside from himself and his wives, he couldn't think of many if any at all. It was no wonder then that upon breaking into this realm, even those of the outer powers believed that they were birthing something new and failed to connect it to their already present Tao hearts. As such, the moniker of undefeatable spirit came about. Today, Dian hadn't experienced a mutation. His manifestation was just the same as it had always been. Though he didn't know the reason, this didn't matter much to him, because the result was beyond his wildest imaginations. His manifestation now had a corporeal body. It could influence the world itself rather than only himself. Just how strong was Dian's soul? Currently, if translated into Qi cultivation, Dian's soul strength was at the higher Dao realm, essentially the lower extremities of the star grade. However, if one translated Dian's strength based on his combat prowess, his soul already overshadowed higher existences. Could Dian now fight higher existences with his so-called Vajra body? He was unsure. He knew his soul was completely overshadowed higher existences, but he didn't know if this was a perfect one-to-one translation with his Vajra body. Either way, it was something he would have to slowly figure out. If he couldn't get some benefits from losing an eye, wouldn't it be too pitiful? Dian violently coughed up blood as he sat on all fours. It was truly unsightly of him, but he had never experienced such a thing before. That eye was truly too frightening. Without regard for even its own owner, it did as it pleased. What the hell kind of ability was that? It wasn't as though Dian needed his eyes. At his current level, his immortal sense could more than make up for it. But that didn't mean it was a pleasing feeling to suffer such a loss. What the hell is a Vajra body, old lizard? Even my main body isn't in a high enough position to answer that question. What the hell do you expect from me? Dian sneered. He wasn't in a very good mood, so he seemed apt to take it out on the poor Dragon King. Are you telling me that the mighty Dragon King is a mere snake on the immortal plane? What do you know, boy? Us ascenders are at a terrible disadvantage once we reach that place. Though we're not as discriminated against in comparison to those with mortal bodies, it's barely a step above. One is an ant and the other is a worm. Barely a difference at all. Abraxas is definitely an ascender, so your complaints are falling on deaf ears. How do you know that name? The old lizard's monotone voice finally turned to surprise. It seems my connections are better than yours too, old lizard, Dian said as his body was racked with pain. Not only have I awakened something you never have, but I know people you don't. Isn't this too pitiful? Maybe if the Dragon King had any tangible form, he would be gritting his teeth now. Abraxas and his disciples are obviously a special anomaly. Only they and a handful of others have reached such heights after ascending from the mortal plane. I naturally cannot compare to them. Are you not only number 3 behind the Dragon Emperor and Dragon God of the mortal plane's dragon race? How are you in such a state? Dian stopped joking around and asked seriously. At this very least, since no one dared to approach him in his current state, this conversation took his mind off of the pain he was experiencing. The Dragon King sighed. Beasts transcend by shattering heaven's chains, but this isn't all it's cracked up to be. On the mortal plane, it makes your cultivation speed incomparably quick. However, that is all. On the immortal plane, anyone with an immortal body turns their nose up at such a thing. In addition, after shattering heaven's chains, one must then create their own path, which means that the later one succeeds, the worse off you are. I may have been the Dragon King, but I didn't manage to throw off these fetters until I reached the peak Dao realm. Though this was already better than most dragons who only managed to succeed after entering half-step transcendence, it was still too late. The Dragon God succeeded in the Saint realm. The Dragon Emperor succeeded in the Celestial realm. They're obviously not individuals I can compare to. Dian frowned, thinking of Chunglei and the beast babies. They had all succeeded only after entering the Dao realm, especially Chunglei, who had already been at the peak Dao realm. He had originally been very happy about this. But who knew there were such hidden troubles? It seems I have to have those 5 focus on their comprehensions. But this Vajra body, even if you don't know it all, tell me what you do know. The Vajra body is one of the pinnacle abilities of the soul path. To those with small attainments, it's most important toward amplifying one's comprehension. However, to those with great attainments in the soul path, it's a great battle weapon. For example, some with sword manifestations upon reaching this realm would make their Vajra body into a nascent weapon, making it into their lifelong partner. Some of the best treasures on the immortal plane are the nascent weapons of long-past experts forged of their Vajra bodies. However, humanoid manifestations like yours are exceedingly rare. Even I can only think of a very select few who have living manifestations. What you can do with yours should of course far surpass this narrow option. Still, you need to be exceedingly careful using your Vajra body on the mortal plane. It's not an existence meant to appear here. You still have little understanding of the immortal plane, but even immortal lower realm experts aren't guaranteed to form Vajra bodies. The attainment in Tao heart state needed are simply too high. If you use this Vajra body too freely, you may very well catch the attention of the heavens. At that point, it may forcefully send you to the immortal plane. One half of the reason why I told you to evoke your sealed world was to protect this plane, yes. But the other half was to help you hide from the eyes of the heavens. If you exhibit strength too far exceeding the mortal plane, it will take action without a doubt. By then, all you have built here would be for naught. Dian's only response to the Dragon King's words was to cough up another mouthful of blood. Forgive me for asking. Though the old lizard started his words like this, Dian could already hear the deep sneer in his voice. But why is it that a so-called alchemist isn't using alchemy to cure his own injuries? Dian froze. He really hadn't even considered it. Not for a moment. All this time, he was just silently waiting for his clone to make the last leap and comprehend his third blessing. The Dragon King's laughter resounded in Dian's ears. Dian had never heard the old lizard express any emotion before. Yet the old guy actually started laughing at him. Dian could faintly understand why. In the Dragon King's view, no matter how heaven-defying Dian's actions were on the mortal plane, it was still, in the end, the mortal plane. Weren't the Dragon King's own actions back then equally heaven-defying? Yet look at the state he was in now. However, the longer he followed Dian, and the more he watched silently, the more he came to understood that Dian's sealing was definitely not as simple as it seemed originally. Slowly, the feeling of this wisp of his soul separated from the feelings of his main body, and he began to tacitly accept Dian even though his true self did not. Dian sighed, but it was interrupted by yet another mouthful of blood. Unfortunately, this time, chunks of strewn inner organ flew out along with it. Alchemy. Dian could remember the last time his main body refined pilled. He knew deep in his heart of hearts that he loved array alchemy with all his being, but his circumstances simply didn't allow him to indulge. Even when he took a vacation to stay by his daughter's side, it was really only a facade. He spent much of that time consolidating the Mortal Alliance's foundation to quickly catch up to those massive outer powers. Still, over these long decades, it could be said that Dian's foundation had become incomparably sturdy. Though his main body hadn't refined pills in years, in order to support the Mortal Alliance, he had countless clones that were almost perpetually refining pills. Common grade, practitioner grade, master grade, grandmaster grade. Dian had refined trillions of each tier over these years. Thanks to his ability to share experiences with his clones in combination with his talent and the Tao of array alchemy, his foundations were far beyond what even the lower levels of the immortal plane could match. In these moments, something deep within Dian had already changed. He had regained the carefree attitude he had in his youth. He had once more become the Dian who fought those 11 god clan geniuses outside of the Demon Sage's legacy world. Dian smiled lightly despite the pain surging through his body. Thanks, old lizard. The Dragon King's laughter paused before a deep snort resounded in Dian's mind. Afterward, the old guy disappeared once more. Dian, who was struggling on all fours, battled to push himself up, falling down to his butt and crossing his legs. Not long afterward, an adorable bobbing alchemy cauldron appeared before him. "Hey little guy," Dian said with a light smile. He seemed completely oblivious to the fact that he was the center of attention for the whole of the sprite capital. If it wasn't for the fact his clones had sealed off access to the teleportation formations, maybe many would be pouring in to see the origin of this commotion already. The little cauldron escaped Dian's hands. Turning around and ignoring him, Dian smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry. I should have brought you out to fight too." The cauldron's lid opened and slammed shut multiple times. Dian could feel the little guy was ranting. Maybe if it had arms, they would be crossed as Diane faced its back. Okay. You're right. From now on, you can stay by my side. Since my identity is exposed anyway, there's no need to put you away. Now you'll never miss a fight again. The adorable little cauldron turned around slightly, seemingly liking the sound of Diane's words. However, it was shocked to see Diane, who had been trying to hold back, cough up what seemed like another vat of blood. Seeing this scene, it rushed over, its lid flapping. It was no doubt concerned, even rubbing itself against Diane's cheek and passing some of the medicinal essence built up within its body to him. No big deal. Diane comforted with a light smile. Some people just made me aggravate some hidden injuries. They've already paid with their lives. Those who heard these words were shocked. Could it be that Diane had actually entered the battle so severely injured? Now that they thought about it, from start to finish, the Fallen hadn't laid a single hand on Diane. So, how could they be responsible for his injuries? Several expressions changed, not knowing how to handle this new information. And this little cauldron, wasn't it a little too human? It was without a doubt indefinitely close to birthing an artifact spirit. Will you help me refine some pills? The cauldron bobbed, clearly assenting to Diane's request. Diane took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. If he let his mind become too affected by his injuries, the final result wouldn't be what he needed. In an instant, he seemed to completely forget about the outside world. When Luna saw Diane's intention, her brows raised. She knew as well that Diane's main body hadn't refined pills in a very long time. Considering Diane's intelligence, she believed that he hadn't used alchemy to heal himself because he knew it was outside his capabilities. She would have never guessed that he didn't do so because he simply didn't think of it. This really was the world's greatest joke. Diane could be crowned the mortal plane's best and greatest alchemist this very moment. Yet he hadn't thought to use one of his very best talents in aid of himself. There was no other explanation for this other than the fact Diane had truly begun losing himself. His dulling blade was only one facet. Who knew how many others there were or would have been had it not been for little Alana's actions? It was only then that Luna understood how deeply he meant his thanks to his daughter. She had really brought him light where there was only darkness before. A playful smile danced across Luna's lovely lips. It was a shame that no one could see it behind her veil. But the amusement in her glittering opal eyes, swirling in greens, purples and blues, was still quite evident. With a wave of her hand, a disheveled and chained supreme spiritual appeared. He quickly swept his gaze through the surroundings and couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell was he doing here? Seeing Diane's figure meditating silently in the distance, a fire of hatred lit his eyes like torches. However, before he could take action, the seals etched into his chains sent a heart-tearing pain through his chest. He roared in agitation and nearly fainted, only to finally realize that Luna had been standing above him all this time. I brought you here to enjoy a show, little Lord Spiritual. Maybe if you watch closely enough, you'll glean something and have a breakthrough in your alchemy path. Be sure to thank my man afterward. After all, he would be half your master at that point. Supreme Spiritual viciously glared toward Luna but snorted in disdain. Big brother Bao I hear that you disdained alchemy and formation theory and only focused on your battle prowess, right? Little Aluna smiled sweetly. Unlike her mother, she didn't hide her appearance. This sort of soul-stirring playfulness could really toy with a man's heart to the end. Even Bao, who was entirely focused on reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, couldn't help but be moved. Once he snapped out of his daze, Bao, who was still strung up and floating in the air, nodded. My heart only seeks to become the most powerful. Alana's smile grew brighter. That won't do. When you become my father's disciple, he'll definitely make you take up alchemy. You won't be able to escape. Bowei's expression changed. His heart had already been won over by Diane's mighty display, and he actually didn't have close ties with his now dead former master, Wuwei. Honestly speaking, all those years ago, Wuwei had forced him to become his disciple much like Diane was doing now. His fate was truly tragic. Still, Diane had won him over like Wuwei never had. However, the idea of being forced to learn alchemy turned his intestines green. As a sprite, his affinity toward the soul path was exceptionally high, so even though he never touched the path in any true sense, his soul was still well into the celestial realms. It was just that he had never comprehended comet chi. However, he disdained such a path. He had even broken through the normal fetters of the sprite and formed himself a powerful body when those of his kin had weak ones. Who knew he would have such a day? He knew it was useless to try and avoid Dian. This really was an ill fate. Don't be so quick to get down. Aluna grinned. Watch carefully. My father is most definitely unrivaled in the path of alchemy. Dian's eyes flashed open, glowing a blinding gold as the momentum of his soul soared. No, in this facet my little Aluna is wrong. What this Sacharo is unrivaled in is the path of array alchemy. Aluna blinked in shock at her father's words. She of course knew that Dian practiced array alchemy, but this was a secret she knew she couldn't recklessly expose. After all, the taboo on array alchemy had held strong for so many years. There were definitely sinister and hidden powers with a vested interest in not allowing this path to raise its head once more. But her father had blatantly exposed the truth, causing her heart to palpitate. Maybe it was only now Aluna understood just how drastic the change her father had undergone was. He would no longer run, he would no longer hide. If one enemy came, he would kill one. If two enemies came, he would kill two. If a god descended, he would kill this god. If a devil rose up, he would kill this devil. The air of an unrivaled emperor swarmed around Dian. He had yet to even begin to refine this pill of his, but heaven's chimes began to ring. The skies above opened, golden clouds radiating gentle light downward. Dian suddenly seemed incomparably at peace. Nothing could shake his resolve. Dian no longer hesitated. His palm struck outward, reverberating along the little cauldron's body and causing it to grow explosively in size. The black battle cauldron pulsed, ancient runes of dark gold glowing along its surface. With a thought, hundreds of spiritual herbs flew from Dian's spatial ring. Many of them were from what remained of the celestial deersect's legacy. Back then, Dian had ignored them in pursuit of one above all. But now, these rare and even extinct herbs would lay the foundation for him to reclaim his true self. The glow in Dian's eyes grew fiercer as his arms orchestrated the flow of these medicinal herbs. This much alone wasn't enough to impress Supreme Spiritual. Though Dian's chi control was impressive, and he as an alchemist could tell that Dian was actually parsing these hundreds of herbs by category, it wasn't to the point he felt awe. What was more surprising to him were the herbs themselves. Even one of them couldn't be traded for with even enigmatic stones, let alone the number of them there were. And what was that he said? Array alchemy? However, Supreme Spiritual didn't get much of a chance to continue thinking about it, because in the next instant, his heart was gripped by something incomparably magical. A moment after the rotation of the spiritual herbs stopped, countless miniature arrays appeared in the skies. Their number must have been in the thousands as they floated out like little fireflies, shimmering under the light of the golden clouds above. Heaven's chimes continued to ring. It really felt like a beautiful dance was being choreographed all under Dian's control. Those miniature arrays made their way to the spiritual herbs, enveloping them in their light and slowly breaking them down into their most important components. The countless and priceless medicinal herbs became gorgeous bobbing orbs of lights of numerous colors in a moment. It was then Supreme Spiritual's expression truly began to change. Impossible! How can the removal of impurities be done so easily? And with arrays? The first and most basic step of alchemy had always been this. Removing the impurities of spiritual herbs and leaving only their medicinal potency, it laid the foundation for how the rest of the refining process would go. All his life, Supreme Spiritual had completed this step by using his aurora flame to slowly burn these impurities away, using its healing characteristic as a purifier. It was meant to be a long, diligent, and tedious process, but Dian had handled so many star-grade and planet-grade spiritual herbs not only with absolute ease, but also with absolute speed and perfection. Had his way of alchemy truly been wrong all this time? However, the next scenes were only more baffling. Grafting. He's grafting star-grade herbs together. What is he doing? A waste of heaven's treasures. Diane had learned about plant grafting way back at Focus Academy. Back then, his comprehension of DNA had helped him comprehend this concept with absolute ease. However, grafting was usually only done for lower-grade herbs. Star-grade herbs were already considered to be the pinnacle of perfection. What need was there to graft them together to create something new? After the Grandmaster grade, there was simply no one who grafted spiritual herbs together. Yet here was Diane doing it with star-grade herbs. How could Supreme Spiritual know that what Diane needed to refine wasn't a mere star-grade pill, but rather a half-step immortal-grade pill? The Tao of Array Alchemy had countless immortal pill formulas. The issue was that the mere mortal plane didn't have the spiritual herbs needed to concoct them. If those on the immortal plane saw Diane's actions, countless alchemy emperors would storm his location, begging to take him on as a disciple. What he was attempting was simply too inconceivable. Diane was actually modifying the formula of a half-step immortal grade pill by substituting ingredients he didn't have with mutated spiritual herbs that had never appeared before. It was the equivalent of a chemist creating a new element all so that they could complete a concoction beyond human means. The level of foundation, comprehension, and talent needed to accomplish such a thing was enough to make one's mind go numb. Diane was essentially creating a path where there was none before. The man in question had no idea how heaven-defying his feat was. In fact, he was smiling. He was smiling so brightly that the heavenly clouds above seemed dim. "I've never seen Dad so happy," little Aluna said softly. "This is simply a man reclaiming the path that was always meant for him." Luna replied with a gentle tone. The orbs of light flew into the black cauldron. Diane's arms began to move faster, forming several seals in an instant. Up until the star grade, such profound seals were unneeded, but moving forward, the field of alchemy became far more complex and divided into countless refinement techniques. The refinement technique Diane used now was known as the heaven-soaring 9 seals. His body turned illusory, splitting into 9 shadows that surrounded the cauldron. Each began to strike outward in a rhythm, forming novel hand seals every time. Diane completely forgot that his body was in shambles. He forgot the purpose for his refinement of this pill in the first place. He had completely lost himself in a joy he hadn't felt since he met his little girl. The smile on Diane's face seemed to light up the world. One would almost forget that he had blood dripping from his eye socket and that his body was just a single step from the grave. Watching on, Supreme Spiritual felt his heart palpitating in horror. "This is impossible," little Aluna snorted. "My father is just this incredible. Imagine trying to win over my mother's heart with his shadow lurking over it. Truly overestimating yourself." Hearing these words, Supreme Spiritual's visage turned all sorts of colors, flickering from green to white to black. He felt as though his heart would explode, but he truly no longer had the words to refute. "Ignorant girl, you don't understand a thing. There's no such thing as a pill refinement technique on the mortal plane. Every refined pill, from the common grade to the star grade, are all done with the most basic measures and the most basic steps." Now that Aluna thought about it, the words of this fool were correct. There were all sorts of techniques for battle and cultivation, but even with the high attainments her father had in the path, Diane had never taught Aluna a pill refinement technique. Yet he was very clearly using such a technique now. Ignorant, ignorant, ignorant. Who knew if Supreme Spiritual was just taking this opportunity to vent out some of frustration? But it was truly like father, like daughter. Though both Aluna and Diane were arrogant beyond normal measures, that was only when matters were within their abilities to field. When it came to learning and their own ignorance, the father-daughter pair was incomparably humble. So, Aluna didn't even react to Supreme Spiritual's insults. She just listened on with a curiosity lighting her eyes. "I was shocked beyond compare when I learned this too, but I stumbled upon ancient records when exploring a ruin in Nephilim Alliance territory. From the common grade to the star grade, these pills simply aren't worth creating refinement techniques for. One can take the common to star grade as merely laying a foundation, learning the basics. The more he spoke, the more supreme spiritual's agitation grew. Aluna had already grasped what this man meant. When children began their way along the martial path, didn't they too start with the most basic techniques? These weren't even truly classified as techniques. They were mostly fundamentals one could find even in Diane's original mortal world. But what was truly inconceivable was that Supreme Spiritual was saying the immortal grade pills to the whole of the mortal grade as a mere priming stage. Only after one completed these foundational stages would one be worthy to step foot upon the true path of alchemy. Aluna smiled. So that means my father is pretty amazing, HM? Supreme Spiritual's gaze flickered incessantly. But in the end, he controlled his emotions and snorted. Simply overestimating himself, he said with a sneer. Even if he stumbled upon some immortal grade refinement technique, it's clearly with one look that he's barely stepped into an entry level of comprehension. How can using such a technique be easy even if you have it? Just a brat who's wet behind the ears dares to believe his foundation in alchemy is strong enough to use a pill refinement technique. Even though the pill refinement technique Supreme Spiritual found in that ruin was a mere fragment, his alchemy had endlessly deepened thanks to it. And, even though he had very little experience with pill refinement techniques, he still had the insight of a higher existence. How could he not see that Diane had a mere entry-level comprehension of the technique he was using? He hadn't even brushed the initial success realm. What else could this be if not overestimating yourself? Alana's gaze flickered, looking toward her father with less reverence and more thoughtfully. Now that she focused, she found that Supreme Spiritual's words were indeed true. However, she inexplicably smiled as she thought of something. My father hasn't touched an alchemy cauldron in decades. I myself have never seen him refine a pill personally. He's been very focused on the martial path. This is all to say, this is the first time he's used this technique. Supreme Spiritual's pupils constricted into pinholes. The first time. One had to understand that this so-called immortal grade refinement technique was at a bare minimum a level above a divine grade technique in complexity. How could one even use it to this level after a first try? However, the next moment, Diane's momentum grew fiercer. He seemed to have forgotten about everything in the world around him. The 8 shadows grew more corporeal, gaining a more substantial form. At the same time, Diane's speed at forming seals increased explosively. Initial success. Supreme Spiritual almost bit his own tongue. Even though he was right here to witness it, he still didn't believe what he was seeing. Unfortunately, it couldn't be denied. The radiant lights of the golden clouds above grew brighter as heaven's chimes grew more fervent. Still, the person who caused all of this didn't seem to notice. He had become completely immersed. At this point, he had already touched upon a realm so high that Supreme Spiritual could no longer glean anything from his actions. He could only watch on, his heart growing numb. A fiercer momentum swept outward. Not even 10 minutes into refinement. From entry to initial success. Not even 2 hours. From initial success to small success. Heaven soaring 9 seals. In truth, this technique wasn't the most basic of pill refinement techniques. For a beginner to immortal grade pills like Diane, he should have chose Fire Calming Breeze or Glass Cauldron Mantra. However, Diane did not. One could say in part that it was because he was arrogant, but the real reason was much more reasonable. If Diane wanted to refine an immortal grade pill, even if it was technique a half-step immortal grade pill on the mortal plane, those weaker techniques would not do. To put matters into perspective, above the divine grade there were mystic, ancestral, and finally origin grade techniques. However, even for the sake of the immortal plane, origin grade techniques were often ignored on the rankings, leaving the divine, mystic, and ancestral grades as the main technique grades of their plane. Immortal alchemists had 9 complete stages. The first 3 realms were collectively known as the Alchemy Venerables. The next 3 were known as the Alchemy Empyreans. And finally, the loftiest goal of many who followed this path, there were the alchemy gods. Refinement techniques, known for their complexity, actually shared a level of difficulty with combat techniques an entire grade above them. This meant that divine grade refinement techniques were just as difficult to learn as mystic grade refinement techniques. Of course, this was just an average and not an irrefutable rule, but it was widely accepted nonetheless. Heaven Soaring 9 Seals was considered to be on the complete opposite side of the spectrum. It was the most difficult of the lower divine grade pill refinement techniques, dwarfing even many mystic grade techniques. There were many 3-star alchemy venerables who simply had no way of using this technique even if they could lay their hands on it. If they knew that a mortal boy of not even 200 years old was using it on the mortal plane, maybe many of them would directly give up alchemy for the remainder of their lives. Dian's body erupted into a sea of black and white flames. Each palm seal he struck out with now came bathed in an incessant heat that scorched the earth. Once one steps upon the immortal grade path, the aurora flame alone is no longer enough. Of course, this doesn't mean that the aurora flame is useless. If one looks down on an existence birthed from an origin grade technique, the foolish one would be you. However, it was just that its role changed. What made the aurora flame so mystical was that its role was perfect for flame control. Upon stepping into the immortal grade, the aurora flame would fuse into one's main flame as a supplemental existence, allowing finer and more controlled precision in using one's flames. In terms of pill refinement flames, Dian's own would make even alchemy gods burn with jealousy. Dian's chaos flame had the inextinguishable heat characteristic, making its ability to refine pills nigh untouchable. This didn't even mention the applicability of its solidification characteristic in refining pills. At the same time, Dian's purity flame had the creation characteristic and the life characteristic. On top of this, it had awakened the true purification characteristic. On the immortal plane, finding a flame with just the abilities of one of Dian's flame would make an alchemist experience generations of joy. Yet, Dian had 2 of these flames naturally awakened in his single body, and they still seemed to be awakening more the stronger his soul became. Unknowingly, the whole sprite capital had fallen into a state of reverence. The heavenly laws became thicker and thicker. Soon, the sound of a barrier shattering resounded through the city, then another, then another. Those simply standing in the vicinity were experiencing countless breakthroughs. How could they not be astonished without compare? Ha! Dian roared, squeezing out more momentum as he pushed himself to his limits. He had underestimated the strain this feat would bring him. At this point, he had already touched a state of do or die. If he succeeded refining this pill, he would be healed. But if he failed, his death likely wasn't far behind. But who was Dian? Even having forced himself into such a situation, he was smiling brightly. Had he even considered the thought of failure for even a moment? Failure? He hadn't even thought about it. The moment he started, he was absolutely certain of success. Ever since he stepped on the path of array alchemy, he felt that it was simply a path created for him. When his chi and body talent had been poor, he was even more certain of this truth. However, too often this love of his had fallen by the wayside, completely forgotten by him. He treated it as nothing more than a tool, even sending off his clones to complete the refinements for him. However, his current self would never again make such a mistake. He felt an ambition, surging in his heart. He wanted to race to it, the top of the alchemy world, the 3-star alchemy god realm. No, he wanted to surge past that limit and see what lay beyond it, to be able to create everything with nothing but the alchemy cauldron in his hand. For hours later, large success. 12 hours later, great success. 2 days later, completion. Dian roared out, himself and his 8 shadows becoming impossible to distinguish from each. Their palms slammed together, creating a final grand seal that split the skies open. Condense! Dian's chaos flames surged, wrapping around the cauldron along with his purity flames. Their solidification characters took action in an instant. The condense stage was the very final step. It was meant to be the most difficult and the step most alchemists would fail on. But to Dian, with this characteristic at his beck and call, it was the easiest. At that moment, the split clouds above trembled, sending down a mighty strike of lightning. Dian's eyes sharpened, but he didn't make a move, allowing this bolt of tribulation lightning to land directly within the battle cauldron. Those who had entered a selfless state simply due to Dian's alchemy prowess snapped out of it. Witnessing this scene, they were shocked. What just happened? PP pill tribulation. Supreme spiritual directly fainted from shock. He couldn't spare the energy to maintain his consciousness any longer. Plus, he had had such vile thoughts about Diane in the past 2 days that the seals placed on him had continuously torn his heart apart. This final bit of stimulation was finally too much for him to handle. Reinforced pills were above the top grade of 90 to 100% purity, 9 times reinforced pills being the absolute limit. Diane had already reached the pinnacle of this realm in mortal grade pills. The last time he refined a pill was for Jizzle, who he gave a 9 times reinforced cultivation cleansing pill. But that was done incomparably casually and without even a pill cauldron. Within the immortal grade, 9 times reinforced pills were the pinnacle standard as well. However, the difference was that in order to be reinforced, unlike mortal grade pills, immortal grade pills needed to withstand a tribulation. A single lightning strike. That meant Diane had refined a 1-time reinforced immortal grade pill. How could Supreme Spiritual not faint? Refining a pill of the immortal grade standard was hard enough. But to reach past the top grade, on what should have been his first attempt as well, how could he not feel like dying? Diane wasn't very worried about this tribulation lightning. Only the tribulation lightning of the immortal plane could threaten his pill. He was technically cheating by creating an immortal grade pill on the mortal plane. Diane reached outward and was about to check his work. After all, his body was already at its limits. If he didn't eat this essence-mending pill now, he'd likely die in just a few hours. However, that was when an earth-shattering change began to take place. The battle cauldron trembled. First it was light, but it continuously grew stronger. Not long afterward, a blinding light began to radiate out from it. Diane could only watch as it suddenly shot into the skies, burying itself into the golden clouds above with a bitter smile. Why now? He asked himself in exasperation. Unable to hold on any longer, he tumbled down from his position in the air, his consciousness fading. Luna's expression changed, rushing over to Diane's side and catching him before he fell to the ground. Her expression was incomparably ugly. Her experience was much deeper than Alana's. She knew well how terrible the situation of Diane's body was. For his cauldron to so suddenly run away, holding within it the very pill he needed to survive. The heavens didn't have eyes. Aluna, a step later, rushed to her mother's side, unable to hide her worry. It was then another change took place. The clouds above began to surge. However, they weren't spreading outward but rather inward. A dark hole seemed to form at its center, swallowing these golden clouds toward itself with impunity. The situation was far too ridiculous. But, thinking back to Diane's suddenly vanishing cauldron, wild thoughts began to surface in everyone's mind. However, when all the golden skies in the skies vanished, and heaven's chimes finally stopped, there really was nothing but a massive cauldron looming in the skies, trembling incessantly. In that moment, the sound of a shattering barrier resounded, and the cry of a little girl shocked everyone. The black cauldron barreled down from the skies, rushing toward Diane, Aluna, and Luna. Seeing this, Luna almost wanted to take action. This cauldron rushed off with her man's life-saving measures, and now it was suddenly rushing back with who knows what kind of intent. If this cauldron wanted to attack, if she was a real higher existence, it would naturally be no real problem. However, Luna wasn't, so she had to be prepared and gather up her strength. But who knew she would hear something incredulous next? Hey! 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 You can hear me now, right? Stinky Master, to actually dare go to battle without me. This grand ant still hasn't forgiven you. Hey! Hey! Why aren't you answering me? Are you pretending to be asleep to ignore this grand ant? The cauldron was still descending at blinding speeds a moment ago, but it suddenly came to a grinding halt not even a meter above the trio. Luna's lip twitched as she watched an adorable little girl peek out from below the lid of the black cauldron. She was only about 2 feet tall and had a chubby appearance which gave her cheeks one almost couldn't resist pinching. She kept calling out to Diane, but he wasn't answering her at all. Snapping awake, Luna almost lost her temper. Little cauldron, if you don't want your master to die, hurry up and give us the pill he refined now. The little girl blinked. Digging around, She stuck her tongue out to the side as though she was incomparably focused, only to bring 2 pills out. These? Though Luna was confused as to why there were 2 pills, she hurriedly snatched one and stuffed it into Dian's mouth, using her chi to circulate it around his body. However, when the Dragon King saw this scene, he felt as though it was he himself that had been struck by lightning. Endowment of multiplicity. Dian's consciousness trembled the moment the energy of the essence-mending pill entered his body. Though Dian classified this pill as a half-step immortal grade pill, underestimating the value of this half-step would be a foolish thing. One shouldn't mistake the half-step transcendent realm and the half-step immortal grade realm to be cut from the same cloth. The reality was that the so-called half-step transcendent realm was no more than a false name given by mortals who didn't understand the true weight of their statements. However, the half-step immortal grade was a name bestowed to these pill by immortals themselves. Before one become an alchemy venerable on the immortal plane, they must first lay a foundation with common to star grade pills before crossing this threshold by first refining half-step immortal grade pills. Though youths on the immortal plane might be lucky enough to be directly born with immortal bodies, they obviously had to train and build their knowledge just like everyone else. This half-step immortal grade realm, also considered to be within the alchemy apprentice realm, were pills that even immortal essence realm experts fawned and tripped over themselves to acquire. The status of alchemists on the immortal plane was even higher than it was on the mortal plane. What did all of this mean? It meant Dian was consuming a pill that was useful even to immortals. This so-called essence-mending pill was a panacea of godly proportions to those of the lowest immortal realm. It was known for effectiveness and speed in healing the bodies of immortals. So, what kind of effect would it have when eaten by a mortal? To say that Dian's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the eye was an understatement. In the blink of an eye, the tears in his skin glowed a faint gold before quickly mending themselves as though they were racing against time. Each time they closed, a slight wisp of golden fog would emit, filling the area with an intoxicating smell. Luna's expression changed. I gained at least 100 years of lifespan from a single whiff of this odd fog? Luna had a basic understanding of alchemy. After all, she had lived so long. If she hadn't had certain things to keep her boredom in check, she would have lived a terrible existence. She knew well that healing pills, especially the greatest of them, had the added byproduct of adding to one's lifespan. This was obviously useless to immortals who lived as long as their Tao hearts remained intact. But to mortals, the pill Dian refined was beyond their wildest imaginations. If Luna had to guess, she was certain that this pill alone could add 1,000,000 years' worth of life to a mortal, and that was just her conservative estimate. Dian's consciousness, which had been slowly fading, was suddenly jolted awake. He immediately found himself leaning into Luna's arms, but he really didn't have the time to interact with her because the inside of his body was in an upheaval. The pill's energies charged through his meridians and blood vessels, healing hidden injuries with a wave of its illusory hands. Even Dian's inner organs were washed clean to the point his body actually began to expel impurities. Such a change caused Dian's expression to falter. After cultivating the bronze silk stage of his Titan diamond body, he had been certain that all of his mortal impurities had been completely purged. However, judging by the situation in his body, he couldn't have been more wrong. He stood and took a step away from Luna for her own sake as his skin practically began to rain out foul brown and black liquids. This isn't even a pill tailored toward body cultivation. Yet my bodily strength is actually skyrocketing. Even skyrocketing might have been understating it. Dian reached the bottleneck of the golden silk realm in a fraction of a second, shattering the barrier to the crystalline silk realm and crossing into 1 trillion gene of weight. His body collapsed on itself, unwinding into beautiful golden silk that transformed into glistening crystalline filaments. Unfortunately, before those filaments could reform Dian's body, another barrier shattered, caused those silk strings to collapse in on themselves and reform once more. The diamond silk stage, 10 trillion gene of weight. Dian's soul, which was perfectly intact, watched on with an incredulous expression. The golden silk stage was equivalent to the lower and middle Tao realms. The crystalline silk stage was equivalent to the higher Tao realm. The diamond silk stage was into the peak Tao realm. Diane's body breakthroughs finally stopped, allowing glistening strings of twinkling diamond to slowly reform his body. By the time he once more appeared and his indecent parts, his appearance caused even straight men to look toward their inner selves with deep philosophical questions. Were they attracted a man? How did this happen? Diane's eyes glowed a pale royal blue. His skin had, still a warm tanned color, shimmered as though it reflected like no differently from a gem. His hair matched his eyes. It was completely unlike it had been in his youth. Instead, its short filaments waved gently in the wind, flickering with a light gray that revealed a soft royal blue every so often. Diane had hardly begun to see through the changes in his own body before yet another barrier shattered. This time, however, it was his chi. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 6th Tao stage. Those watching on felt their lips twitch. This was the Tao realm they were talking about. The very realm many took thousands of years to fill even a single meridian in. You're telling us that you ate a single pill, a pill meant for healing, mind you, and broke through so many realms in a single sweep? Diane, however, had a much different take on this situation. To the immortal plane, we really are nothing but ants. Diane sighed. If a mere half-step immortal grade pill could bring such results, wouldn't cultivating from the foundation stage to the half-step transcendent realm be a matter of days on the immortal plane if one was given the resources? Maybe one might be delayed by comprehending higher-order chis, but other than that, what could stop you? Diane threw these thoughts away with a sneer. After I finish dealing with that old man's second disciple, I don't mind rampaging a bit on the immortal plane too. You'll bow your heads just the same. Maybe 2 days ago, Diane wouldn't have thought these thoughts. However, he seemed to have regained the same arrogant edge he had when he was that 13-year-old boy entering the martial world all alone again. Dad! Diane's thoughts were completely interrupted by his daughter jumping into his arms. Dad! That was too amazing! Little Aluna chattered away, clinging to Diane with a spoiled expression. Diane smiled, patting his daughter's head. But in the end, he shook his head. That pill was still too lacking. I lost a lot of medicinal essence in the beginning because I was learning heaven-soaring 9 seals. Also, that pill is meant for those with normal meridian pathways to ingest. I wasn't skilled enough to modify the pill formula for our body type. If I had, the improvement in my chi would have been just as great as the improvement in my body. I still have a lot to learn. Aluna listened to her father's words seriously, nodding away. She knew that Diane was trying to guide her a bit, but to others, hearing such words just made their chests heat up with rage. If it wasn't for how powerful Diane was, maybe they would have rushed over to trample him. Poor Supreme Spiritual, who had only just managed to wake up, fainted again directly. Luna. After satisfying Aluna, Diane called over this woman he had quite the complicated history with. She had been standing off to the side, silently smiling as she watched on. But the distance she put between her and Diane was obvious. Though Aluna could be willful as Diane's daughter, even being the cause for this whole mess, Luna knew she couldn't be. She also didn't want to rely on Aluna guilt-tripping Diane to force her way into his heart. So, despite being called, she didn't move from her place. "There's no need to worry about me," she said with a smile. Her words were simple, but filled with meaning. Unfortunately, she could have never expected that her response would cause a roguish glint to light in Diane's eyes. "Come here." Luna felt a surge of chi wrap around her body. She didn't have time to resist before she was irresistibly pulled into Diane's arms. Luna knew her weaknesses well. She had the strength of a higher existence, but that was only if she had adequate preparation. She didn't have her guard up against Diane, so how could she react to his willfulness? Feeling Diane's arm around her slim waist, she blushed profusely. In her youth, Luna had quite the wild sex drive. Even though the only man she had been with was Diane, the number of women were numerous. But, after those events that day, after she finally awoke from the nightmare brought to her by the wind abyssal core that tore her apart day and night, she hadn't released that side of herself. This sort of intimacy she hadn't experienced in trillions of years. This made the usually bold and forward Luna react no differently from an innocent little girl with no experience in such matters. It definitely didn't help that Diane's new appearance in the Diamond Silk realm was too breathtaking. Luckily, her image as a supreme was left intact by the fact her face was hidden behind a veil. Little Aluna clapped excitedly to the side, but her grin was almost evil, as though she was a villain and her master plan had worked. I've been too timid in doing things in the past. The day I learned of little Alana's existence, you were already my woman. That couldn't be erased no matter how I ran from it. We have a complicated past, but I believe you've done more than enough to make up for those matters. Diane's words were spoken aloud, but this time, he didn't allow anyone but Luna to hear them. Diane smiled. I'm about to turn this mortal plane upside down. Will you follow me? Luna blinked, looking up into Diane's sparkling eyes. She was certain this wasn't an illusion. His eyes really were sparkling. Damn it, how was she supposed to say no to them? Yes, she said softly. Diane grinned. Diane released Luna. Though he liked the soft feeling of her waist, there were still too many matters to handle. Now that he had forcibly locked the Sprite capital for 2 days, the outer powers were likely all in massive turmoil right now trying to find out what happened. First, he had to conquer all of Sprite Alliance's universe spirits. With Luna tying down their higher existences and all of their fallen dead, this really was the best time. Diane had to say he was quite lucky. If it hadn't been for Apollo's existence, those Supremes would have never been bold enough to enter Luna's territory so wantonly. Without that, they would have never been able to round them up so easily. So, quite frankly, Diane had to thank the little guy. Of course, all of this luck would have been useless had Diane not planned in advance. But the sentiment was still the same. Secondly, Diane had to make his stance clear. If he couldn't introduce himself to the world with enough strength and momentum, those other outer powers would think his Sicharo clan was easy pickings. Instead of dealing with the headache that came from that, Diane would rather blast them all away in one swoop. Luckily, the Nephilim gathering was occurring very soon. This would be the best opportunity. Diane wasn't certain of the limits of his own strength currently, but he was still confident in dealing with the universe spirits of the sprites since their higher existences were incapacitated. Even now, Diane wasn't supremely confident in dealing with higher existences. This was mostly because of the current imbalance in his chi and body strength. The greater the disparity between the two, the less perfect their fusion was, and thus the smaller the boost in strength that came with combining them became. The fusion would always be limited by the weaker half. Thus, though Diane's body had the strength of a 10th stage Dao expert alone, he was only fusing it with his chi at the 6th Dao stage. This wasn't too big of a deal. Diane had only been slowing his chi cultivation down in order to keep it level with his body strength, which was much harder to raise. Now, though, he didn't have to worry about it. It would only take a few decades at most to fix this imbalance with his cultivation speed. Of course, if he used half-step immortal grade pills, this speed would be much faster. But how could such pills be so easy to refine? There were no immortal grade spiritual herbs on the mortal plane. To refine the essence-mending pill, Diane was forced to combine hundreds of star-grade herbs to replicate the effect of just one immortal grade herb. Not only was this taxing on his mind considering the countless calculations needed, he couldn't use such a vast number of resources for just one pill without impacting his own conscience. If Diane wanted to do this, he would have to first allow Eli some time to plant and grow these once extinct star and planet-grade herbs. Thankfully, Eli had become far more adept at using his talents, so there should be results soon. Hey Dad, before you leave, Aluna called out just as Diane was about to disappear. 2 things actually, Aluna said with a sweet smile. 1, your alchemy cauldron birthed a spirit, but she's ignoring you because she thinks you ignored her. 2nd, can I have the 2nd pill? Oh, Diane paused. The first was already enough for him to stop, but the 2nd made his eyebrows furrow. 2nd pill. In the distance, those watching on could finally hear the family of 3's words once more. So, hearing Alana's request, they almost fainted. Even if you were spoiled, there had to be a limit to how much you were spoiled, right? This was a half-step immortal grade pill. Unfortunately, these people did not know that Diane once tried to give his daughter a treasure of the 33 heavens. Yes, there was a 2nd pill. Luna used her chi, sending the pill over to Diane. This? Diane's eyes widened. Diane immediately thought of something from the Tao of Array Alchemy, but that was impossible, right? Endowments were the pinnacle blessings of alchemy. Even unique flames paled in comparison to them. When one delved into the path of alchemy deeply enough to forge a Tao, it was possible to infuse heaven's secrets into one's pills. By infusing the Tao into a pill, it allows an alchemist to break the laws of reality in an instant of time to produce something impossible. Endowments were the result of breaking these laws. The problem was that endowments were an existence only alchemy gods could touch. Even the greatest geniuses might only elicit one near the peak of the alchemy empyrean realms. Even then, in those extremely rare cases, those geniuses would only evoke the weakest endowments. For example, the endowment of elevation, which could raise the grade of a pill by one stage as long as it was below the top grade. Or the endowment of stability, which could allow the forceful condensing of a pill as long as one reached the final refinement step. However, for a second pill to appear in Diane's refinement, it meant he had awakened the endowment of multiplicity. Even among the greatest endowments, it stood at the very top. Even above the endowment of reinforcement, which was the evolved form of the endowment of elevation. Diane smiled, tossing the pill over to his daughter. Of course you can have it. With that, he grabbed hold of an adorably stubborn little cauldron and vanished. Hey little chibi, don't be like this. Big brother is sorry. Diane couldn't help but tease the little cauldron as he casually wiped out another universe spirit's trial. The foundations of alliances were simply too weak to face him. There was a reason the Sapientia were so feared despite having less quadrants under their control in comparison to the Nephilim alliance. One could consider an alliance like an impure or, while a clan like the Sapientia was forged in tempered steel. They might theoretically have the same faith per universe conquered, but the faith of alliances were brittle. This allowed Diane to target weak universe first, chipping away at their faith, before targeting the now weakened stronger universes. Of course, Diane was still mindful of ensuring key universes took hold of milestones for his Sicharo clan. This only took a bit more effort. With Hell's right eye by his side, Diane could travel between universes in mere minutes. With his current means, traveling from one edge of the mortal plane to another might take a handful of days at most, if that. So this process had become as easy as flipping over a hand. Who would have known that a mighty outer power would fall like this? This was all to say that though Diane could target the weak points of an alliance, a clan like the Sapientia didn't have such weaknesses. Even still, Diane didn't fear the Sapientia. With things being like this, he might as well stop taking a backseat to the so-called Federation and take the tower quadrants for himself as well. The Sprite Alliance controlled 96 quadrants, while the tower quadrants had 105. If Diane conquered them all, his Sicharo clan would become a second-level planet-grade clan. Even the Sapientia were only a third-level planet-grade clan. Though the gap between such grades was obviously massive, it was no longer to the point where Diane had to be crippled when facing their might. He'd never meet a sorry state like he had when combating Ashire again. However, Diane couldn't count his chickens before they hatched. Of those 105 quadrants, 5 of them were controlled by dragons, the race with the most number of higher existences on the entire mortal plane. Believing that they would be easy to conquer was foolish. The more realistic outcome was becoming a peak first-level planet-grade clan. Even then, Diane was confident. As long as he was near the Sapientia's level, he'd take whatever they could throw at him. Plus, once the ancient battlefield descended, many would be shocked by the rule changes. Faith would become useless. Humph. This grand aunt is ignoring you. Oh, sounds like little Chibi doesn't want to join me in battle anymore. Diane feigned a heartbroken appearance. In that case, I'll just use the old lizard then. Little Chibi's expression changed. It was truly adorable watching her chubby cheeks flare up in anger. Since she was a spirit, one could even see chi billowing from her pursed lips and ears. You dare? Dare. Diane casually streaked across the skies, jumping from solar system to solar system. But you're ignoring me? How could I battle like this? My heart is too broken. Well, glue it back together, little Chibi said stubbornly. If you're so fragile, You aren't worthy of being this Grant Ant's master. Diane laughed. Little Chibi bobbed over his shoulder, her chubby face peeking out of the battle cauldron's heavy lid as she berated him. Diane had little understanding of immortal plane treasures, but the Tao of Array Alchemy had deep reflections on the weapons master path as well. It was just that Diane had never been very interested in forging weapons, so he ignored the path. However, he did read some things from time to time when he was curious. Birthing spirits was quite rare on the immortal plane as well, and, of them, there were even fewer that were naturally birthed. For example, the tower spirit of the Sage Tower was likely artificially inserted. After all, it was a mass-produced war machine. The likelihood of it birthing one naturally was obviously slim. On the mortal plane, the highest weapons were known as pseudo and true treasures of the 33 heavens. However, what many don't know is that those so-called pseudo-treasures were actually several grades below true treasures of the 33 heavens. On the mortal plane, 10th, 11th, and 12th stage supreme grade treasures earn this pseudo-title. But if one heard this ranking on the immortal plane, they would laugh until their inner organs hurt. The true ranking was as follows. 10th, 11th, and 12th stage supreme grade treasures were known as half-step immortal grade treasures. After them, the true immortal grade was split into 3 grades: venerable treasures, empyrean treasures, and god treasures. Only above God treasure would one have the treasures of the 33 heavens. Could only be said that little Chibi was quite lucky, being able to absorb those tribulation clouds, and thus the heavenly Tao was what allowed her that final breakthrough. If not, she may have never crossed over. With this evolution, she now had the ability to evolve as long as she gained more opportunities. For now, she was the lowest inferior grade venerable treasure, of which there is the inferior, medial, and superior grades. But having birthed a spirit, she could grow stronger. Knowing this, Diane decided to indulge this little grand ant with a smile. Weeks later, Diane descended upon an odd formation of 3 planets. They seemed to orbit each other like moons, but it was impossible to tell which was the center of it all. Their mysterious movements seemed to hold deep secrets within, vibrating with a rhythm that melded into the heavens. Each one of these 3 planets was incomparably lush. Though the climate varied from place to place on their surfaces, what remained true no matter how hot or how cold was the dense breath of life that suffused them all. With a thought, Diane had already located what he wanted and with a flash, appeared behind a young man tending to a garden. His feet were bare, and he had a light smile on his face, shuttling around quickly between shallow trenches of streaming water. He didn't seem to mind the muddying of his feet at all. In the not-so-far distance, a gorgeous beauty with olive skin and full features gently waved a sword. Her movements carried a profundity that made Diane raise his brows in appreciation. It seems that although little sister Delia hasn't entered the battlefield in a long while, her improvements are still massive. Hearing this sudden third voice, the pair turned to see Diane's figure, their eyes lighting up with happiness. "Ah, Diane!" Eli grinned, giving Diane a massive bear hug. Though Eli's body looked fragile, if one compared him to a mortal, he would definitely be at the peak of what a mortal body could provide in terms of strength and agility. Plus, considering the fact he was half a head taller than Diane, he completely enveloped the latter. Diane smiled, returning Eli's hug. He didn't have many male friends, maybe only Eli and Zabia, so he cherished them both. Over the years, Eli's understanding of his heavenly talent grew to unprecedented level. This arrangement of 3 planets was just one aspect. In the beginning, Eli believed that his talent was the speedy growth of spiritual herbs. He even had the ability to evolve these herbs beyond their abilities and create novel existences. For example, his research toward serpent vines had borne great results. Right now, he already had the ability to grow Tao-grade serpent vines that protected him at all times. But, under the guidance of Luna and her subordinate Heaven's children, Eli came to understand that his understanding was too surface. Over time, he began to slowly tease apart his limits, and came to understand that his true ability wasn't speedily growing spiritual herbs, but rather, resonating with heavenly laws. What was the real reason Eli could speed up the growth of spiritual herbs? Wasn't it because he had a deep understanding of how to build a spiritual garden? Everything from the flow of these streams of water, to the location seeds were planted in, even to the exact temperature, was all controlled by him. When had he ever injected spiritual herbs with some mystical power to make them grow? The answer was never. Why had Eli believed his strength was so limited? It was precisely because he had spent so long around spiritual herbs since his youth. Even back at Focus Academy, it was he who tended to Delia's gardens and provided Madeline with the herbs she needed to suppress her illness. He had had a passion for it since his youth, so of course his talents first manifested in this narrow field. But now, his abilities worked on a much grander scale. That formation of 3 planets that left Diane infatuated was actually the work of Eli. By using them to tap into the heavenly Tao, these 3 planets were much closer to the heavens, thus allowing these spiritual herbs to grow even faster. Simply put, while Luna could control all of the chi in the world, she didn't have to comprehend their mysteries. However, Eli controlled the root of these things. This meant that Eli could easily grasp all of the Taos of the mortal plane. Essentially, with a single thought, he could use any 9th-level Tao with incomparable ease. Of course, this Tao had to exist within the Gamma Chi of the universe he was present in. Unfortunately, this still placed his combat strength below Luna's. After all, will comprehensions were meant to be supplements to true strength. However, when this talent was applied to auxiliary matters, it shone to unprecedented levels. And even now, Eli was still learning. With enough time, everything on the mortal plane would be in the palm of Eli's hand. Even telling the future wasn't impossible. Of course, Delia benefited greatly from this. With Eli's help, it was much easier for her sense heavenly Taos, especially when they dual cultivated. "I've brought you presents," Diane said with a smile after chatting for the couple for a while. He even brought Clara, Ree and Madeline out from his inner world. It had been a while since they spent time together considering he had been gone for 5 years prior. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of star and planet-grade spiritual herbs appeared. Without missing a beat, Eli's eyes lit up like lanterns. "So many," he said with astonishment. Diane laughed. "Compared to the number you've grown, this is a pitiful few." "Maybe," Eli said excitedly. "But the ones I've grown to now are mostly experiments. Of the few that are useful to you, they're ordinary planet and star-grade spiritual herbs. However, each one of the ones you've brought out now are incomparably precious. Most of them have been extinct for a long time." "Ordinary planet and star-grade spiritual herbs?" Delia giggled. "Maybe only you two would be willing to say this about treasures the whole mortal plane would drool over." The 2 families laughed and enjoyed their time of leisure, pretending to be completely unaware that the mortal plane was in flames due to Diane's actions. Nephilim cities were massive as one might expect, but they weren't completely without regard for those who might be smaller in stature. This created an environment that existed on 2 levels. Many restaurant doors had large and small entrances and large and small seating arrangements. The roads were split into lanes of little people and giants. There were even large networks of teleportation arrays everywhere that made it more convenient for little people to navigating this big, massive world. But even with this, it was no doubt overwhelming for a person of normal height to enter such a place. At this moment, 2 beauties were experiencing this. However, they had long gotten used to having such towering structures over their heads. What they were more impressed by was the ability of the Nephilim Alliance to expand the size of their planets without losing structural integrity. Diane's own home planet had expanded to millions of times its original size to act as a prison for the entity, but it was completely hollow. Its outside shell couldn't even withstand the battle between celestials. Most of its strength was concentrated at its core for obvious reasons. However, Nephilim planets clearly didn't have this problem, and this wasn't even their capital city. In the Nephilim Alliance, everything was based on strength. One of the beauties had the power to enter the capital city, however the other didn't quite yet. There was no such things as eating off of connections in the Nephilim Alliance, so the 2 could only travel to a lesser city to take care of their needs. "Did you hear?" A giant passed by, leisurely speaking with his companion. Despite his size of over 5 meters tall, the roads beneath his feet didn't so much as tremble. "The Sprite Alliance is finished." "What?" His friend looked toward him with a ridiculous expression. Even if you want to prank me, shouldn't you choose a better joke? An outer power wouldn't be uprooted so easily. I would have at least heard about a war first, and that war would last at least a millennium at minimum before a victor was decided. I'm not lying to you, the instigator replied proudly. A cousin of mine was one of the few we were in the Sprite capital during its lockdown. We thought we might never see those who were there again. But a few days ago, the lockdown ended and everyone was allowed to go back. Seeing that the opposite party was interested, the instigator continued. You're never going to believe this, but all 13 fallen of the Sprite Alliance fell to one man. What? I'm telling the truth. Really? How could the 5 Supremes sit by and do nothing as 13 Supremes fell? That's ridiculous. No one knows for sure, but there are rumors that after the battle ended, many saw Supreme Spiritual chained up and forced to kneel, and it was Supreme Heavenly that was controlling him. You're saying Supreme Heavenly rebelled? Not only rebelled, but succeeded, the instigator said excitedly. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. According to my cousin, the reason for their falling out is because of the unblemished heiress. Supreme Heavenly's daughter? Yes. Apparently, Supreme Heavenly actually had a child with a lower Tao formation kid. I'm done listening to you. Stop spewing this nonsense to me. The Nephilim gathering is happening soon and I'd rather not miss my chance to secure tickets because of your nonsense. I'm being serious. In fact, that lower Tao formation kid is the one who killed the 13 fallen. My cousin saw it with his own eyes. For real. How do you expect me to believe such nonsense? Even if you don't believe me, you believe the Nephilim elders, right? The Sprite Alliance's name was removed from the Nephilim gathering's seats of honor. The latter's expression changed, quickly taking out a large parchment and checking for himself. He could only be astonished when he realized that his companion's words were actually true. That's not even that half of it. You can't be serious, there's more? Of course there's more. He actually subdued a dragon and 4 celestial beasts as his beast companion. But even that fell by the wayside because apparently he had internal injuries going into the battle. So, after the battle concluded, he actually refined a half-step immortal-grade pill to heal himself and directly broke into the 6th Tao realm. Seeing that his companion was speechless, the instigator grinned. In fact, his words had carried over the streets well. Many found themselves listening in. Not only did he refine such a pill, he actually refined 2 of them, then casually gave one to his daughter after proclaiming that the Sprite Alliance would be under the control of Luna Sicharo and the Sicharo clan from now on. What did you just say? Before the instigator could continue his soliloquy, a small figure flashed before him. The weaker of the 2 beauties had moved without the stronger of the 2. The instigator tilted his giant head. What do you want to know, little human girl? That name, what did you say his name was? Oh, his name. The giant blinked, thinking for a bit. He seemed to have forgotten before his eyes flashed with remembrance. That's right. His name was Dian Sicharo. Though I don't think the Nephilim elders take him very seriously, or else they would have added him to the seats of honor. The beauty froze as though she had been struck. In fact, the stronger beauty was also frozen in place. Who could they be if not Jade and Rose? Jade didn't know how to respond, but this was even more so for Rose, who had a deep hatred for Dian. She could never understand why her master sacrificed so much for him, even to the point of death, especially when Dian never did anything for her. Of course, these thoughts were only Rose's conjectures. Jade never told Dian the whole truth for fear his body wasn't strong enough to withstand it. So how could she tell these same truths to Rose? Even though the impact on her would be lesser due to the fact those timeline-related matters weren't directly linked to her, the danger would still very much be there. In truth, Rose didn't initially hate Dian. When she first met him, even though she was nothing but a 12-year-old servant girl, considering her status as Jade's disciple was hidden back then, he treated her well. Rose was an orphan, so before she was taken in by Jade, she had experienced many cruelties of the world. She was quite well aware that the kindness Dian displayed was rare, and not something she could come by whenever she wanted. However, even though Diane was kind, Jade was like a mother to her. There were simply too many tiers between the two relationships. How could she not side with Jade? Listening to her master talk about how she had to help Diane well, clearly holding a deep affection for a man who hardly cared for her, it pierced Rose's heart in ways she wasn't willing to forgive. Even though she never took action against Diane despite the massive boost in strength her master's faith seed gave her, she was determined to use her master's final wisps in this world to show Diane just what he had ignored. In her mind, if she rose to the top of the mortal plane, it would be just like Jade doing so. This would be enough for Diane to regret his actions to his core. But, as time passed, Rose came to find that the secrets were deeper than she originally thought. This Jade she took as a disciple wasn't just like her master. Oftentimes, she believed they were the same exact person. This belief became even fiercer when Jade finally perfected her manifestation by mutating it through awakening an undefeatable spirit. When her hair turned from silver to gold, Rose felt as though she had been struck by a lightning bolt. The story Jade told her before she passed away came rushing back, and Rose suddenly remembered everything. But, even to this day, she didn't know was sin it was that her master committed. Unfortunately, Rose was simply too biased. She denied those matters. Her master said the man she loved was undefeatable, that he united the whole mortal plane, that he only failed at the very last step before he managed to save them all. Such a man. There was no way he could be Diane. But the words of this giant here shattered those thoughts. Defeated 13 fallen with ease? Conquered the Sprite Alliance? Had 4 celestial beasts and a dragon under his control? Refined a half-step immortal grade pill? Each one of these feats was more shocking than the last. The more she heard, the more difficult she found to deny the words of her master. The pent-up resentment in her chest festered and clawed through her heart, unwilling to let her go. This younger version of her master simply wasn't her master. Even though she should have felt better knowing that Jade lived on in some form, she couldn't bring herself to. This Jade was still young, immature, emotional. She was nothing like the calm, steady, confident master she knew, the woman who seemed to have the world in the palm in her hand. How could she replace her master? To say that Rose was blinded was correct. The Jade Diane first met was also confident and steady. Her witty banter was no less profound than his own. However, this immature and emotional Jade was also her. Even though her memories from that day had been sealed, the lingering effects in her subconscious remained. Wasn't the elder Jade also emotional on the day she passed away? But Rose simply didn't see this. She chose to accept the evidence that suited her narrative and ignored everything else. It was no surprise then that instead of accepting Diane's feats and realizing he was worthy of her master's praise, her gaze instead turned cold. Jade, let's go. Master! Jade obviously wanted to hear more. She felt that the giant had left out many details for the sake of keeping things entertaining. But seeing the cold look in her master's eyes, she could help but feel suffocated. Just why does she hate Diane so much? Jade was grateful to Rose, but Diane's position in her heart would always be higher. Quite frankly, she was getting very tired of her master's resentment toward him. Rose could see the fluctuating emotions in Jade's eyes. For a moment, she even caught a faint glance of a decisive glint that faded away as soon as it appeared. For that split second, it was almost as though her master had come back. I said let's go, Rose repeated sharply after steadying her emotions. Don't you think you should be a little more understanding toward the emotions of your own disciple? Hearing these words, Rose's brow furrowed immediately, her head snapping toward the direction of the voice to find 2 women standing before her side by side. Who else could they be if not Saru and Lilith? You! Rose's temper flared. She was already in a bad mood to begin with. Who were these strangers to dare to question her? Wait! Rose suddenly paused. Isn't this Lilith? The Devil Quadrant girl? How could she dare to appear here? Obviously, Rose had been present during the soul-rending peak and the cathedral fiasco. And even more obviously, though Diane sealed everyone to not speak of matters that day, Rose hadn't been one of them. Only she and the now-dead Jade hadn't been touched. The Nephilim Alliance didn't discriminate against the Devil Quadrants. However, that wasn't the same for everyone else. Since the Nephilim Alliance allowed strength to rule supreme, if a Devil Path cultivator showed themselves here, no one would protect them should someone more powerful kill them. There were no such rules of deterrence here. Of those of the Devil Quadrant, only Palace Lord Ravana dared to come here. And even then, he would be cautious so as not to get caught in a trap. Saru. Before Rose could make a decision on how to respond, Jade suddenly spoke. While Rose only recognized Lilith, Jade recognized Saru. After all, back in Diane's home universe, she was ranked among the top 10 geniuses. Everyone knew her. Her fame only became more potent during the World Tournament. Though her sudden disappearance was never explained to many. Of course, back then, Saru had not even been 10 years old, even though she disguised herself as a 16-year-old. So one couldn't take her placement back then too seriously. Rose became conflicted once more. She knew of Lilith, and now her disciple knew of this Saru. Plus, this Saru name. She was sure that her master listed her among those she should try her best to protect. If she exposed Saru now, she might be implicated with Lilith since they traveled together. Like this, the instigator giant became a side character as four women faced each other. Seeing that they had become the center of attention, Rose frowned. With a wave of her hand, the four of them vanished. The instigator giant's pupils constricted. Higher existence. He suddenly felt a cold sweat mat his back. He had been quite dissatisfied with how that young lady was treating her disciple as well. What would have happened if he said his thoughts out first before that white-haired girl had? He didn't dare to think of the consequences. You too. Who are you? Rose said with an antagonistic frown. We are your allies. Saru said lightly. I don't remember becoming allies with a Devil Path cultivator. Rose responded with a sneer. I'm sure your master taught you better than to look down on people for such inconsequential things. You dare bring up my master's name? Rose's temper flared once more. She really wasn't this kind of person. She thought herself to be calm and thoughtful, but when it came to matters of her past master, she was simply too sensitive. I am only reminding you of something you already know, Saru said calmly. What do you know? This Lilith was responsible for heading a soul slave market. She was completely complicit in the deaths of millions of youths. This was what her Devil Path people did. You know that story better than I do, Saru continued with the same even tone. So you know well that it was actually normal humans of the conventional path that committed much of the horrors. The Devil Path cultivators were involved, yes. But why is it that you choose to use this to label them and not all conventional path cultivators as well? Rose felt as though she had choked on her own words. It was true that the devil cultivators were part of that scheme, but it was also true that most of the atrocities were committed by conventional cultivators. In addition, she well knew that the soul market was established even before Lilith was born. There were also many things she didn't know as well. For example, after Diane injured Lilith's soul, she could have chosen to use the soul of one of the soul slaves to heal herself. However, she chose not to, even enduring the humiliation of appearing naked before Diane for the sake of treatment instead. Of course, considering Rose's state of mind, maybe even knowing this wouldn't have been enough. Jade watched nervously to the side, not knowing how to approach this situation. Though she knew who Saru was, she had never interacted with her. She didn't know what the purpose of this visit was for. Let's forget these matters, we've gotten off on the wrong foot. We actually came here to bring you two back to the Sicharo clan. Don't you think it's time for you to return? Rose's brow twitched. You were sent by that pig Diane? What did you call him? Lilith's sword flew from its sheath. The song of sword chi filled the air as she pointed her blade toward Rose. Say that again and see if I don't cut your tongue off. Rose's eyes widened. 7th stage Dao? As a lower Dao expert? How is that even possible? Saru sighed, pulling Lilith's extended wrist down lightly. Diane will be coming himself personally soon, but you two have probably already heard about what happened with the Sprite Alliance. It wasn't appropriate for him to leave too soon. We aren't going back. Hearing these words, Jade's expression flickered. In the end, she grit her teeth. Even if you aren't master, I am. Rose's expression flickered continuously. Though she never really combined the current Jade and her master's images into one, subconsciously, she truly treasured Jade even when she was harsh. Seeing her push back so fervently all of a sudden made her realize that maybe she really had been too unbending. Master, I appreciate all you've done for me, but your judgment is clouded this time. I don't know what happened between Master and Diane, but I'm certain that Diane would never do anything to harm any one of us. In fact, the fact he went out of his way to find us like this just shows that he's worried about us. The next few centuries will be very dangerous. Being alone isn't smart. Rose clenched her jaw. She didn't like the words she was hearing at all. She was well aware that Jade was correct. Over the last few decades, she had managed to digest much of the elder Jade's faith seed, but it had to be remembered that that Jade was only a newly advanced higher existence. In addition, in order to have a chance to advance beyond the elder Jade's level, Rose took the Cultivation Foundation for herself, but the comprehensions had all been cast away by her master before she even had a chance to absorb the faith seed. As a result, Rose's chi-wielding ability was already rapidly approaching Jade's peak ability. However, her comprehensions were sorely lacking. She only understood one divine grade technique to the small success realm. In addition, her best will was only at the first Tao stage. She was still stronger than Fallen, but it was only marginal. She was the weakest of higher existences currently. She really had no capital to survive alone, let alone protect Jade at the same time. Rose gazed into Jade's eyes. Their swirling colors grasped her attention. She could see the resolute will hidden deep within. She sighed. It seems it took that man again to bring this version of herself out. If you're so confident, you won't mind a test, right? Rose suddenly said. Test. Jade was taken aback, as were Saru and Lilith. Yes, a test. The Nephilim gathering will be in just a few months. It may be pushed back due to the sudden change with the Sprite Alliance, but either way, it won't be too long from now. If Diane both appears and has a substantial performance, I'll agree to go back with you. If he isn't even worthy of taking part in such a meeting, then he has no right to speak of protecting the two of us. Saru and Lilith grinned. As for Jade, she was much less confident since she hadn't seen Diane in so long. But in the end, she grit her teeth and nodded her head. Deal. Deep within Nephilim territory, in a palace as large as a mountain, a group of elder giants were meeting. Within the Nephilim alliance, everything was decided by strength while something like seniority was thrown to the back of line. As a result, not only were there individuals of all sorts of ages taking part in this meeting, but many of them were of vastly differing surnames as well. Nepotism was practically nowhere to be seen. The Sapientia sure have a lot of nerve. One of the giants sneered. It seems they've forgotten who the most ancient clan of us all is and who wields the larger fist. Their tone is infuriating, but there's nothing wrong with the content. It was confirmed by many that this Diane Sicharo shattered the soul on one of their royals before slaughtering 8 of their kind. You know, clans like that don't take such things lying down. Don't you think the fact this Sicharo boy was so confident in letting this news out that he simply doesn't care how the Sapientia retaliate? His movements do indeed make such a conclusion clear. We heard nothing for weeks, which means he more than had the capability to stop all leaks. Yet, after those weeks passed by, he released them all without restraint. He's very clearly displaying his prowess and confidence. Doesn't this just mean he's slapping our faces as well? How much did the Sapientia pay you to say that? An elder hopped in without restraint. What nonsense. He didn't touch any of our people, and even if he had, so what? It just meant that they were weak. So he's slapping our faces because he wants to ensure he's not looked down upon? What good logic you have. There's no use in arguing against each other like this. At the end of the day, this Diane Sicharo slaughtered 13 fallen. The number of fallen on the entire mortal plane doesn't surpass 200 to 300, and that's only if we include the obscene numbers the dragons have. If we ignore them, the number won't surpass 100 by much. Cutting down 13 with such lack of care is a significant blow to us. We have no idea who this Dian Sicharo is or even what his motives are. We can't casually allow him to do as he pleases. Grand Elder is correct. This Sicharo clan came out of nowhere, and the timing of their appearance is far too suspicious. They very well may be a chess piece set aside by a failed clan. In such a case, we can't show any mercy. Though it's obvious the Sapientia only brought forth this theory because they want to borrow our hand to end his life, their conclusion isn't without merit. They know we aren't fools. It's impossible for such a powerful clan to rise up so quickly and so abruptly without there being a hand lurking in the shadows. So what's the decision? If this Dian Sicharo doesn't appear at the gathering, we'll join forces with the Sapientia and the Transcendent Beast Alliance to clear them out before the battlefield descends. If he does appear, a scheme brewed in the depths of the hall. The months ticked by. Though Dian was unaware of exactly what these individuals were scheming, how could he not know that there would most definitely be countermeasures put in place for his actions? It was just that he didn't care. He felt a level of freedom he hadn't felt in a long time, a freedom he maybe hadn't felt since he was running around arrogantly in his mortal world. There was nothing that could shake him at this point, even if the whole mortal plane pointed their blades at him. Like this, the Nephilim gathering rapidly approached. During this time, Dian took the opportunity to accomplish a few things. Firstly, the Sprite Alliance infrastructure might have been impressive to others, but to him it was nothing worth mentioning. He wanted to immediately improve it to the standards of his mortal alliance. An alliance-wide census was conducted where soul tags were once more made use of. For Dian, ensuring that not a single person was missed was as easy as breathing. Who could escape his immortal sense? There was no doubt that many of the former Sprite Alliance were unsatisfied by his actions, but what could they do when even their supremes were completely silent? As for Dian, he was aware that winning the hearts of so many people wasn't so easy. This was precisely why he put so much effort into first conquering and solidifying the Celestial Deer Quadrant as a foundation to expand from. As long as there was a core of culture, everything would likewise fall into place. But, as any person familiar with history could tell you, assimilation of a population, especially one as haughty as the Sprites, wasn't easy by any means. What made this even more difficult was the fact the overall strength of the Sprites was stronger than what Dian's mortal alliance could provide. This wasn't because they lacked talent, because Dian Array Alchemy had made certain to fix much of these problems. Rather, it was because the former population outweighed the latter by far too much. That was right. The greatest problem Dian faced was that there were too many Sprites. Sprites had a rather low reproduction rate, so the truth was that most of their 96 controlled quadrants were made up of normal humans and beasts. But, even with this being true, the population of Sprites alone was still double that of what Dian had under his control. In order to deal with this, Dian decided that action spoke far louder than words. If they were biased against him, why not show them how much better he could make their lives? In just the first 6 months, the Sprite Alliance underwent a massive upheaval. City structures they had come to know for so long were torn down, mass migration events occurred all across their universes, and even the bottom 1% began to feel as though their lives were finally beginning to matter. At the end of the day, those who were most unsatisfied with Dian weren't the common people, but rather the elites. But what did the opinions of the elites count for if the masses were against them? When Dian deployed his clones, the results spoke for themselves. With a wave of a hand, he could create gorgeous cityscapes that tugged on one's heartstrings, perfectly paved roads, towering structures of silver and glass, and even the air seemed to taste better. Of course, this ease was the result of several decades of research led by Maying. It simply wasn't feasible to create a completely new city plan for every section of land Dian conquered. Instead, Dian split city planning into 2 facets. One was the capital city plan and the other was the secular city plan. Capital cities received the greatest funding and period of planning. However, they were extraordinarily rare. They were gifts given only to clans who managed to accumulate enough merits to enter the 7th tier. As of now, the Mortal Alliance only had a single capital city as no one had accumulated such an ungodly number of merits quite yet. However, secular cities were split into 81 types. Maying created 81 city plans that could be chosen from depending on the environment it would be built in. These 81 secular city plans had already all been memorized by Diane. Everything from the roads to governmental buildings, to even the materials used right down to the finest detail was already written out. Having this, Diane could simply scan an area, use his judgment to decide the best city plan of the 81, then lay it down in a matter of hours using creation arrays. Yet, even with these city plans being mass-produced, each one was a level above even what one might find in the outer powers. They only marginally fell beneath an outer power capital city. One can imagine how a commoner would feel going from living in a place with no future prospects, to suddenly be able to live in a place where opportunities were around every corner. But not only was this now their reality, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Not long after establishing the cities, Diane connected the former Sprite Alliance territory to the Mortal Library. Suddenly, entire populations of people gained free access to knowledge they never thought they'd learn in their whole lives. Subsequently, resources began to flood these secular cities. Pills of quality that made even elites stare in shock became commonplace. Gorgeous weapon designs that should have cost an arm and a leg became as cheap as a few meals. Suddenly, geniuses that had been buried due to their insignificant status began to rise up one after another. By the end of the year, the elites of the former Sprite Alliance could only bury their dissatisfaction deep within their hearts, lest they incur public outrage. As expected, the Nephilim gathering became delayed. It wasn't until the end of the second year that words of its imminent start caused waves through the outer powers once more. Diane used this time effectively as well. After he was sure the former Sprite Alliance territory was stable enough to not fall in a few days, he turned his attention toward the tower quadrants.